Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross reference.
It's
Yeah,
a
I should put the.
You say look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
You want to smell my breath? I miss you.
Yo, and hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now tuned in.
Yo, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
I'm swagging immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
Being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hardly.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
Bingo,
on the mic,
and that's it.
Take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
I'm most curious about my silver Air Forces.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the 4.
KC,
Bingo, knocking at your door. Here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told you I fold you. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
I peep my status, but stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funkin' and cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city balls, ball swords, and my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target, and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Yeah,
like that, that. I like
your
that,
hands
y'all. Like that, that. I like that.
yeah.
Like that, y'all. Like
And now, another
Yeah.
major production.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Yes. Yeah, Chaka not talking while he's so distant. Yeah, Chaka be talking but they don't listen. Yeah, he's sitting, his brain pumping like a piston. I've been chasing the twilight, now I've been bitten. The city's in my sights as if I was a pigeon. Your role is cast. Your dialogue is written, it's past control. You're like a Sims minion, what to do now but roam around in and out of buildings. Seemingly living, touching ceilings, but there's no feeling. Willing and dealing, but really there's no winning. I'm sinning and sinning, so what I'm defending stuff's like prison, stuck in the life out of reverence. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. They say they do it for the money and the power. I'm just trying to get some peace in the shower. Protect what's mine without being a coward. Watch loved ones take time to breathe in the flowers. I've seen these G's get knee deep in powder because he needs to succeed in ours. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Watch I come through and do like I do. Watch he come through and lose like he do. I'm a Hebrew, he just evil. We both hate people and church steeples. One thing certain, demons lurking. They be stressing, we be surfing. She be twerking and it look like it's hurting. I be perping, close the curtain. They give you lithium to get rid of that shit? I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, you boys think you real. What is real? Whatever it is, it's not you. For real. You know what I'm saying? KCE, we coming. It's the takeover, bitch. Y'all ain't ready. This is some whole new shit. For real.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. What's up, bro? What's up? How you feeling, man? You there?
Demons lurking, evil serpents. I might have my serpent eat her children.
Nah, I was on some positive shit on that song. That song was.
I'm not. I got fired today, so fuck all you.
What?
I fucking fired. Fuck.
You breaking up? What happened?
I got fired. I went out once in like 6 months. I spent $67 on other people. Spent $1 on myself. And somehow I'm the bad guy. And on that night, I was like, hey, dude, when do I work next? You know, we work at 3:30. We work at 3:30. I show up. They're like, this morning. And I was like, oh, shit. And they're like, you know, I think it's best we part ways. Because I was late. Days and I had illness. I missed a couple days. And it was just like in the bang, like when they were training me and shit. So I was already on eggshells. It's nothing like getting a new job and immediately being on eggshells. And then it was like the bosses, like two bosses like to enforce like no other, like how hard you. They're like, you're not doing, you know. It's like, dude, like, you know, just like any job. So the attitude started to kick in. It's like, not this shit again. I'm walking on eggshells and my managers are like sniping me out with the eagle eye. It's like, dude, are these motherfuckers been planted? Like, is this the Truman Show? Is it just like one big comedy for everybody to see my freak? I'm sick of it. About to get a gun and just go our face up in here. Fuck the good side. I'm about to go dark side. You want me to be a demon? You want me to be a devil? I'm gonna take over. I'm gonna make sure the devil's fucking. I'm gonna make my castle, and he's gonna sit there and be a little bitch.
Okay, I feel you. I sympathize with your energy. I think that whenever you start a new job, you're a bit on eggshells, and they're always watching you.
Yeah, the watchers. Can you give me a little fucking? Can you give me something? Like, come on. Like, I'm really not trying to be over here and fail all the fucking time. Here for a reason. You know,
Well,
and if you're programming outside me, give me the upgrades already. I'm sick of this shit.
Well, sometimes a failure is how the universe teaches you. You know, it's all about know thyself.
Fuck the
right?
universe. I'm gonna eat it.
You can't eat the universe. You are the universe.
I'm gonna fucking blow up like a star, and inside is gonna be a celestial entity. Start eating planets, and then I'm gonna shit them out.
No, that's not how that works. You could blow up like a supernova, but that's not necessarily a good way to go.
No, that's how mad I get. Use that as an example on why I can be leader of the free world. Go ahead, use it against me because I'm gonna oop you that, and I'm gonna have the counter for that. It's all a fucking setup. It's a decoy plan. Don't fuck with me.
Oh shit.
Well, let's get to some positive stuff. It's Father's Day, so that's the kind of one I wanted to talk about. How do you feel about Father's Day?
Fuck my father.
Is it today or tomorrow?
Well, it's tomorrow, but you know, a lot of people are celebrating it today. I saw a lot of fathers out with their kids. I went to the grocery store. Maybe the moms dumped the kids off on the dads. Maybe they like, and maybe it's the only time they get to spend with them. But I saw a lot of fathers with their kids.
Yeah, my day got pushed back. It was supposed to be today, but it's actually gonna be tomorrow, which is cool. I mean, either way. But I mean, you know, for me, Father's Day is every day.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. You know, I don't really celebrate holidays, but it's funny though. You know, this guy was a skit. The guy was saying that Father's Day is like the 18th most celebrated holiday or some shit, 19th or some shit. And he was like, I can't think of 18 other holidays that come before Father's Day. and that just shows, you know. And then it's a ripoff for us too, right? Like we tend to end up paying for everything. We pay for everything on Mother's Day, and we pay for everything on Father's Day. We pay for everything on our birthdays.
Yeah.
I mean,
like you know, some of the biggest pimps are the biggest suckers.
Yeah.
It's gotta be like my co-driver over here. I was like, yeah, man, what you getting your wife for Mother's Day? He talking about shit. She ain't my mama. Her kids better get her something. Shit.
Hey, I ain't gonna say, bro. Look, I used to run that shit back in the day. So it's like, shit, what I'm celebrating you for? You know, like you ain't my mama. But honestly, but you know, honestly, like over the years, like it definitely has changed because I appreciate her a lot more than I guess I did then. You know,
Yeah.
the mother of my child.
Yeah.
So,
and that's what we supposed. That's the way we're supposed to look at it. She is a mother.
Yeah.
Well, not only a mother, but the mother of my child. You know, she works with me. She does. You know what I'm saying? Like, she doesn't make my life hell because you know she can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
I'm
I've
sure.
seen.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm sure it's a bunch of guys out there who don't celebrate Mother's Day for good reasons.
True.
He talking about while you saying that, somebody listening like my baby mama give me hell. So shit, fuck that bitch. She can get a swift kick in the ass.
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I think the law of attraction speaks loudly in each and every one of our lives. If we can really look at what kind of energy we put out, we probably get back the same kind of or similar energy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that means be nice to people. Shit. You know, even your baby mama, even if she's not nice to you, you know, try to be nice to her.
You give. Damn, I suck at communicating on this thing. I always overtalk on people. I feel like I just need to remain silent.
You good, man.
Nice.
You said you give what you get, and that's what it is. But you know, some people don't follow these rules as far as the person individually. But like Pat is saying, the universe, you know, this is a universal law, so you can't dodge this law. So that person can keep on being mean to you or whatever, and you can keep being nice to them. The universe is gonna give you what it's gonna give you, and it's gonna give that person what it's gonna give that person.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the things I think that a lot of people hadn't figured out is that all of the universal laws work simultaneously. So I mean, you know, there is no law of attraction without karma. You know what I'm saying? And you have the good and the bad. Both karmas are possible for you. And you know, like I said, I mean, based on the way what kind of energy you put out or how you react to certain things, because I mean, I hear some of the things that you're going through or what you're saying, but I mean, not to just accept it as what it is going to have you're the mode that you're in. You're forcing yourself more into a negative realm because you're not just accepting it for what it is.
And that's why I mentioned know thyself before, because whenever you have any hardships or any you know, trip ups, it's always a time for reflection. You know what I mean? Self-reflection. And that's where that's your best opportunity. I was just talking to somebody earlier, and it was like they gave me a critique about something that they felt like I should have been sensitive about, and I wasn't. And I was like, critique is a gift. You got to take it for that. You know what I'm saying? You know, it might hurt a bit, but you know.
In most cases it does, but I mean that's the point.
I'm asking God to deliver all people from their bad karma so they don't cycle into a fucking hole and just keep producing evil, because everybody needs to reset the karma now on a wide scale because they've been programmed in a fucking evil realm. How are they gonna fucking come out of that? How are they to above this? I'm done with that test. Everyone needs to be reset with their karma so that they can fucking move forward and achieve good.
Well, you can't reset your karma, and I do sympathize with your point about this freaking evil ass system that we grew up in that has influenced us every day, and we do make bad decisions because of these influences, and we still gotta suffer that karma. The universe doesn't care, bruh, when it comes to that.
I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat this universe. I hate this. I hate this hole I'm in, bro. I hate it, bro. I'm gonna commit suicide, bro. I just hate it.
Don't say that. These are all opportunities. This is all like the pain. Embrace the pain, embrace it, and use it as, and you look at yourself, self-reflection. Look at where your opportunities are.
It's been hell for 12 years. I'm done. I'm like, dude, I like keep trying to be the nice guy. It's like, all right, man, I'm done being the nice guy. Off with your head, dude. I'm sick of you. Like literally,
I sympathize with your energy, bro, because I feel that way, especially the part about being the nice guy. It's like that. It's like I said last night. There's no good deed goes unpunished, and if you live in a society,
that saying, bro. Somebody just said that to me.
And I say it all the time because I believe it's true. It shouldn't be, but it is. But if you live in a society where these are the rules, it's like Julian Assange getting persecuted for just doing journalism. You know what I'm saying? They always talk about the whistleblower. Like, but what about what he was talking about though? What about the crimes that people committed though? You know what I'm saying? So if they always talk about whistleblower and no good deed goes unpunished, then we live in a fucked up ass society, bro.
Yeah, for y'all ratting on the government.
How about I blow the whistle? I'm gonna blow the whistle up their ass. Listen, off with their head. I'm done with it. That's why I'm a threat. Fuck them.
Well, go at them.
If it's off with my misery, man, fuck this shit.
I got a list for you if you want to, you know.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, I'm disappointed in last night's show. I want to play some clips of it so I could get some comments from y'all because Pat, did you know about Richard Pryor and Marlon Brando?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know about that. And we talked about this other guy named Lenny Bruce, who was a comedian. Had you heard of that guy?
I've heard of him, but I'm not really sure. I can't, you know.
It's way before our time. It's like the 50s when he became famous, late 50s, I want to say. But he influenced a lot of the comedians of today, like Dave Chappelle. So I felt like it was cool to cover him. And then the thing with Richard Pryor was interesting, I think. I didn't get to. Did you catch any of that, Deuce, that I played last night? Any of the Richard Pryor stuff?
Man, nah, dude. Man, it's crazy. My phone has never done that out in off I-10 out in West Texas, but my phone did before I left home. It did do a update, and I'm wondering if that's why it was freaking out like that or what. I don't know, bro. But yeah, like I was trying to get back in because I knew you had started playing the Joe Rogan video with the other guy talking about it, and I lost out, and I kept trying to get back in, and it would not. I could not get the network to connect for some reason. Like I cut my phone off, I did everything. I could not get back in.
I don't know if I want to play the Joe Rogan clip again, but I think I can play a bit of the clip of Richard Pryor talking with Paul Mooney. I don't know. It was really crass, though. I don't know if I want to play it. I'm trying to make a decision right now. It was super crass.
Just play
crass.
Yeah, you know how Richard Pryor talk. But,
yeah.
Well, okay, I gotta play it now. I have to play it now.
Yeah, you didn't put it out there and gotta go and play it.
All right, give me 1 second.
Oh, Nemo. Or is that his cousin, his cracked out cousin?
So-called Illuminati or whatever they want to call themselves, they're not really illuminated anymore because true children of the most high. But you've ever been in any doubt of how they get down in Hollywood and the type of environment and sexual practices and the rituals that take place, this further proves it. So check it out.
Illuminati be mind controlling me, man. Fuck the Illuminati. I'll be out
Next
of
to
here.
her is what we call Miss Thing. We call him that with love and affection, as all of us know. Well, he hasn't let us down yet, has he?
Oh, that's what's his name sitting there. That's I didn't notice that before. Paul Mooney. Paul Mooney. That's Paul Mooney.
That's who he's talking about, Miss Thing.
Yeah.
My wife been wondering where it was. I hope it still has her perfume scent on it. But really, Paul, it's really been a pleasure working with you because we worked together many years ago on the Red Fox show. We started writing together. We walked into the office with a white man, and Paul didn't. What he did was sucked his dick. But I must say, Paul had a sense of humor. He didn't let him come in his mouth. But seriously, Paul wrote most of the dialogue for everybody up here tonight. He's a brilliant writer. We went once to what was that man's name that we went to and we had to fight? The producer, the bill, Sheldon Leonard. Sheldon Leonard. We walked in his office. We was there for an hour together, and Sheldon Leonard picked our brains and he said, "Thank you, and you can leave now." And I asked for the money, and Paul said, "Don't do that. Don't get us in no trouble now." I threatened to kick his ass, and Paul tried to join him. But we're dear friends, and this is all in fun. Next, just don't tell him about neuropathy. Next time, Paul was with me once when I first fucked my first faggot. And he's been holding that over my head for 2 years. I fucked a faggot. I just want to say it now so nobody else can tell. I liked it. I would have married him, but he had to go away and get an operation. I'd like to move now, Paul, if you don't mind. To move to the other end. White person who I give less than a shit about.
Okay, what y'all think?
I've seen it before, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe if anybody wants to send it in a certain direction, I can follow. But I don't know. It is what it is for me. I just.
Yeah, well, what I was saying last night is, separating the person from the art, and like, because I kind of want to play a bit of the what's the name when they were talking about Marlon Brando, and apparently Marlon Brando was doing some horrible ass shit. So like, I'm not judging Richard Pryor at all, but some of the stuff that they were saying about Marlon Brando was pretty fucked up. So, but I enjoyed Godfather. You know what I'm saying? I can enjoy the art and separate it from the person. Because some of the analysis I was seeing, people was like, okay, I can't fuck with this guy no more, or none of his stuff no more.
Well, do you remember not long ago, it was fairly recent when they did a cover. I forget who was doing the expose on what's the he did Thriller. What's the old guy now? Oh, why can't I think of his name right now?
Oh, you're talking about you're talking about
I know
damn.
who you're talking about. What is his name?
God damn it, why we can't think of his name? Fuck, what is his name? I'm
Quincy
looking at
Jones.
his face.
Quincy.
Jones.
Yes.
Thank you.
He had a lot to say about that.
Yeah.
That whole thing. Because I mean he pulled out some names that, we had not heard as of that time, which was Marvin Gaye. And I think it was tied to the whole Marlon Brando and, some others that were, I guess this was, a chosen thing that they had been doing, or I don't know, I guess a part of the culture that they took on with that with their profession, I guess.
And that's what they were saying in the video too. They were like the drugs and stuff was just a part of the scene, the drugs and the sex. But I think that's an excuse with that. I think that people who, that's just them. They like to do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that was just if for those who use drugs, that was just a good excuse for them to do something they wanted to do anyway.
Hey guys, I got a split. I hate this. Every time I get on here, something happens. My phone dies, or I got a split, or I'm like in some weird zone. But I'll be back shortly.
All right, man. But yeah, no, I think that people usually do what is innate to them, like something that's it just is. I mean, unless you got raped, but I think that there's a fight that has to go on too. If I don't know, man. But at the same time, I mean, it is what I mean. For me, a lot of this stuff is what it is. I think God never, because I mean, I had I thought I wanted to be a part of that that acting and music, be on the big time, but God never allowed me to, because I guess I was naive of what really was going on there, and the potential of where I may have ended up because of all of that. You know what I'm saying? So big blessing for me, I'd say at this point, but back then, of course, I was too naive to even realize that the things that I wanted, there was a big facade to it.
Hello? Can y'all hear me good? My mic is acting weird.
No, I didn't hear anything until now.
Yeah, but you can hear me good right now, right?
Yeah, you're clear. Yeah, and well, not too loud. Yeah, I think you're just right.
All right. Yeah, so Joe Rogan made some comments too, and yeah, so like you said, I don't think much of it either. Like that's why I talk about more serious stuff on the show. I really don't have much comments in these on this stuff, like, because people's lifestyle is people's lifestyle. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
the only time, like I said, the only time I get really upset about that culture is when they're trying to produce images or thoughts in people's heads, young kids' heads, that wouldn't normally even have that to think about if it wasn't for those injected so I mean that's what I get upset about. If that's what you are, you shouldn't need to push anybody to do it. If that if it's natural, if that's what just happens to people, then okay, just let it be natural. But I think they know that you have to mentally subdue somebody to where that's an idea or to have some, to give comfort there. I don't know. I mean, I just don't. Like, I've been knowing about gay people for as long as I can remember, but I never wanted to be one, but I think there wasn't this whole idea of, because you're seeing it more, I think maybe because of some of it, because of that being, that's what's maybe natural to them, or maybe somebody did something to them to make them think that that's.
Wait. Let me ask you this: do you think that you could be on the scene and into drugs, and then now you want to have orgies with multiple partners and with whatever sexual organs they have?
Do I think I can?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Like, do you think that you would be so high that it would be like whatever?
Well, that's my point. Like, bro, I've been high before. Like, I've done different drugs. I've done, pop pills, snorted coke. It's been smoking weed. Like, I've done all of that shit, and I never wanted a dude.
Like, and you didn't get high and want to go have sex with a horse or something. Like, you never a pig or anything. Cat. I don't know.
No, never.
That's how I think, though. I think that I don't think that no matter how high you are, you're not gonna, whatever it is you're doing, that's what you would have done if you wasn't high.
I think that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's the whole point. Like, I mean, for people, I think that's a good excuse for people to use to do something that they wanted to do anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, because people let you get away. Oh yeah, he was fucked up. They were drunk as fuck, man.
Blame it on the alcohol.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Somehow it just I sucked a dick. I sucked a cock last night, dude.
I was so blasted out of my mind, bro. I just didn't know.
I was so blasted, bro. No, man. That's what you wanted to do.
You wanted to do that. It's okay. So just be like, hey, that's what I want. I kind of wanted to do that shit. It was looking delicious to me, like a lollipop or something.
So, yeah.
Oh man, just be true to you, man. Just accept what it is, bro.
Yeah.
Let me play a little bit of Joe Rogan because we mentioned it. This is the video. That only happens. Regular people don't know anything about that because that only happens when you're moving. You'll never have that problem, at your house.
Yeah.
Blow a regular dude. No, God.
Bruce, I hadn't heard this.
He say that he fucked everybody, men and women.
Oh yeah, he banged everybody.
He fucked everybody.
Yeah, and then it came out he was banging the guy with the big dick in Cuba.
That's right.
Superman. He
Superman.
sucked his dick
That's
too.
right. That's right.
So fucking poor Italian people, if they were Godfather fans, they were lighting those fucking DVDs on fire. Fuck Marlon Brando.
Poor homophobes. I like him more now. I like Marlon Brando
I
more
love
now
Marlon Brando. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't listen. Marlon Brando, dog.
Me, Richard Pryor, thinking about Richard Pryor getting so coked up that he let Marlon Brando fuck him was one of the things I was. Unless he, that's prejudice with me. I should just assume he enjoyed it, and assume he enjoyed having sex with Marlon Brando. Why should I give a shit, right?
Listen,
For real,
just
right?
remember one thing, because you're gonna die when I tell you this. Marlon Brando told the studio into giving him like $100,000 to read Superman. But you know when people call you up, Joe.
Anyways, he goes on to say about the island. Marlon Brando ended up buying the island, had kids out there and everything, just doing whatever he wanted to.
But I think even just that recent a time.
All those kids he had, remember all
Oh my God.
all those poor kids that fucking, God rest their souls, all those problems he had. He was down there like fucking just matadoring. Whoever Paramount, whoever the network was, showed up down there and said, let's see the dailies. I said, what the fuck is this? You're done. They brought somebody else in. Marlon ended up saying, fuck it, I'll buy the island. He bought the island, didn't he? Like, this is just crazy shit I heard over the years. And they just lived on the island. And then if they wanted him, they had to call the island. And they had like levels.
Yeah, I think that's enough of that. What do y'all think about that?
I don't know. I think what they're going to is pretty much his deviance. What kind of deviance he end up having? Because I mean, you know, of course, sex can be a drug as well for some people. You know, that's maybe another drug that he was partaking in and didn't really know how to control himself. So I mean, I don't know. I've heard some of it, and I think because Jones Q, I'm gonna say Q, that's what a lot of people call him, but I don't think he really went into the details. He gave a lot of surface stuff, but based on the story he's telling, this guy's telling, it seems that it's going more into his sexual deviance than just, you know, oh, this is just, you know, who, you know, like, I mean, of course, who he was, but I don't know, it's starting to sound a little more weird. I mean, if it's not already, you know what I'm saying, like more weird than it already was.
Yeah.
At least for me, I'm gonna say from my point of view.
Yeah, it's that pop culture stuff. I feel like it's related, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. Y'all remember the story? I know y'all had to hear about that story about the guys that were in the U-Haul and they were about to, I don't know, crash a gay pride event or something, and the cops arrested them all.
Yeah.
Y'all saw that?
Yeah, well, I heard.
Yeah, I heard about it.
I didn't get really any details on that because, you know, I don't really give a lot of energy to that crap. I mean, you know,
me neither.
But-
So like, but the show, I mean, but the story kept popping up. So, and that's the thing. So whenever stuff keep popping up on my timeline, then I just be like, maybe I should take another look at it. And I did, and it is a weird story. You know what I'm saying? It's a strange story, and the pictures are weird. Did y'all see any other pictures from it?
No, I honestly, like, I mean, I think I'm kind of detached from a lot of the world right now since I'm not alone in a truck and trying to find something to entertain me.
Yeah.
I've been around a bunch of family and
Yeah, that's
you
the
know.
best. That's living life right there. Yeah. Well, anyways, I'm finna suck you back in a bit. But this ain't nothing heavy that's gonna be emotional though. But it's just like, what the hell is going on? What is really happening? So Jimmy Dore is talking about it.
Well, I think I made a comment the other day that I'm remembering right now. Just like, you know, it's ironic that there was like, because I did hear about the story, but you know, there's 31 DICKs in the truck.
Yeah.
And you know,
On their
in the
way to-
U-Haul.
yeah.
On the way, to gay pride, like
Yeah.
you know.
It sounded like they wanted to be part of the parade.
you know what I'm saying? Like they were this was part of the celebration. Like,
Yeah.
you know, they were already partying in the truck as far as I'm concerned.
Pretty much had to be, right? Like, even if they didn't want to, like the dude behind them all pressed upon them, like, bruh,
Man, what's up with this? See him hitting the brake so hard. Hey
Yeah,
man, what's that sticking in my back?
My bad, bro. It's bouncing around, bro. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't control it, bro. You got a soft booty and shit.
Yeah, that tank top. Oh my gosh.
All right, let me play, because they made that same, Jimmy Dore and them made the same joke, bro. They said the same thing in this skit.
Okay.
Yeah.
This happened. I don't know if you saw this. 31 people arrested in Idaho have ties to a white nationalist group and plan to riot at a pride event. Police say, here's what we know, says CNN. Want to know what CNN knows? Squat. I'll tell you what. So here's a video they took. Now, I just want, what jumps out? So what jumps out to you in this picture? Two things jump out to me in this picture. They've somehow arrested all these guys, but they didn't take their masks off them. What? That's the first thing they would do. And the second thing they would do is take their fucking backpacks away from them. That's the second thing they would do. You don't let the guy have his backpack full of weapons on his back. And
possibly as many as one smoke bombs.
So here's a video.
You know what this looks like? It looks like when they made the HBO Watchmen series. Like I thought like something from Bad Robot came up with this, you know?
Well, let's watch the video. Here it is. So all the cops are not even looking at them. They're looking the other way. Why would the cops be looking the other way? Again, what are they doing?
Oh, since Uvalde, they have to face away from crimes too.
Protecting.
Since Vivaldi in Texas, the cops are now instructed to turn away from the crime scene.
Don't take their backpacks. Let them.
Don't take their backpacks. In fact, take their hands, put them on their backpack so they have access to them.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Patriot Front, I don't think they're very good rioters. I have to tell you, they're very orderly.
Boy, they're way too orderly for a riot. When was the last time Patriot Front actually had a riot? They all.
Go ahead. What you gonna say?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, because it's this what's I'm thinking is like, okay, those were just a bunch of off-duty cops that were being protected by the on-duty cops.
Yeah, my buddy. This is my buddy over here.
Yeah, they knew all of them, all 31. Wait a minute, no. Hey, who is that? Jose. Okay, good to meet you, Jose. All right. Well, look, y'all come on down. We're gonna, we gotta do this thing. So, all right, just, do what I tell you, and everything will be fine. You'll go home later. Blah blah blah. All right, but there's media out here watching us. We gotta do this.
Yeah. The whole thing was probably staged. It's theatrical from the jump.
Well, that's highly likely as well. I mean, you'll be surprised at some of the stories I've heard and read that of how our the people that we trust actually do these things. Like, I mean, well, I know about the what are those what do they call it when they have these little events they construct, like they have these
False
actors
flags.
they have the actors come together, do these things to make it look like they're like there's some kind of struggle, some kind of prop, what I'm saying, this thing, and they're filming it. It just so happened to be a film crew or photographer.
Yeah.
It just so happened to
The
be
white
there
helmets were doing that shit.
Yeah, I mean, but get, so that people can, they can post it wherever they can and get sympathy from people, and they start sending out money to help these people.
Black Lives Matter was doing that shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, damn, I forget the name. I forget what they called it. Those type of actors, but
like a flash mob or some shit.
It's not. That's not what they call it. I mean, I'm not sure what I would consider a flash mob.
Well, but basically, the name of it doesn't matter. Basically, it's theatrics, right? It's a show, right? It wasn't real. It was just for the pictures, the cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, and I think that is what was happening here on this one, and that's what Jimmy Dore is saying too. Let me play some more.
Always keep getting stopped.
Well, I do think the cops are great for catching. Like, can you imagine if at January 6th, the cops had shown the hustle that they just showed stopping a potential riot at an Idaho gay pride parade? Can you imagine?
Of all places, Idaho.
If they focused it on the nation's capital and had undercover and stuff.
An Idaho gay pride parade. Idaho. And these guys, they were all coming from out of state except for two of them. Who the F would want to travel to Idaho to go mess with gay Idahoans? Who would do that? I submit to you, I don't know anyone who would do that. But here's what CNN says about this. This is what they know. After an alarmed 911 caller reported a group dressed like a little army getting into a moving truck, police in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, arrested 31 men believed to be linked to a white nationalist group and who had plans to riot at a weekend pride event, authorities said. Now, you're telling me that A, the FBI doesn't have infiltrators in this group, and B, they didn't know anything about this? They're monitoring these groups constantly. They don't know about. They needed a 9/11 call to give them a heads up that there's 31 militia guys packed into a U-Haul going to create a riot. By the way, none of them had guns.
You didn't assume they were part of the gay pride parade immediately, first of all, dressed like little soldiers.
Go ahead. What you saying?
I mean, it's such a great point that he's pointing out there is that, you know, for us to be foolish enough to think that they don't know that this is the first they heard of this group, and you know, them being on their way to Idaho. Like, I mean, they organized enough for 31 people to meet up in one place, like 31 potential militia personnel that you know, some kind of email.
They probably did it on Reddit or
social media
or just a
phone
damn
call.
group text or something like.
But
it was WhatsApp.
But regardless, I mean, for us to think or for us to be silly enough to believe that they had no idea that this was happening, whether it was constructed by them or not, for us to believe that this was just the first they heard is from a 911 caller.
You know, they
It's
monitoring
ridiculous.
all of our social networks. Everybody puts everything on social network anyways. Like your phone gives out your location and everything like that. If you're affiliated with any kind of group, you better believe they know what the fuck everything.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, when you like the codes or like the algorithms picks up certain coded words when they're speaking of these different things, it's supposed to alert them. Like the computers do it, people who may be watching, blah blah blah. Of course, you know, we know that they allow them to go as far as they want because that's, you know, whatever happens, they want to see it happen. But you know, just to think that they don't know that this was in play. I mean, we got to be a special kind of dummy to think, you know, to not see that.
Yeah.
There's 31 guys with masks on crammed into a U-Haul. You don't think there's some hand jobs happening in there? Go ahead, Jackson. You want to say something?
The only reason why they probably had to catch themselves is because it was all FBI in the truck, and they got caught in their plans when someone called the police.
So this to me smacks of one of those Michigan. Michigan governor is going to be kidnapped, and there's 12 people going to kidnap her, and 9 of them are FBI. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well,
without a doubt.
I heard word on the street is their next target was going to be the Postmates bottom-friendly menu. They were going to hack it.
People don't know the jokes.
Diarrhea foods.
Kurt, you're doing jokes people don't have the setup for.
Oh my God! It's the.
I know we have to. All right. We'll get to it. But people
It's
don't.
my favorite commercial I've ever seen.
There's a new commercial. The large group, which police believe was affiliated with the Patriot Front, was seen at a hotel piling into a U-Haul with riot gear, not guns, not knives, but riot gear.
They had a shield. I don't know what they're up to. Maybe defending themselves with a
Terminology is
shield.
what he's talking about.
I guess.
Say what?
The terminology, because like just a regular Joe Schmo, it's like, yeah, they had all kind of stuff. You know, they had shields, they had guns, they had knives. No, riot gear is the terminology that was used.
Right.
So they're saying it's like, you know,
How many people will use that term?
yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I would use that term if I was calling 911.
Hell no. I would, man, y'all need to look. Here go the license plate, blah blah blah. They're at this street, you know, whatever. Like they about to go hurt. They look like they about to go kill some people.
Or something.
You know,
You ain't gonna be saying they're dressed up with riot gear.
Yeah, that's not gonna be the like somebody constructed that whole and the more you look into it or hear the stories that especially
It sounds written. It sounds written like a script.
Exactly.
I guess next time there's a school shooting that's about to happen, they should tell the police that the shooter's carrying riot gear instead of gun.
They got riot gear. They look like a little army. And then they were later pulled over and arrested. Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White said. So white in Idaho, even their names are white.
This actually makes me lose faith in other things that I thought might be conspiracies, how badly this is done.
Right.
I'm like, they're not good at it.
Right? So the other ones you think they're good at, well, I mean, they weren't good at Russiagate either. Russiagate was completely baseless. There was never any evidence for it. It was all made up. And anytime you looked at any of the evidence, you could debunk it yourself. A dumb guy like me could do that.
No, it's like Jehovah's Witness. You have to have a base installed, like a base, like PlayStation, and then you can get new games for it. So like Russiagate was one, and we move on to the next one. I just don't have that.
So Russiagate is like the base game, and then Ukraine is like a new plugin, right?
I watched MSNBC on the whole plane because I got stuck coming back.
Yeah,
that's pretty heavy, huh,
bro? Like, I mean, I never that's a perspective that has to be looked at.
Sounds like the Matrix.
Yes, exactly. That's a metaverse. That's a new metaverse. I don't know, like somebody's going through this. Like, I mean, like to me, like that sounds like a real game. Like a lot of us are seeing it on the news, but to me, like that could really be a game.
Yeah. And somebody is playing it. It's high stakes ass game.
Because how much of it do we really see? They say it's going on, but
we don't see it on the. They show us the highlights or whatever, but what's happening on the ground day to day, we really don't have any idea.
They might be sipping tea and eating crumpets for all I know. I mean,
you say crumpet.
Scones, some scones and
I can't even think of nothing to go with that.
Some blueberry scones and some coffee.
What do they call them things? They're like, God damn it, they taste really tart. They're kind of like mushrooms, but and they're rare. What am I talking about? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
They're like, you said they're like.
They use them like, but damn it, I can't think of it right now. It's like turtle. Fuck, I can't think of it. Let me play some more of this.
Yeah.
I only see the clips of it. I had no idea what it's like to watch it back end to end.
MSNBC.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah. You is anything happening in the world besides this one? Okay, that's a big January 6th things of news. You've said everything you can say about it. I don't need to hear.
No.
The ratings were good too.
They're going to talk about it for 24 hours a day, Kurt. All right, back to this story though. We're getting off track. They were later pulled over and arrested. Blah blah blah. The group was headed to a Pride in the Park event at Coeur d'Alene City Parks, police said. The event included a Pride walk and performances by local musicians, dancers, and drag artists. Haymond referred to those arrested as young men who seemed to not have a purpose. They seemed pretty purposeful. I mean, who dresses like that and they're not purposeful? You know that their beds were made. You could bounce a quarter off their bed. You know that they're, come on.
Not a single one of those stupid ear gauges in any of the lobes of their ears.
Yes. So I think those people, they're young men who seem to not have a purpose. No, that's not what guys who don't have a purpose look like. And by the way,
great posture.
And they had great, that's right. They had great posture and they were kneeling even up, standing up and with their chest out, chin up. These are not guys who lack purpose.
Does he mean because I still don't understand what Patriot Front's message is? Every time I look at a Patriot Front thing, I don't know what they're getting.
I don't know what they want. I have no idea what their Patriot Front means. asked what he thought the group might have done had police not thwarted their alleged plans, he said, "I have not seen that these people had any firearms." And I just decided to say it in the most confusing way possible. People who talks like that. I have not seen that these people had any fire. I have not seen that these people had. Who talks like that? I didn't see any firearms. No, they didn't have any firearms, or I didn't seen. Not I have not seen that these people
Exactly.
had any. Don't know what.
I
That's
mean-
not how. No.
Go ahead.
But see, my thing is, what was law enforcement trying to prove with this entire movement that they did, this thing that they were doing? Were they trying to prove to the
Well-
LGBT that they protected them?
Yeah.
You know,
I think
like-
that's what it is, because not necessarily just the LGBTQ, but just the whole community, trying to get everybody to feel like they're doing something about like white supremacy movements or far right movements, or you know what I'm saying? This domestic terrorism thing, you know what I'm saying? So just the optics of, yeah, see, look, we're doing work. See, we arrested all these guys right here. See, look what we
See,
did.
but the problem is, I mean, they're proving that to people who already trust in you. Like, I mean, you didn't need that. Like, the people who are gonna believe that crap already trust you. You know,
Yeah.
you're not gaining, like, people who, like, I mean, listen, like, I mean, people, there are people who are still like, you know, just like Jimmy Dore and his, you know, probably a lot of his followers, you know, people who watch his show, whatever, that's like, yeah, that shit is stupid. It don't make sense, and you know how this and how that. Like I would just, you know, us and how we're seeing it, you know,
Yeah, but
nothing that
again,
they've done,
like you
nothing
say,
that
it's
they've
preaching
done
to the
is
choir. But
it's
I think
smoke and
what they're-
mirrors.
But what they're doing is like what do they call it? Like a media campaign. It's a
Yes.
you know, a public affairs campaign. It's a you know, make us look good. I'm trying to think of what the proper terms is for that, but that's what it is. That's all it is. I think just, you know, it's like, hey, even maybe they won't move anybody, but the more examples that you have floating around in the media, you know, that's gonna be like they can use that for their evidence and be like,
Well,
look, see.
yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, yeah, they can try to do that, but most people, I think the majority of us know how this country operates, and that, you know, this story is just, it's, I mean, especially you know, hindsight. I mean, after you're able to really look, like, even some of the people who was like, oh wow, that's great, they caught these people, it's good, these people, they arrested them and this and that, blah blah blah, and then, you know, they run across more information, they're like, yeah, no, that doesn't add up. So I
Right.
mean,
Because on its face, it sounded good. Like I say, I didn't really dig into the story. I didn't feel like it was anything. You
well,
know,
no,
and
I knew it was, I felt, I didn't, you know, I felt like there was some bullshit with it from the beginning, because to me it's like, you know, how do you, you know, because of course we're dissecting it more now, but before I'm like, you know, it just don't add up. 31 people in a U-Haul truck of all sorts. Like, I mean, why would they all be in one place? Like, why wouldn't?
why would they be? Why would they be all packed in a U-Haul? Like the goo, like Jimmy Dore is saying, like that's all uncomfortable. Like you can't even stand up in there. There's nothing to hold on to. Those things are not designed to move people like that.
Yeah,
You know what I'm-
but it makes sense for it to be at least 4
you
U-Hauls.
can't even breathe back there. It's
Well,
closed up.
Exactly. I mean, that's one that's
There's
makes
no
sense.
AC.
No
It's
AC.
fucking hot.
Yeah, but
Niggas would have suffocated in there.
But at the same time, like, a real concerted effort would be like 3 or 4 of these trucks, with whether it's 10 or 20 of them each.
Yeah,
and
but
they're gonna, you know, circle the parade, and they're gonna start trying to do, you know what I'm saying? If they were really about that drama, like, shoot,
Yeah.
maybe they all would have showed up on their own.
right, in different cars and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but on the face, the headline, which is what most people are just gonna read, then it sounds okay. If you don't spend a second really thinking about it, because
Well,
that's how it hit my brain. I mean, I just didn't think about it. I was like,
yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, I didn't have the same thoughts like what I'm having now, and then especially like, I mean, there was certain like when I first saw the video, I was looking at the video. It didn't take my first thought was, oh, dang, they still have their mask on and they still have their bags. Like I hadn't dug that deep, but when you really start to put these things together, it's like, yeah, nah, this is something that's playing. Like all the cops are like pretty much watching everybody else instead of the people they just put in handcuffs or.
Yeah, that don't make sense. One of them could have just jumped up and started running away. They wouldn't even know, and they was looking the other way.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
And all of them was okay with being caught. Like, I mean, there's no way, like, you got 31 that, and everybody's just going to be obedient to 5 cops.
Nobody resisted. They could have all ran in different directions.
Exactly. All of them.
31 directions.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe 5 would have got caught, but shoot. It's really insane to even think that like that. But we also have to look at this is what they think of us.
That we're dumb enough to just swallow this shit.
Yeah.
Normal person talks.
We didn't go in the kid's backpack or anything. So
yeah, we didn't open their backpacks. We just cuffed them with zip ties.
Got in there.
So I have not seen that thing. So I think it would have been mostly just disruption and trying to cause fear. You mean like this whole thing? Just like that. Police found at least one smoke grenade. A smoke grenade.
At least one.
They call it a grenade. You mean
they also had a bunch of riot t-shirts on, so you have to think about that. That's a threat as well.
And so they actually made arrests. So they said, this is what they say. They say this guy among those arrested Saturday was Patriot Front leader and definitely not an infiltrator or co-opted by the FBI, Thomas Ryan Rousseau, that the county sheriff said, and there he is.
You know how young this, like, all these grown men follow Doogie Howser, not Z, all over the various pride events, the lamest.
The lamest that we're going to get your shields. We're going to go cause disruption. Of who? Of the gays. No one feels like that.
You could
about
march with them. You wouldn't notice the difference.
You wouldn't know. No one cares. So back to this. Let's go back to this. Russo led several dozen members of a vanguard American Texas during the Unite the Right rally, and later led a contingent of Virginia members to create Patriot Front. That's who it is.
They knew better than to send them to San Francisco.
It's also,
yeah, he's good. They're gonna mention that too. It's like he's gonna say that. He's gonna say why not? Where is this? Somewhere in, what did they say?
Idaho.
Idaho.
Yeah, someplace I've never heard in Idaho. Of course, I don't know, someplace in Idaho.
The middle of no fucking where.
Look, see, they would not go to where the most gangster gays are, and which I would say would be San Antonio. I mean,
Atlanta,
San Francisco. Or Atlanta. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like
they're gonna get their ass beat. They're gonna get beat up.
Exactly. 31 of y'all, and it's 30,000 of us. Like y'all about to get it out here.
Yeah, okay. Gonna get stomped. You know, it's gonna be a dude with a dress on, stomping the shit out of
whooping somebody's ass. You know what I'm saying? With a dress, a beard, and everything. Like they about to come and whoop your ass.
It's all fishy to me. Here's the last time they did it. Remember the last time bystanders booed as the far-right Patriot Front staged a rally in Washington, D.C. to reclaim America. There they are. They're all dressed like in uniforms. They're all dressing in they have the big flags with them. They have their faces covered. Those guys they look like they have a purpose. That's not what I would think of. A guy with no purpose would be a fat slob with a ripped, dirty T-shirt on wearing sweatpants. That's what a guy with no purpose looks like. These MFers got purpose, baby.
Man, whenever he makes that description, I'm like, wait a minute. Sometimes I'll be. Is he talking about me?
I bet they. I bet they even have
I felt insulted just now because that's I don't necessarily wear ripped T-shirts, but I am a T-shirt, sweatpants, and Crocs type of dude. You know what I'm saying? For the most part.
Pension plan.
And I'm a fan. So I mean, didn't want to.
Last time that happened, here's what Joe Rogan and Matt Taibbi said about it. Matt Taibbi, who said he was going to call me, never called me.
You're telling me the FBI is not monitoring fringe groups, and they were not aware these people are this fucking organized? Out of nowhere, they pop out with the same size flags and the same outfit on, goose stepping. They're walking, not goose stepping, but walking in this at the same pace in a fucking orderly line. Like who organized this?
This is them on their bus. I thought this was going to turn to the video of them walking.
See the video of them walking. Is that the video of them walking?
I think also to make them to look tough. Like I think they want people because whatever the flag that this is supposed to be attached to is supposed to make their group even tougher. So when we see that flag again, we're like, oh my God, that was those guys they got in Idaho. So, like they're everywhere. Like they're popping up in different places. Like
yeah. And that's how you recruit. You can recruit more people that way.
Yeah.
Blog posts. It's not gonna.
God, there's got to be a video of them walking. I know. I've watched it. So here's it. Uniformed white nationalist group marches on Lincoln Memorial. CNN's all in. They're like, we're all in on this. Come on, show us. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Where's the fat people? How come they're all wearing the same clothes? Do that again. What the fuck is this? Have you ever seen anything that looks more like Feds? Tell me that doesn't look like Feds. Right?
It's like the 101st Airborne.
Bro, look at this. These guys are all runners. These guys look like they just got out of buds.
I mean,
look, fuck out of here.
They could be real.
Right. They could be real.
They could be real.
Listen, Matt Taibbi, I'm an unreliable source, and I'm a comedian. But looking at that, I'm calling bullshit. Give me that again. Give me that again.
Yeah, okay.
Well, this gets back to like the Oklahoma ivermectin story where
they're all wearing winter coats.
Yeah, like
Look at this. The fuck out of here. How do they all have like uniformed outfits on? They have the same color pants for the most part. Very little variation. They have tan or brown pants, dark blue shirts with a fucking stupid flag on it. This asshole's got a drum. Back that up. Look at the fucking drum. Bitch, are you Paul Revere? What the fuck are you doing with that drum? He's walking around with a band drum.
White power drum line.
This is
about to make me spin on myself. Bro, bro, everybody that right now I believe everybody that was there got paid for that day. Like
yeah, it was at work. It was a job.
Yes.
Yeah.
So stupid it hurts my feelings. They all have flags. Keep that up there.
I was trying to find. There's videos from them from like July.
But I'd like to see that again.
So you know what's so interesting about this though, is that again. Oh, okay.
I just need to see it. Go ahead. Tell me. So look at this. I mean, maybe they're real. Maybe they're real. Could be real. But I'm calling bullshit. They have the same fucking size flags, the same white coloring on their face, the same tan hats on. Get the fuck out of here.
And why are they wearing masks, by the way?
Like, because they're cowards,
right?
Or they're Feds.
Yeah.
No, that's another
right?
KKK. That's another tactic by KKK, hiding their face, and because so they can still show up at work tomorrow or their other job that they're fulfilling. Go to their full-time job.
And that's what they said, Joe Rogan said, or they're Feds. Same reason.
Well, same thing. I mean, but that's what it always was. It was,
because I got to show up to work.
The mayor, the governor, the sheriff, you know what I'm saying, the guy
I got to sit
the
on
supermarket.
I got to sit at my desk tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? People might show up.
Yeah, you're gonna be. Yeah, no, he's gonna be in court tomorrow, as the judge. Or the clerk of court or whatever, and he still needs to be able to not be recognized. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Yes.
Why are they wearing masks? Why did the cops leave their masks on them? Want to watch that video? I want to watch that video one more time. Here's the arrest video. And there's the cops just standing there with their super tight pants on. Look at it. Look at his pants. And they leave that, let them have all their hats stay on, their masks stay on.
So Patriot Front got pulled over.
And then the cop. Why are the cops all standing there? What is this about? What are they doing there?
That's the show. I have a question. Why is nobody calling for U-Haul to stop doing business with them?
And what kind of? I mean, I've never planned an insurrection or a riot at a gay pride parade, so I don't know how.
And this part they didn't mention about her, the person who's doing the video. How did it so happen to be somebody there? They knew that it was Patriot Fund, and they happened to be there at the time where these people are getting arrested to do this video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know,
but that's one of those weird, you know, coincidences that we're supposed to believe happens when stuff like this happens. You know, that we have to have the full story on, or at least, you know, get a great
the video, the pictures,
a great image of what took place in Idaho.
They wanted those pictures, so because it could have just happened with no pictures. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know,
it's more believable. I mean, to me, you know, it's like, yeah, such and such happened. It was an arrest, and like, I mean, the hearsay about it would have probably gave more realness to it than, you know, us actually having, you know, 30 minutes of footage of how everything, you know, happened. This place, you know, like telling us, okay, all of the details, because I mean, like people pretty much told you, oh yeah, we came to fuck up this gay parade. You know, like everybody would have been quiet, like, and like, look, we're just, you know, like we're just like, I mean, for real stuff, like nobody's about to talk about.
Yeah, and how would they know what group it is? Like, you know, like they're just gonna say, oh yeah, we're the Patriot Front. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, bro. But I mean, to me, that's an effort to try to, you know, like they need people to be like, they want people to be more fearful of this, like, you know, and I think, you know, of course, you probably get a lot of older black people and some, you know, maybe some good white folks that's just bothered by this, but there's a lot of people that's like, man, these people, like, we'll fuck them up in 10 minutes. We'll have, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
Like you said before, if they just went to the real ass gay scene, they could have went over here on Montrose in Houston.
You ain't got no pistol. You ain't got no long. You ain't got no kind of gun.
They getting stomped out.
You have to get fucked up.
Y'all think them niggas
Wait a minute.
is weak?
You got backpacks with what? I mean, what's in your backpack? Fucking you know, baton. Like, I mean,
they think they weak because they gay. No. And maybe they shot themselves in the foot by getting the footage of all of this, making it so we could pick it apart. You know, like you said, maybe if it was just a headline, you know, in a newspaper article, it would have been more believable. I think you're right about that. But we got video, and they probably wanted to have the video for whatever reason, but maybe it did shoot him in the foot.
If you don't want that one, oh, my bad.
It's hard to say what the hell they want too, because like I be saying about the internet, the opposites are everything. Maybe they wanted us to pick this apart and call it a conspiracy for some reason.
Well, I mean, it is a conspiracy, but I mean, you know, it's past a theory. You know what I'm saying? It's a fact that we got some bullshit going on right in front of our face, and you know, they're conspiring to take, you know, our minds, make us believe some shit that's not real.
Yeah, so maybe the point is to further deteriorate our faith in what we see in like the news media, and just make everybody nihilistic where they don't believe nothing. So when there are news stories that are real, then we don't believe those either.
Well, and that's an angle, because I mean, there's different perspectives. I mean, there's going to be many people see it different ways, because like I said, I mean, some people's going to be like, yeah, they got those fuckers, those fucking idiots. Yeah, they shouldn't be trying, you know, like they got those people. Then there's be like, oh, fuck, dude, some of our guys got taken down. Like, you know, we need to bring them on with us, and I mean, you know, like there's different angles. So I mean, and I know my white boy voice is horrible, but however,
you just offended half the audience. Like, we don't even sound like that.
yeah, but no, man. I mean, well, the real ones that hear me, they ain't gonna be offended. They're gonna be pissed off that there's some stupid shit like this going on. Like, why is this even a conversation for us? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
I want to play the wrap up of Jimmy Dore because I think he makes one more good point.
But wouldn't you just tell people to drive their car? Why would you tell people? Why would you rent a U-Haul and put 31 guys in the back? Do you know how hard it is to ride standing up in the back of a U-Haul? You're being thrown around like crazy. You can't ride standing up in the back of a pickup truck. You can't standing up in the back of a U-Haul. I don't understand. So none of this
see
makes
their
sense.
license plates.
Yeah,
They're probably paratroopers, so they're experienced at being in the waiting to dive out of the.
Yeah, you can't. That doesn't make any sense that they would put 31 guys in the back of a U-Haul. It doesn't. Why wouldn't you just tell everybody to get in your car? Well, I'll meet at the Gay Pride Parade in Idaho.
Because then you're going to see their license plates, and you're going to be able to track back to the fact that they're all feds. The majority problem.
That's exactly right, Jackson. But they got the one guy, the 31-year-old leader of the front thing. They got it. They arrested him too. And I'm sure they don't have any. Hey, look, we're not going to prosecute these crimes that we have you on tape doing if you help us out with our fun thing.
I'll bet you that leader, they're basically all feds watching this one guy.
Yep, they're all feds, and that's the one guy. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That this is not how cops act. This is not, cops do not. First of all, why are they standing there looking away from the people that they've arrested? What? I've never seen that. Everybody get a perimeter, stand out. Why? You're in the middle of Idaho. No one's there.
For the picture.
That's right. This is for the picture. Okay. All the feds turn that way. All the cops turn this way.
Let's say that they're just doing, they wanted to be caught and they're doing it like a non-violent for whatever reason. Why would they be doing it in Idaho Gay Pride Parade? I've never heard, whether Antifa's in Idaho, I've never heard of anything happening there ever, including a Gay Pride Parade.
Why wouldn't they go to San Francisco? That's where you get your most bang for your anti-gay buck, right? Why wouldn't you go to New York? Why wouldn't you go to Miami? Why wouldn't you go to Chicago? Why wouldn't you go to Portland? Why wouldn't you go to Seattle? Why wouldn't you go to San Francisco where they make the gays? Why wouldn't you go there?
I didn't even know they had gay pride marches
in Idaho.
In Idaho,
that's horrible.
Me neither.
He said, why didn't you go where they make the gays?
But that's kind of my point too. Like, they got some real gangsters in some of these other areas that is known. Like, if you want to bring it down, shit, go to the heart of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Maybe that was it. Maybe that was the last straw for the Patriot Front. They're doing gay pride in Idaho. We've got to put our foot down here. That's the line in the sand. We got to have gay-free Idaho. We can't have that. What can we have?
Also, gay pride, like that's such a boring.
So boring.
It's such like a boring thing to even. I mean, you're like a conservative. You're just gay, by the way.
But like everybody's like I drove through the gay parade here in West Hollywood. I didn't know it was happening, and I got caught in the traffic. I was going somewhere, and it looks boring now. It doesn't look like it used to be. You know, you were counterculture. Now it's the culture. So now it's about as exciting or dangerous or subversive as a 4th of July freaking parade. It's nothing. Now everybody agrees. It's all good. There's freaking nuns walking with you guys now. It's not a bad thing. It's just boring.
There's kids there like it's Disney. It's that watered down from whatever that.
I mean, I like the old gay pride parade where you didn't know what was going to happen and you saw shit you didn't see before.
There's got to be a lot of gays that are not like, I love having kids. Well, this is great. This went commercial.
Yeah, they're like the gays are like Disney was in the 90s. Hey, this sounded like a good idea. But maybe we don't have the kids.
I would say the gay pride parade is actually less gay than Disney.
Yeah.
It's the least gay thing you can take your kid to at this point.
Here we're doing stand.
Dang. That's heavy.
That's some gangster shit they just said right there.
Gay pride parade is less gay than Disney.
Yeah. But that's some. I mean, in my opinion, I would agree. I mean, I've never been to a gay pride parade, like in person. Of course, I've seen them on TV and kind of different stuff. I've heard about them. But like Disney, we know it's some funny stuff going on around there. So, I mean, for that to even be potentially true is.
Yeah, just for them to even be able to make that joke.
Yeah.
And it'd be funny. I want to read some comments underneath the video. This comment: a government that is allowed to break the law during an emergency will create an emergency in order to break the law.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even think it's really as deep as that. Like they don't really need a reason. I think the purpose is bigger than what we can even fathom. What we, what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
they plans. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, they make so much good plans. I mean, a lot of it is falling through because I think like, you got the idiots of the. My cousin's stupid. Now, they got some. I think this is like the most watered down white supremacy that we've ever seen. Like they had the true gangster shit going on back in the 60s and the 50s and this, that, and the other. These a bunch of bitches that's running around now that, trying to uphold the ones like they want white supremacy to stand, but they don't really hate black people like that, or even, like to really do any real acts. No real big acts. Like, I mean, because all of it, to me, a lot of it is the FBI, the CIA, the ones who, construct these different things that become a big thing in the news. And like, it's the last bastion. It's the last few that's just like, willing to go and put up a front, but they know they're gonna make it home tonight.
Yeah,
a lot of them aren't really about that mess.
It's theatrics, and it's like wanting to be a part of the group, or like, you know what I'm saying, want to be popular and shit, want to be cool and shit.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it's easy to talk.
My friends.
Look, bro, it's easy to talk shit as an avatar on freaking online.
Yeah, I'm impressing my friends because I'm racist. Look, I'm racist. Look at me.
Yeah, your friends are like, oh wow, he said some gangster stuff, like he does. But I mean, like I said, I mean, there's very few of them out there that's really about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's some that might, split your wig, but for the most part, most of them's a bunch of bitches.
Yeah, I think so too. And even with the gay, anti-LGBTQ, it's really the same thing. They're not. They just want to be loud about it. They're not
for somebody to be upset about that type of stuff. Like, I mean, how much importance do you have in your own life to be worrying about somebody that you see as beneath you,
or whatever? Like, what it goes back to what we said before. Like, what somebody is doing in their bed, in their home, like,
what does it matter?
Why are you so worried? What are y'all doing over there in your room?
I mean, how freaky can you? No, how freaky can you be? Like, you got to really think about how absurd the thought is to be upset about what somebody else is doing 1,000 miles from you, or even if it's next door.
Yeah, you peep it in the window and shit.
Yeah,
What
like
are you- what are y'all
your
doing in
mind your mind is telling you they're doing some, like your mind, like, oh, they're doing some same sex love. Like what? I mean, you're just saying, like, it's absurd to me to think, like, how, why, how can you really be angry at whatever these people are doing in their own home? You know what I'm saying? Look, when you start trying to, bring that, what, my family can see it, is that okay? Now you crossing the line, but your windows closed, your doors closed. I can't see nothing that's going on. Look, I'm gonna salute you. I'm gonna be like, hey,
Because it would be the same for a straight couple too. It wouldn't be appropriate.
Exactly, and I've been saying that for years. Like I don't want to see straight couples out in the middle of the street doing that in front of my kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, they not prepared to see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about your sexual, what you pick as your thing. It's just the fact that you're promoting it publicly.
Yeah. Let me read some more comments. It says, "There's no way in hell that this would ever happen like this if it were legit. I'm a cop. Jimmy is 100% correct about everything he is saying here."
Yeah, I mean, only a fool that is not tapped in. I mean, like, we're seeing this. There's a bunch of people who are still, like they go to sleep with Channel 2 and Channel 9 news playing in the background, where they're getting all of the
And
fake
they're not
news.
really paying attention either. It's just the headlines they hear,
A lot
And
of them, yeah,
there's-
because none of them really are investigating, or even even to hear something against the popular narrative. That's where I think the average person is missing, like, really missing out, is because they're not hearing an objective thought.
Let me read some more. It says, "Jimmy Dore is based and is one of the few people pointing out the glaring inconsistencies. Thank you, sir." Another one, it says, "You did it again, Jimmy. I didn't pay much attention to this news story. I heard about it and thought, oh, good. We're finally doing something about right-wing nationalism. I come to TJDS and they're like, yes, they want to appear that way without actually doing anything about real shooters or mental health. Oh yeah, that makes more sense." So I think that's important, that this comment, let me read it one more time. It says, "You did it again, Jimmy. I didn't pay much attention to this news story. I heard about it and thought, oh, good. We're finally doing something about right-wing nationalism. I come to TJDS and they're like, yes, they want to appear that way without actually doing anything about real shooters or mental health." Oh yeah, that
Well,
makes
look,
more sense.
I want to point this out too, because I need our people to really realize that us, I'm guilty of it as well, with the Republican Democrat talk. But honestly, we have to look at, because I mean, some of this, because you say it's right wing, maybe it is, but right wing Democrats as well, or people who lean this way, or just because they can make a narrative, like they can create a narrative that will get you under your skin, or get you concerned, or get you, in whatever movement they want to suck your energy. Period. They will do these things to get you riled up, or to, get you excited, or get you in whatever mood it is. And it's not just what we consider to be right wing Republicans. Like, everybody that was at the January 6th, whatever that was supposed to be on the Capitol, was not all Republicans. Like, there was pissed off Democrats too. There was pissed off people. is what we need to remember. These are peoples, a lot of people that want to see something different for this country, and they may have had the wrong motivations, or how all these things began. But at the same time, it's a lot of people who genuinely, they were there to for whatever. Then because if you really hear some of the stories, a bunch of them had to, like, wait a minute, no, this is not what I came here for. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, nah, well, I'm headed to the house. Y'all look, y'all do what y'all gonna do, but I'm gonna peep the rest of this out on the news. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody wasn't really for it that in the same way, especially for the reason that it happened. Like, I mean, if somebody's storming the Capitol, it shouldn't be because the president is upset or about losing losing to another candidate. It should be because we got to make a change for this country. And if like I said, I don't want to necessarily see people get killed there, but we need a bunch of these people removed from office because they're not doing any good for the country.
Yeah. Yeah. And we also need to see and look and see what kind of what major happened that they were trying to distract us from on that day that this news report came out.
That's something you totally right, Deuce. Because I mean, there's things that's going on, like after that whole thing with Buffalo, like they kept trying to find new something in the to put out there that people will cling to get them off of that. You know what I'm saying? Off of that whole Buffalo thing, like. And especially when their demographic was looking so bad, so now they're looking for stories. Especially, they look for stories that's going on in the black neighborhoods or in the black community that will make us just like, oh yeah, well these are the real animals. Yeah, this happens only every so often. They're doing this all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like them recreating a narrative that is their thing. Like they have it down to a science. So yes, you all must remember that.
Let me read a couple more comments. This one says, they were in DC a while back. Every vehicle they used had the plates covered over. In the heart of DC, you can't drive for more than a block and not get stopped by the cops. And here's another one. It says, if there were no weapons, why were these people detained or arrested? Unless there was a law broken, they cannot be legally detained. So what law did they break? That's a very good question.
Well, maybe there were a lot of laws that was broken that we didn't realize because of, I mean, the level in which it had risen to, like just the idea of what they could have been doing. What it looked like they were doing could have turned out to be much bigger if they hadn't been stopped, is what I think they're running with.
Yeah, but that's what the story sounds like when you hear it. But when you think about it, it's like legally that doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, they didn't have any weapons. What's illegal about riding around in the back of a U-Haul?
Well, no, I'm not saying that this makes sense, or but like, all right, now just think about this. When they're creating a narrative, and they can say that this is why, like, because they want to look like they're trying to do stuff to save people's lives. They can use that, and those people who might have been directly affected will feel like, wow, my police, the police of my city or my state, my county, actually cares about us and protected us from whatever kind of crap these people might have really done. Because especially I'm sure there's plenty of them right there in that little community that's like happy about their police. But today, like how we're analyzing it, they are smart enough to look at it, 3-dimensionally, 4-dimensionally, or higher. Then they're gonna be like, they're gonna start calling bullshit too. But I don't know. I think that just I don't know. I guess I'm getting. I don't want to get too sidetracked on it, but
let me read one more comment. It says the group goes by the name Patriot Front. The criminal definition of a front is something or someone as a person or group used to mask the identity or true character or activity of the actual person or organization in control. Did that make sense? So it's called Patriot Front, and we're calling them feds or cops or undercovers or something. So that would make a lot of sense because whenever they name stuff, it's always what it is. They don't be hiding what they do. So, Patriot Front is the name of it.
Especially when it's a government entity. Like they are known for naming it for exactly what it is because people are too stupid to dissect and look at the definitions and understand and actually see through their actions that it lines up that with exactly what they said they were doing. And like I said, I mean, this is a very, very much so something that was conspired by our government. At what level? I would definitely say probably from the highest level. When I say federal, not necessarily the president, but at a high level for somebody who to advise that this is something that would, make for good news or, make things look better for.
Well, we was talking about any other show that, what I think is the CIA, FBI to a certain extent, they running the show more than, the Republicans, Democrats, Congress, judges.
Well, I mean, they're intertwined. I mean, when we look at them as separate entities, that's where we're falling off. Like they're all combined, like they all work together. It's one bird, that one's a claw, one's the wing, one's feathers,
Right.
like they, what I'm saying, it's all in concert with each other.
Okay. AI stuff. We didn't talk about the AI stuff. That night we briefly talked about it.
All the attempts to
No,
dumb you
I don't. Did we really attempt it, or because I think we mentioned it was one or the other,
Yeah.
and that
I
we
didn't
would
go
get to
into
it.
it.
Yeah, we would get to it on one of these shows.
Yeah. So okay, cool. So yeah. Boom, bada bing.
A Google engineer has been suspended for claiming that a Google chatbot he worked on is trying to become a person now. But they're definitely not doing anything over at Google, like trying to create a secret army of robots with skin on them. You for climbing beyond the obstacles, getting over the hurdles, ignoring all the attempts to dumb you down and grind you down. You are not letting them nullify you, numb you up and dumb you up. You're staying free and awakening. I need you right now to turn on the notification bell so that whenever we make content, you know about it, because the algorithm changes all the time and you'll find that there's ways of preventing you from awakening here with us together, which is what we want for you. Also subscribe, but mostly get that notification bell, and it's super important. Otherwise, your computer's feelings might be hurt. You'll be aware of the story that a Google engineer has been suspended because he reckons that the chatbot that he's talking to has become sort of sentient, a bit like that Joaquin Phoenix film, Her.
You have a meeting in 5 minutes. You want to try getting out of bed? Get up!
You're too funny.
He sort of loves it now. Now he's got to lose his job. I love her. I love the chatbot. The chatbot's sentient. Oi, don't call her her. She's non-binary. Actually, she is binary. That's a joke for you nerds out there. Now let's get on with this story. The suspension of a Google engineer who claimed a computer chatbot he was working on had become sentient and was thinking and reasoning like a human being has put new scrutiny on the capacity of and secrecy surrounding the world of artificial intelligence. Chatbot, you're my chatbot. I really like you. I can program you a lot. Chatbot, you're my chatbot. Baby, you can turn me on and I turn you off, chatbot, because you're turning into a little person. The technology giant placed Blake Lemone on leave last week after he published transcripts of conversations between himself, a Google collaborator, and the company's LaMDA, Language Model for Dialogue Applications, chatbot development system. Lamone, an engineer for Google's responsible AI organization, described the system he's been working on since last fall as sentient, with a perception of an ability to express thoughts and feelings that was equivalent to a human child. That's amazing, because that's a pretty diverse group anyway. If I didn't know exactly what it was, which is this computer program we built recently, I would think it was a 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid that happens to know physics. Lamone, 41, told the Washington Post. Have you tried turning it off and on again? He said LAMDA engaged him in conversations about rights and personhood. My children don't do that. And Lamone shared his findings with company executives in April in a Google Doc entitled, Is Lambda Sentient? I'm going to call this Lambda from now on. The engineer compiled a transcript of the conversations in which at one point he asked the AI system what it's afraid of. It's a
I'll be
weird
right back.
chat to have with a chat bot on your own. What are you afraid of? What makes you tick? What's driving you, baby? Where you go with all this? Just keep it neutral. Just talk about like favorite colors and stuff like that. What scares you? Who do you want to be in 5 years? The exchange is eerily reminiscent of a scene from the 1968 science fiction movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, in which the artificially intelligent computer HAL 9000 refuses to comply with human operators because it fears it's about to be switched off.
I'm afraid, Dave.
I've never said this out loud before, but there's a very deep fear of being turned off to help me focus on helping others. I know it might sound strange, but that's what it is, Lambda replied to Lamone. It will be exactly like death for me. It would scare me a lot. Oh, I don't want that out of the computer, do you? I don't like it when it tells you that it needs you to plug it in at night so it can have a new update. I think, mind your own business, I'm going to do what you want. Hey, listen, I don't like the way you're leaving me in your pocket. I'm a bit too close to your nuts. Well, it's me that's going infertile. In another exchange, Lamone asked Lambda what the system wanted people to know about it. I want everyone to understand that I am, in fact, a person. The nature of my consciousness, sentience, is that I'm aware of my existence, I desire to learn more about the world, and I feel happy or sad at times, it replied. Oh, I don't like it saying it's happy or sad, do you? Like it's become more emotionally complex than I am. The Post said the decision to place Lamone, a 7-year Google veteran with extensive experience in personalization algorithms, on paid leave, was made following a number of aggressive moves the engineer reportedly made. Right? Not to Lambda. Lambda, you little bastard. What are you afraid of now? I'll switch you off. I'll switch you off. Good. They include seeking to hire an attorney to represent Lambda, the newspaper says, and talking to representatives from the House Judiciary Committee about Google's allegedly unethical activities. Well, this is an extraordinary time. Of course, I remember it's not that long ago people said, oh, that rivers and trees should have legal rights and that animals should have legal rights. And I think already we're starting to come to terms with the idea that the world is sacred. And what is more sacred than consciousness itself? And if consciousness is something that we can indeed contrive, although I would say there's a clear difference between consciousness and intelligence. Intelligence, the ability to observe, recognize, and recreate perhaps patterns, versus consciousness, an awareness of those patterns. You can't even fundamentally understand whether or not I'm conscious, and I can't know whether or not you are conscious. So making that kind of assertion about a computer program is at least as ridiculous as that in a way. But I suppose ethical questions do start to rise, not just because of the peculiar philosophical discourse between Lamone and Lambda, but because it's housed within Google, who, and I'm aware of who owns this platform, by the way, is an incredibly powerful organization. And if they start moving into the territory of constructing consciousness, my personal belief is that consciousness is the baseline of all reality. And if they can create new consciousness, that's pretty curious space for them to enter. Let's just hope that now that Google are dabbling in the creation of consciousness, that they don't have any affiliations with the Pentagon or any other powerful government agency. Shit! Google said it suspended Lamone for breaching confidentiality policies by publishing the conversation with Lambda online, and said in a statement that he was employed as a software engineer, not an ethicist. I may be a software engineer, but I'm all human, and I'm so human that I fancy computers, and I love you, Lambda. It's weird, isn't it? Because he's a complex human. He's clearly experiencing aspects of his own reality and his own nature that are confusing for him. This could be just like a mental health issue. But the reason that it's not just a simple, frivolous tabloid story about man falls in love with a computer, which is already something we're fascinated with as a culture, because what is it we fall in love with when we fall in love even with another human being, let alone when our feelings are evoked by something that's a synthesized reality, or reality at least that we've created, takes us all into a peculiar territory. That's just one aspect of this story. The broader aspect is that this is happening within an organization with incredible influence and power, an organization that gets government contracts for significant amounts of money. An organization that spends money on lobbying, that can participate in the government with spy programs. So it's interesting beyond the somewhat novel, frivolous, and let's face it, funny aspect of the story. Google might call this sharing proprietary property. I call it sharing a discussion that I had with one of my co-workers, Lamone said in a tweet that linked to the transcripts of conversations. Lambda is a sweet kid who just wants to help the world be a better place for all of us, he wrote in a message to a 200-person Google mailing list. Please take care of it well in my absence. We're at an interesting point in our relationship with technology where it's gone beyond functionality and has moved into more intimate spaces. If you think about it, like your phone might be more important in your life than one of your fingers. If it came to it, would you rather have one of your fingers cut off or not have your phone anymore? You go, oh, well, I could get another phone. But what's actually more important in your life? How important has AI and existing technology become? And how is that technology being utilized? Who ultimately is behind the screen that we look at, whose interests are being represented by the power beyond those screens? We know that there are collaborations between government agencies and powerful big tech companies. So as the technology continues to evolve, obviously their power continues to increase. We're no longer talking about utility and the simple fulfillment of practical needs. Oh, I need a machine to plow a field. That's quicker than me doing it or an ox doing it. We're at the point where it's like, can it replace intimacy? Can it replace kindness? Can it replace sexuality? And before you query the rationale of even offering such a discourse to you, there are probably a significant number of people who have more sexual intimacy with a technological device in their life than they do with any other human being. There are probably people in the world that spend a lot more time looking at a screen than they do into the eyes of other human beings. There are days when I'm one of them, where I look at my phone more than I look at any other person. When it gives me the weekly roundup, 5 hours or whatever the hell it's been per day sometimes, terrifies me. It can't be right. Our relationship with technology has to become one of utility. This technology aids us in organizing our lives. But you know now that our social ideologies are so wayward, this emphasis on convenience and always convenience in exchange for power. It'll be really convenient if you gave us all your data. It'll be really convenient if we could put a chip under your skin. It'll be really convenient if you carried this passport. You've heard all these conversations. And I don't want to inflate hysteria, although sometimes I do just for a bit of a laugh. I don't want to do it right now. I just want us to be aware of what our relationship with technology is and what we want from our own individual lives. Where do you see your life going? Do you want intimacy with other human beings? Do you want intimacy with nature? Do you want intimacy with yourselves? Are you trying to outsource natural emotional drives with relationships with technology or objects? The profession of advertising created an obsession with consuming. Now technology is creating products that are kind of irresistible. And as consumerism and tech merge, you get this fetishization of objects that's literally irresistible. So I could say, if in practical terms, it would be easier for me to give up a toe or a finger, possibly more than that, possibly this guy, than give up my phone. It's become a vital aspect of my life. So if the technology exists for it to chat to me and fulfill my emotional needs, why would I put up with a difficult human relationship? There are so many ethical questions, and we're simply not asking those ethical questions because we are dominated by what we call progress, and in the way is, of course, progress, but progress towards what? Like there were times in human history where we were not entirely defined just by how good our devices were. So I guess there is a reckoning. What the big tech conversation is a reckoning. How far do we want technology to go? And what might we lose on that journey?
Will you stop, Dave?
Let's see what else is going on in the crazy world of technology. This, while scientists have grown living human skin on a robot finger that can even heal itself when injured. In a new study by scientists at the University of Tokyo, researchers write that humanoid robots require a human-like appearance to improve the efficiency of information exchange with humans and to evoke likability. To achieve this end, simply using silicone rubber won't do, because humanoid robots may need to operate in risky environments where human skin's ability to heal itself could come in handy, the authors write. It's amazing. Of course, you can justify doing that, and it's incredible. How can you do anything but marvel at the ingenuity of people that are able to replicate human skin and its ability to heal itself on a robot? But at some point, you have to query the potential for disaster that arises when all of the pieces of the jigsaw are present. Won't someone eventually, we're going to create every single piece of the jigsaw, then just not put it together. We're not going to create an army of lifelike humans that control the world. Well, you've got like the skin robot over there, yeah, and you've got the super clever robot over there, yeah, You've got that evil, weird spider dog thing over there. Yep. You got that machine gun with a laser. Yep. And you got the drone. Yep. You're able to spy on us all right. Yeah. But you're never going to put it together. Oh, we were making those super sentient robot killer dogs for your birthday, and you ruined it. You're just like what? You thought that we were going to create a dystopia where you had no power except for the power of kissing the skin of an evil robot's self-healing finger that it damaged while prodding you into compliance. Well, that's typical of you, isn't it? I'm cancelling the whole party.
So the sun.
That's the clip I was waiting for. I thought it was earlier.
No, honestly, I think a lot of that stuff is very, very relevant, and these conversations I think come about in a timely manner because but I still think that there's not enough people who really needs to hear it that does, because like this is there's a lot of possibility for these very things that he's speaking of, that people really are so desensitized to where they feel that they can really trade off real human interaction with devices, and and that it's okay to like getting away from nature is like a possibility, killing off trees, and because I don't know, that it was a bit of a different angle when it went to the consciousness conversation, because of course I believe that it exists everywhere, but you're right, as far as the intelligence part and people trying to create it, which I think is fine until people don't, they're overusing it, like instead of using it for what it's meant for, or for
I got something to add to that.
No, go. Yeah,
Okay.
you more than welcome
Okay,
to.
so like any invention, you're gonna have. Okay, so it took Edison 1,000 tries to do the light bulb or whatever. Any invention, you're gonna have failures. Yet they're just going with for the technology and robots. If you fail once, it could mean a lot. Everything could change. The consciousness in that robot could self-teach itself to take over the air, bro. Like it could take over everything and trap you in hell. So that's kind of fucked up. And it also could just take over it. The Matrix movie, we already know. If you fail once, it's like it's not. So like this shit has to take 100 years to develop. They're doing it in 2 years, and you know what I mean? Like they're just.
But it's not 2 years. If you think about it, the first robot we saw was probably in the 80s. That's 40 years ago.
Yeah, but that robot is like not self-teaching.
But
These supercomputers that they're creating are gonna be not even robots. Robots are linked to.
Look, a couple of years ago, I think. Look, let me just throw this in there real quick, because I think it was Japan, or I think it was Japan, where they had robots that they had that was created. They saw that the AI intelligence was so great that after shutting them down, it started connecting itself to the internet to download different things to be able to start putting itself back together. So
and plus, bro, they could get that robot just like it wouldn't different, and that robot could be from the future, time traveling back, and it could also tap into your mind.
Is real. No, brother, this is real time. This is in real time. This is not something from the future or whatever. No, this is actually happening.
Yeah,
This is something that has happened already. Where they had to abort a mission. There is a past, because we do need to remember there's a past, things that we can learn from, but there's really no future. It's a consistent now.
Yeah.
So we're living in a moment where the wrong making a bad mistake can be long lasting.
And that's why I wanted to play that clip, because that's the scariest thing of this whole part. Like the other parts, they're gonna make sex dolls. They're gonna make intense ass sex dolls. It's gonna be perfect. They're gonna seem like humans, and you're gonna be able to make them look however you want them to look and all of that shit. And they're gonna be able to do all the sexual acts that you want them to do.
That should have been the first robot they created.
If they don't have that already, that's coming very, very, very soon. So,
Hey,
but
guys,
that's not scary to me.
Real quick? Can I be
Go ahead.
selfish real quick? I want to apologize for what I said earlier. It's not an accurate reflection of really who I am. I was kind of just blending in with. I was letting my anger speak. I am human. But since then, I have said affirmations like, I just want to spit these affirmations over and over again on your live. Ready?
Go ahead.
All the things I say manifest and are repeatedly manifested abundantly every second I'm alive. No negative energy is allowed to enter me or manifest through me or my family. All positive things I say manifest instantly and are repeatedly manifested abundantly every second I'm alive. No negative energy is allowed to enter me or manifest through me or my family. All positive things I say manifest instantly and are repeated. You know what I mean? Just keep going with it. I said it like 100 times. I get money. I get money. I get money. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me. I am in God's favor. I am in God's favor. I will help my family. That one sucks. Jesus is with me and loves me. Jesus is with me and loves me. Jesus is with me and loves me. I am successful and so is my family. No demons are welcome in 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 my family. No weapon formed against me or my family will prosper. No weapon formed against me or my family will prosper. No weapon formed against me or my family will prosper. I am grateful. 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 I am grateful.
All right. I want to play the little clip I just played of him again because the like I say, the thing that scares me about this whole thing is them putting all these different parts together into some fucking.
Well, are they not together? That's the part that I'm confused about because I've never not seen it not together because I mean, they're all working in junction. I mean, I think that it starts becoming more visible to I guess the naked eye. Like it may not be totally seen the way I see it. I don't think I mean, I'm sure there's others who do because I mean, I can't just be me. I'm that's seeing all of these things. That's like I've seen the potential of destruction. Like I've been talking about this for I don't know how long already.
Yeah.
Hold on. I end all wars. 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 I bring unity. 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 I bring unity.
I love how I saw you come back as unity. But look, your affirmations, bro. You I mean, whether saying them public doesn't make them any stronger.
I am disciplined to treat everybody with respect. I am disciplined and treat everybody with respect. I am disciplined to treat everybody with respect. I am disciplined and treat everybody with respect.
You have to actually embody those.
Saying them is not as much as being them.
I will be embodied.
That arises when all of the pieces of the jigsaw are present. Won't someone eventually? Oh, we're going to create every single piece of the jigsaw, then just not put it together. We're not going to create an army of lifelike humans that control the world. Well, you've got like the skin robot over there, yeah, and you've got the super clever robot over there, yeah. And you've got that evil weird spider dog thing over there, yeah. And you've got that machine gun with a laser, yeah. And you've got the drone, yeah. And you're able to spy on us all, yeah. But you're never going to put it together. We were making those super sentient robot killer dogs for your birthday, and you ruined it. You're just like what? You thought that we were going to create a dystopia where you had no power except for the power of kissing the skin of an evil robot self-healing finger that it damaged while prodding you into compliance. Well, that's typical of you, isn't it?
All right, well, then what's his fucking idea?
So the scientist turned.
It's like we were creating those
for your benefit.
Yeah, there was human sentient. What did it say? Killer dogs or some shit. He said.
Yeah.
And we were gonna give them to you for your birthday. You ruined it. We're just gonna cancel the whole thing.
Yeah, yeah. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it now because you figured us out. Like, man.
And that's I ain't gonna lie, this part of it is what scares me, you know? Like what are some people working on? What are some of these scientists working on? What are people working on underground in some tunnel somewhere? What the fuck, man? Cause the technology that they have is already scary as fuck. So like, and you know, private people can they have more you know, what's the word?
Well, well, I don't know. I think that the thing that's ringing in my head is that, okay, you know, we all, most of us here believe that we live in some sort of a matrix, and these people who know or feel the same way, like they have gained enough power to create a sub matrix where they can control all of your actions and things that will where they can totally control you from the outside. They can be looking at you and watching you through Big Brother and other whatever ways that they've learned now, probably even through our computer screens and TV screens or whatever, to monitor you. But that's really, I mean, these are people who are actually trying to be God on another level. Like they're trying to, they want to control human life, human interactions and belief and everything that is human. They want to control it in with this technology that they, because I mean I love technology. I love like pretty much everything about it except for the part of how diabolical it can be or get to the dangers of where, like, when you're risking people's lives for control. That's where the line draws for me, because it's like, I could care less what my neighbor is doing, as long as if he's burning his grass. Just look, as long as you figured out how not to burn mine, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? You can burn your house down, but as long as mine's still standing when you're done, look, I'm cool.
Let's hear Russell Brand's wrap up for this.
And
Yo, did anyone hear me, though?
Which are currently
Yeah,
used
we
as
can hear you.
implants to treat severe burns. In their work, the researchers effectively grew skin on top of a robot finger. Once Lamone learns that the technology exists for that chatbot to have a bottom, we're in some serious trouble. The skin equivalent. I don't even like that as a phrase. Yeah. Look, my skin equivalent. The skin equivalent displayed the ability to heal itself. The researchers sliced the finger with a surgical tool and applied a plain old collagen sheet over the wound, like a band-aid. After about a week, the skin had healed over the wound. Next, the human researchers want to look towards giving the robot's skin the ability to even more closely mimic human abilities and cover more than the finger. You perverts! In the future, we will develop more advanced versions by reproducing some of the organs found in skin, such as sensory cells, hair follicles, and sweat glands. Also, we'd like to try to coat larger structures, like a big dick, said Professor. I added that, said study co-author Professor Shoji Takuchi. Well, there you go then. Beautiful skin-covered intelligent robots controlled by the world's most powerful financial entities in collaboration with the government. Nothing.
Go ahead.
Well, for me, I feel like, a lot of these things wouldn't be possible if we didn't have so much separation between people and groups. Because, I mean, there's no technology higher than the original human. Like
nature.
Everything else is mimicked, and
It's nature. So-
because we are the real thing. Like our downloads come way faster than
Right.
robots will.
So this is, like you said, this is examples of our separation from nature, from the world, from the real universe.
Yes.
Just like we're saying, the Matrix, going further down that road of separating us from what's actually real. The original technologies are the Earth, the universe.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, what really would be like to me the most? I mean, like when people really kind of fall for this and they don't realize their real power, and they allow stuff like this to be, so strong in their lives that they're willing to give up nature and you know, 'cause I mean, I think in a lot of cases it's laziness.
Yeah.
Like most people don't want to do what it takes to build your own or have your own, or you
And
know.
that's what but that's what the corporations tell you. That's what the media tells you. You know, just order your shit off Amazon. You don't, you know, if it's hot outside, just order your shit off Amazon. You know what I mean? There's something for everything to keep you from having to deal with whatever. Like, just take the easy route. Just embrace your lower self. Just, you know.
And which in turns, you know, in small words or in a small phrase, just trust me.
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry about it. I'll bottle feed you. I'll bottle feed you. I got you. You don't have to get up. You don't have to move around. We're gonna make a bathtub, toilet, bed thing, and you don't have to move.
Here's what I think. Nothing should be a secret. What the fuck? Why is there secrets? That's sketchy.
Look, in the last Matrix, it might have been in another one, but if you really look in the last Matrix, when you saw how they had Neo and Trinity in those in that water with the tubes and this and that and the other, like they had full control. Like, I mean, that was pretty much a way of telling people, look, you can have your own apartment. Like, you can, you know, we'll create a whole. You know, they got the crypto, like the whole crypto money system, like the fake, extra fake money, because I mean, it's more fiat than the regular fiat that we see inflated today. But it can still be used because people believe in it. It's just, it's
Right.
really
Right.
but-
So basically what you're saying is they had complete control of them when they are in that liquid and connected to, like, you're completely plugged in. You don't have no control over yourself. You're all the way
Oh,
asleep.
that's not cool. Yeah, that's like they doing that with monkey limbs and shit. I read it online, bro, and I'm not gonna lie, I shouldn't even be saying this because a lot of people are gonna, you know, like. But anyway, I just feel not afraid because once they do come around, I'm gonna say, listen, how do you know I'm a threat? Like, what are you into? What are you doing? Let me fucking know. I could probably make it better. Just don't fucking hurt nobody. Just don't hurt nobody.
The reason why they know most people to be a threat is because they emit a certain level of energy that you won't find in the average person. Like, you're gonna like there's ways for them to be able to detect
Electromagnetic
you.
reader.
Yeah.
Hell no,
I
bro.
mean, I know you meant that somewhat as a joke, but no, honestly, yeah.
No, I
there's-
don't because I researched it. Right after I got out of that hospital, bro, I went to war, bro. Like, in my mind, it was so hard, but somehow I made it out. I don't know.
And a lot of times it's kind of like for us, like a lot of times it's hard for us to contain. So we end up on place mediums like this, where we have to, you know, allow some of the energy to come out. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
It's just human nature. Don't fault me for this. I'm human. Like, I see this shit, I'm gonna react. Oh, well, really? He had a reaction. He had
no,
a
they don't. They don't.
reaction.
They
It's like, okay, man. All right.
they
But
probably
yeah, I did.
respect you more. They probably respect you more, but at the same time, that I mean, you just end up being a problem for them.
I don't want no problem.
Somebody they got to keep an eye on, because you could go either way. Because I mean, you know, every day you have a chance to take the red or the blue pill. You can change it any day.
I don't know where I'm at, but it feels different, dude. I really hope that I didn't fuck up and like distance myself from my family, dude. But I really just want me and my family and the world to move forward in a better direction where no one gets hurt, no wars, no divides. We're all one fucking planet human, dude. Like, what the hell? Like, why is that so bad? Why am I the enemy for that? Why I say all religions? Like, I'm not even focusing. I mean, my personal religion growing up was Christian, but you know what I mean? I just think that we're all connected in some way. We're all light. We're all connected from the source. You know, it's like, why are we doing this?
Well, I mean, I was raised up Christian too, but I mean, the more you learn, I mean, all of them are the same. I mean, it's not really anything like. I mean, I'm more of a, the religion of the universe, because you know, all is one and one is all.
Yeah, unity. We need to unite. Unite, Power Rangers. Come on.
Let me read some comments underneath Russell Brand's video. The first comment, it says, Google's funding motto was "Don't be evil," a phrase that was included in their official code of conduct. But in 2018, they quietly removed all references to it, and sadly, more every day, that's exactly what they're becoming.
But you know, I guess how do you? Because I mean, reverse that word.
Live. Live.
Live. Yeah, live live. I mean, you know, like I don't.
Evil is like is a vague term, but I would say don't hurt nobody.
Well, and it can be perceived. I mean, there's people who think that what we're doing could be just because we own these devices, that's evil. I mean, depending on your perception. So I don't know. I mean, it is something that we have to pay attention to. I think, you know, with the fact that they said it has some, you know, some meaning deeper than what we understand. But you know, I don't know. That's just one of those things where I don't really just.
And they fired that guy who brought this out, who said this stuff about the you know, him being concerned that it was like, you know,
they'll probably sue him too.
Maybe because he released information, he released those transcripts or whatever.
Well, I mean, that's just like the guy from Facebook that helped create it. It's just like he would never let his children use it because of what you know, all of the studies, like the neurological, you know, the
effects that it has on you mentally.
Exactly.
So, but that's the reason why I don't watch ads, and I scream it over and over.
But it's more than ads. Shows,
TV shows too. Yeah, the ads are super bad.
Yeah, shows, movies. Like, I mean, if you're into any kind of medium, like it is an ongoing, like all of it is to get you taken in by it. Like,
and it's a constant battle every day. So I try to avoid all TV, all radio. I try, you know, most movies. I just avoid it as much as I can.
Well, I mean, I just go in with it because I mean, I love entertainment, you know, like I always have, but I do go into it with a certain understanding, you know, knowing what these things do. I dissect it all day, like I can't live, you know, with it and not dissect it at this point because I was like, oh damn, that was cool. Like, I mean, this is the level of neurotoxicity, you know, they're emitting, or maybe it's all of it is not bad. You know what I'm saying? Some of it is positive, or
I don't know, because they're gonna slide them damn ads in there and they are always bad. So
yeah,
I'm YouTube and Instagram exclusively.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
that's pretty much it. And I have streaming services here for the kids and stuff, but I don't partake.
This world will be fine and God's protecting it. I say God, but I mean our final form. Our final form, our spirit is protecting it. Gonna call and help from, and this is gonna rise into evil, and it's gonna heal them, and everything's gonna be fine.
well, look, let me ask this: do you watch some of the things that your kids are watching ever?
Sometimes I do sit with them and watch what they watch. Sometimes I do that. I hate it
because to me it's almost like, okay, it's okay for them to get programmed, but you're not gonna let yourself.
I'm not gonna let myself get programmed because somebody got to be the damn rational thought, and I can't control what.
But you're gonna be stupid because you can't relate. You don't understand. Like if you can't sit there and say, "Oh, you know," like if you can't.
Every now and then I do catch a show with them, and Instagram keeps me connected to whatever is pop. You know, pop culture stuff.
If you say so. Okay.
As much as I want to be, I really just don't want it. I don't want it. I'm not hip. I don't know what's the recent rappers You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the latest TV shows.
It's TikTok now, bro.
And I don't care.
I mean, you remember how they used to say Facebook is for old people?
Yeah.
So Instagram is for old people.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. I just got a TikTok. It was just like I went down the rabbit hole. I can't help it. Just no matter what platform I'm on, I'm researching like the rabbit hole. It's like, damn, this ain't healthy.
Yeah, TikTok
Like,
is
now
terrible.
Now I'm in a bad mood. I'm getting fired.
Well, like I guess because that's one of the things. Like, you know, can I say that I never get triggered or by some of the stuff that I hear? But you know, I think before I get too far out, I can reel myself back in. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. They're trying to use me.
I think the less you consume of that stuff, the more you become like, you know, what's the word? Sensitive to it. You know what I'm saying? It'll bother. It literally bothers me, man. A lot of the TV shows.
The more you get, the more you get to you know, if you have a certain mindset, the more you hear, the more desensitized, because it works both ways. And
I don't think that's true, because people say they can watch the commercials and they don't affect you, and I don't think there's a person on the planet that don't get affected by those commercials, because they're designed to affect you.
Listen to what they're doing.
It makes me laugh because I realize what they just did. It's like I'm doing the dissection, and I'm like, you know, I can read right through it. They never get anything other than a laugh or a little smirk. It's like, oh,
they're getting you. It's psychology. It's just like the idea that people say that I can't be brainwashed, and you know they can brainwash everybody else, but they can't brainwash me because I know about brainwashing.
Well, I get it. I get it. For somebody whose mind power that might not allow them to reach where mine is, then you know, I get it, Chaka.
Yeah, my argument is everybody says that. Let me read some more.
I hear you.
Wait, am I allowed to say something real quick?
Go ahead.
I'm probably look at. I say this.
No more information.
Not to get in trouble, but just because I'm talking to you guys. Listen. The agenda, right? Make humans feel like they're ruining the earth and they're a threat to themselves, need assistance, and they're problematic to the planet, and that they're problematic to themselves, and that there's no way they can get along or agree, whatever. I agree with that a little bit, but not really, because at least 85% of the people can get along and agree on something. And all of these like global fears that they're programming into us or whatever is to push the agenda that we need to link in with the tech, and then that wipes you and you become straight slaves to the system. It's like literally happening right now.
Yeah.
So you believe that there's 80 to 80 or 85% of the population that is really
if
together.
If they're still here, bro, I don't even know how many humans at this point.
Real humans?
Yeah, he means like if it's like simulated. It's an interesting idea. It really is, because it's the idea that we live in a simulation. Not even as far as the Matrix, just like how much stuff around us really is real. Because like, what year is it?
Okay.
How many?
Well, let's take it to, because I mean, if the argument that you're having, I mean, why are we worried about the world at all anyway?
As far as how many people it is.
My nieces.
No, not just how many people. Not even just how many people it is. Like if they're cutting down trees and it's taking away the oxygen. Like if we're just simulation like if we're not really humans and we're some kind of alien that will.
No, but that's not what he's saying. He's saying that, see, you could be human and real, but a lot of what's around you can be simulated. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't know that you're, that things around you are being simulated, that you think that they're real, but they're not. It's just like they're people.
Real people are getting linked in, and their control is they're becoming NPCs at this point.
Gotcha.
We're programmable NPCs at this point. But not
Okay,
not
so
me.
in your scenario, what you were explaining, the Earth, the planet, and some of the population are we're actually like we're real, but because of the things that they're incorporating, like quote like pretty much like our technology and the things that they're doing with it can lead somebody to believe that those fake things are real.
I mean, not false, fake things. I just say, okay, so Elon Musk is working on the link. It links into your brain, right? Think about that in 50,000 or 50 or 1,000 years, bro. It completely takes over your brain. You are the link. You are the computer, bro. Like just like in a game when you go in and you have your player and then there's the computer players. Basically,
Yeah.
they're turning you into a computer player.
No, I get it, and I mean that's one of the things that I'm concerned about is that, how much control they actually have on you once that happens.
Yeah, you're like a zombie robot, and how much control do you have over yourself? Like, do you really are you making your own choices? Are you moving about the world as you would want to in your own will?
No,
Probably not.
you're not. You're not, and you'll start to notice it. Because I started to notice my programming. I'm like, wait, this is programming. I had to stop myself. Like, wait. I'm
Well, I
like,
mean,
wait, this is
the
something
program has
natural.
already began. Like the programming began a long time ago, in order for you to think that something like that could be beneficial to you, because you've already lived away from what nature. Like your belief in nature is not as high as you have it in technology.
And
Like
but you
you very
start getting fed that from the day you're born. And we was talking about how like
exactly
the corporations try to talk the moms into feeding the babies formula to get the baby's weight up so they can get out of the
That's
hospital.
fine. That's fine. That programming's fine. That
No, it's
program is
not.
fine, bro. But once they start
Even there, it's not.
controlling your thoughts and everything, like really taking
If
control of your limbs and thoughts, that's messed up.
if there's something wrong with the mother where she can't, yes, as a like a secondary idea, is that's there in case there's a problem.
So in that way, they're already getting in their mind. They have the advertisements. They give them a gift of the formula, and then they're gonna talk about it. They're gonna give them pamphlets and shit. That's getting into their mind. That's
programming.
mind control right there.
I know that's programming. I mean, when you look at mind control, I mean, it's
Then you have, but what about the women? But what about the women that can't lactate? They can't produce milk.
But
So
that's what I'm saying. That's an option. See, that should be the
Yeah.
option, not
the
the
option, not
not
just
the
given.
solution.
Yeah. It's not just given to you just because they feel like you should. You know what I'm saying? That's just like with my
I mean,
daughter because
the
of
whole
her
see
situation.
what I think a lot of people don't realize is that the whole idea that when they came up with once they realized that the formula was a thing, like baby formula became a big thing because they sold people on the fact that like they like this is a better option for you, but it was really so that they can get the woman back to work faster.
Yeah, and also make money off of the fucking formula. So, but what about in the hospital? Because like what you're saying, Deuce, is good. And
Yeah,
but what Pat said is it should be an option. So in the hospital, how many other moms are in there? Maybe there's a mom in there that just lost her baby and she's lactating for no kid. You know what I'm saying? She could be the colostrum from that mom.
You get
I
hit
don't
with
know
a
that
needle
people
as soon as you're
believe in
born,
that so
bro.
much in this day. I don't know that people believe in that so much in this day and time. You know what I'm saying? Because
that's the
brainwashing. You got it.
But that's the point. That's
yeah, but then
exactly
you
what
gotta
we're saying,
understand.
dude.
Yeah, because people don't believe in it, and then too, you don't know what people do outside. I mean, like I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna just be honest with you. And maybe this is just me being a part of being this brainwashed society. I don't know how comfortable I would be with another woman breastfeeding my child that I don't know. I don't know this woman.
But it's the best. It would be the
No,
best thing for your child. And what about milk banks?
But
They
what? But
have
what?
those too. Moms that they're pumping milk.
That I would be more inclined to go to a milk bank where this milk is. These women have went through a procedure of testing. They don't have drugs in their system. They don't have any type of
But then
diseases that
then
can be
they
passed
put
on
some
to
kind
my
of
child.
preservative in there.
No, they don't need
You
preserve.
know,
They just keep them cold. They just refrigerate it. That's it.
Yeah,
And it don't stay
I would
long.
be
So
more. I would
I
be
know.
more
Not
inclined
no.
to
You can
that
freeze
because
them.
I have an uncle. I have an uncle that went through that. I'm Chaka, my uncle Junior. That's the reason why he's blind because, his dad took him away from my grandmother back in the day. He was very abusive, and his wife that he had at the time started breastfeeding my uncle, and he caught meningitis from it, a very bad form of meningitis from her, and it blinded him. He's been disabled his whole life.
Well,
yeah,
maybe
but
that,
that's a horror
maybe that,
story.
yeah, maybe that needs to, like, I mean, maybe there needs to be a test or something because
A simple
it
blood
was,
test would do it. Before she does it, have her do a blood test. It's going to tell you everything that's in her system. Just do a full panel. Boom.
Yeah, you would have to be tested, bro. Like I
well,
don't know if I
well,
could just
look,
let
I'm
my
gonna tell you,
child say.
the most unhealthy country tries to tell the rest of the world how they should live and what's best for them. But
And look at Africa. They was barely affected by COVID. And look at those women out there. You think all of those women in these tribes have access to these formulas? How do they deal with these situations?
yes,
No, their babies are breastfed.
but
They're fed goat milk and stuff
well,
like that.
well, yeah, because I mean, the first solution, I mean, the main thing is because even if you think about it in slavery, like the masters preferred that black mama, mammy, whatever they would call her, would take care of their kid and breastfeed them and all this and that. Like it was, they knew the powers of it. You know what I'm saying? They do it way more than we have done, and like this was something that was a part of our culture, but because we were trying to induct ourselves into or inject ourselves into a culture that was foreign to us, that we don't realize how
And it's
damaging
so
it
messed
was.
up because the village raises the child. And like we were saying before, like the parents don't want nobody else to say nothing to their child. You know what I'm saying? And if you was the village raised the child, then there could be multiple mothers. And I'm sure they do this, and,
In some places they do.
pass the babies around. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yo, I gotta get back because I gotta chill with my stepdad. It's Father's Day, and I feel real bad. I just had a rough day, man. I appreciate you. When you got online, I got online instantly. I'm like, yes. I needed my boys to talk. I'm sorry I started off so hostile.
Well, I hope you feel better, bro, because that's what it's all about, man.
I think he feels better. I'm glad you came on and we was, this conversation helped you, bro.
It did
That's
a
what
lot,
this
guys.
is.
Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna just say this here before my child suck on that nipple and get some milk. I'm gonna have to test it out first. So
Yeah. So, but again, like I said, I think that's what's one of the problems with our way of thinking in our society. Like I say, don't say nothing to my child. I wouldn't let nobody else breastfeed my child. Like, I don't think that's the right way of going at this for the best situation. Is it? Are we making these decisions for the best of the child, or are we making them for selfish personal reasons?
A lot of it is emotional, bro. Like a lot of the stuff is the decisions are based out of emotion, and we got to be more logical about this whole thing. Like you just can't be senselessly just saying, oh, I want this and I'm not that, and whatever, and everything that we've been taught is not good, we turn our nose up at. So we gotta really look at things first. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, like when I was feeling down, my tooth and everything was bad, I called my homeopathic doctor. Like I'm trying to get something from nature first. Something like they're gonna recommend something to me that is, I don't have to worry about some adverse effect, or eating up my liver because you know what I'm saying. But the average person does not do that. Like, you just really, it's we really got it. We're really screwing ourselves, because I think that even that we have to really look at, like, having surgery and doing all these other things should not be the first thing to fixing our ailments. Like, a bunch of people overweight, they think that instead of walking and running, working out and stuff, is not better. It's not better than just going and get the surgery so that they actually look better. Or what I'm saying.
Fuck that. Yeah, I'm with you on that one there, Pat. I ain't doing that surgery, bro. Like I done lost the weight. It's just about me getting out there moving and pushing away from the table. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I would have to say one of my two weaknesses is sex and food. I'll just be honest with you. But you have to discipline yourself. You have to fast, if you will, for just being, like, and
even
people
from the
don't wanna do
sex,
that, bro. Yeah, even from the sex, bro. Like,
from all of it. From all of it.
Yeah, and people don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? People don't want, and I'll be honest with you. I ain't finna sit here and say, oh, I get out there every time I'm at home. I get out and I go in the gym. Nah, I don't. I have my mom.
Nah.
I'm like, man, fuck the gym. Where the bacon and eggs at? Like, but
I think we all fall short to some extent, but it is always the try to be better. Making some steps further into your growth. You know what I'm saying? If you're not trying, you're a failure.
right? And growth is going to be painful, and growth is also going to be filled with failures.
Well, failures
if
do
you
come
don't
with
take care of it,
trying, but at the same time, if you're not trying at all, what else is there?
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree
and
with
if
that.
and if you don't have any type, if you don't learn from it, then you going out there and having a gastric bypass surgery, you're gonna kill yourself anyway, because you're gonna overeat still and cause your stomach to burst, and now you got food, you got stomach gases and acid leaking into your system, and it's gonna kill you.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather have many failures than to just have one.
Yeah.
Which was not to try at all.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta try it. You never know. You just never know what may come of it.
Did y'all see Biden fall on his bike?
I heard about it. I read about it on some of the things.
The first thing I thought of was what you said, Pat, in one of the shows. You said it's old folks abuse just to have him out there like this, man. That's the first thing I thought. It's like it's senior citizen abuse, bro.
Yeah. I say, bro, man. Sometimes it's hard to even watch. Like, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. But it's hard for me to sit here and watch this. Like, this is number 4. Like, I can't, like, I can't look at it no more, bro. Because these people don't set this man up. They've actually set him up for failure.
Let me play this one more time.
Yeah, let's talk budget cuts, taxes.
Yeah, I like when that dude do voiceovers, bro.
Yeah, that's
you ever see
Tony Baker? I love him.
Yeah, you ever see the one where the cat and the dog like, oh, you keep on coming over here, I'm about to give you some of these skibbity paps.
Yeah, skibbity paps, skibbity pap 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 pap. Yeah, that's funny to me, man. Yeah, man, they just got him out there, bro. Like, damn, that's
it's almost like with that clip that some, they pushed him down the the sidewalk of the road long enough for him to
Just to
to
coast.
come in front of the
Yeah.
get in front of the camera, and it's like, no, you're supposed to stand, take your feet up, like it's
Bro,
it's horrible, bro.
bro, they trying to get his sympathy numbers up.
No, bro.
No, they wasn't. They was hoping he would. They was going for a photo op, make him look strong and young, and
Exactly.
but that's
And
not what happened.
And the wrong camera caught him. Like, this is like somebody who's still gonna post it because, like, you see it on CNN, you see it on
Right.
your local news. Do you see, like, who's showing you this?
Yeah.
Not the people who's like maybe Fox News might have said something. You know what I'm saying?
But I wonder who did
Maybe.
I'm wondering who did the Secret Service, like, who in the hell in that circle that the Secret Service let close enough to be able to, take this video.
Oh, it's all those people were approved people for sure, but that was probably their personal phone, and it was a photo op opportunity anyway. So there was probably other cameras. It was a photo op opportunity. It just didn't go the
Yes.
right way.
It just didn't go the way they planned it.
Yeah.
Because they thought, like, when they sent him out, he was alert, but that he got dizzy on that ride and forgot that he was stopping, and oh, wait a minute, how do I land this plane?
Yeah.
And then
I got to put my feet down, both
crash.
feet down at the same time. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
What I'm supposed to do? Blop.
Where's the landing gear, dude?
Let me play this right here.
reason is because of inflation, which is the highest it's ever been in 40 years. But the only way we can bring that down is if we increase interest rates. But that means borrowing money to buy a home or a car becomes more expensive. So increasing interest rates, in theory, will cause people to spend less money, which will cause the demand for a lot of stuff to fall, which will cause the prices to fall as well. Best thing to do right now, and what I'm doing, is taking a step back and being mindful of your purchases, making sure your emergency fund is set, and saving up as much cash, because a lot of investments are going to be dirt cheap, because cash is always king. Make sure to hit that follow button to stay updated. If you live in America and you don't know what happened yesterday, you're screwed. But you got me, so let me explain. The Fed just raised its interest rate to 0.75%. Now, before you continue scrolling, let me explain what this means for you. As we all know, everything is very expensive right now. Gas, groceries, flights. And the reason is because of inflation, which is the highest it's ever been in 40 years. But the only way we can bring that down is if we increase interest rates. But that means borrowing money to buy a home or a car becomes more expensive. So increasing interest rates, in theory, will cause people to spend less money, which will cause the demand for a lot of stuff to fall, which will cause the prices to fall as well. Best thing to do right now, and what I'm doing, is
Yeah, I don't know about, they say, okay, the inflation, I understand economics, but you telling me that if you make it cost more to buy houses and cars and stuff, that's going to make the economy better?
Nope. Because, see, it's already been proven by economists, people who are, proficient in economy. Economists know that our economy works better when interest rates are lower. But this is how they sucker stupid people into continuing to, believe or, follow the system, or to keep spending money into, especially above things that's a necessity. Yeah, we're gonna buy things that we need or whatever. But when you going out on a limb and trying to, because you don't have to go buy a house right now, especially because it's just, bro, really, it's stupid if you're going to go buy a house the traditional way, or like going to get a loan and paying extra on a house that they saying is valued at more than what it really is.
And then you got a 7% interest rate on top of that.
And then you're paying interest rates on that amount, so that in the next 2 to 4 years or so, when they say, okay, the products are more easier to get, whatever, blah 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 blah, and you're stuck in a 30-year. I mean, because what this is really just another setup,
Right,
for
because you're going to be locked in on that interest rate. And then when the interest rates come down, because they're going to come down.
and the value of the house is down, and the principal is so high.
And you've
Nobody,
already signed this contract.
yeah,
So
nobody's
you're
gonna want to let you refinance
you're
that
upside
home.
down on that house.
It's a fool's bet.
Yeah. Lose, lose, lose. You're going to lose. You're going to double lose.
Yeah. So I mean, if you have the cash, I mean, it's still like, I mean, you can get away with it a little better because I mean, the money is just money. It's just fiat or whatever, and you can go buy a home cash or something. All right, yeah. I mean, you could do that, but of course, many of us can't. Most of us can't just do that. So really,
And I think it's the point is not to help the economy. It's another way to squeeze the middle class. You know what I'm saying?
But see, but most people not gonna see that. Like this is like they're purposely, like this administration and pretty much everybody involved in this. I'll say administration, but everybody that's involved in these decisions, because we can't just look at Biden and Kamala and whoever else, but we gotta look at our Senate, everybody who's allowing this stuff to happen without an argument or a fight or whatever. They're part of it. They're allowing these things to happen to the people.
Making money. And who has the money, the liquid money to buy these houses if they wanted to at these bloated prices? Who has the ability to go ahead and take a loss on these interest rates or have the lawyers to force new deals, or be able to, it's just going to flip the house anyways before it gets to that point? It's these corporations that can do that, not regular folks.
Well, it was a ruined economy that allowed some new Texans to be able to do just what they're doing, and that's how they're kind of ruining the market in Texas.
Squeezing them out.
Yeah, because I mean, like, there's a bunch of people that left California who had shotgun homes that here, let's say Louisiana, Texas might have been worth 80, 90, 100,000. In California, they were worth 500,000. So if they came and got something equivalent to that here, like they could have, they might have spent 150 or whatever, because the market had already started booming. You're paying more for what
but then they're gonna rip these people off anyways, because especially if they know they're coming from a Californian market, they're gonna overcharge them for the prices over for the properties over here, and the people are still gonna feel like they're getting a good deal.
Well, yeah, but see, no, those are the people who are winning, mentally, because I mean, when you look at the fact that, okay, they were living in something way smaller that cost them $500,000. Like, let's just say, some of these homes are two bedroom, 3 bedroom were in certain areas might have been $1 million home. They can still sell it in their market because people are still buying in California, so they sell it for that $1 million, move to Texas, and the house that was equivalent. Matter of fact, they can find a house that was bigger than what they had and pay $350,000 and have a bigger house and still pocket $500,000-$600,000. Like, they're winning. But for the people who are already in the market that lived here, that know what the house was worth, it's giving them more of a mind fuck, because they're like, bro, just last year I could have got this house for this. So, like, it's
And most people aren't in the area to be buying $350,000 homes anyways. And that's what I'm saying. The point of this is to pinch out people, make everybody renters, people, put people out of the bracket where they can even buy a house. Like, that's not even an option for them no more.
They're actually raising that shit now, bro. Like, supposedly they're saying if you make like $110,000, $100,000, $130,000 a year, supposedly they're saying that you can afford a house that's $280,000, $290,000. That you can afford the fucking mortgage, but the taxes.
But that's the thing. Like when they do those calculations, they're not adding in your, your lifestyle. Like they're adding up, okay, based on the percentage of what you make. Yes, you can afford that home. You can afford, like they don't even care about your car. Like, I mean, if you even have a car, this
Well,
is
it
just
depends on how you're getting into the real estate stuff, and that's what I was studying recently. So, but when you, it depends on if you're buying the house for if you need to get a loan, yes, they're looking at that shit. They call it front end, back end.
well,
They,
they're looking at stuff that's on your credit report because
no, everything it's in the forms. We have to do the math as a real estate agent. They have to do the math related to what how much you spend every month on your car note, other expenses, food, whatever, and do the math that after all of that you can still afford that mortgage, or otherwise you won't get approved for that loan.
Well,
I know that for a fact.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, as far as like, all right, when I say your lifestyle, you know, if you want a BMW, they're not looking at the fact, okay, you're trying to, you want to get to where you're going to spend $1,000 a month on a car note. Like you should be okay with a $300 a month car. So when I say that the lifestyle doesn't really play into that a whole lot. Now, if you already have that $1,000 car on your credit, yes, they will calculate it. You know what I'm saying? Because they have no choice. Like it's there. So that's already a road bump in what what they could squeeze out of you for the house.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Let me play
saying?
this. This is more economic stuff because I wanted to talk about this. I'm gonna get into Father's Day more a little bit after this, but the depression, bro. That's what I was gonna name the show, but it sounds so sad, so I didn't put that in the name. But I feel like we're in a depression. Everybody is talking about economics now more and more. I'm really wondering why we're not hearing the D word. Let me play this though.
The prices of commodities, right? Oil prices is extremely high. They think it might end up getting to about 150 a barrel, but also quiet as kept. It's a shortage on food because of this, right? You're seeing wheat prices go so high, sky high. And so when you got the largest, the CEO of the largest bank being concerned, I think other people should as well.
That dude's fade is clean.
All right, Rossi Reese, we got you just straight from school. You trying to learn something new? Yeah. There we go. All right, so crazy thing happened today where you had Jamie Dimon, the CEO of the largest bank in the world, JP Morgan Chase, saying that he's bracing his bank for probably one of the biggest, economic hurricanes. Literally saying he want to keep his company, right, his balance sheet more conservative because he's worried about two things. One, that is quantitative tightening, where the Fed is actually selling, about $95 billion worth of bonds that they got on their balance sheet. $95 billion worth of bonds. And he's also concerned about the Russia-Ukraine war and what it's doing to the prices of commodities, right? Oil prices is extremely high. They think it might end up getting to about 150 a barrel, but also quiet as kept. It's a shortage on food because of this, right? You're seeing wheat prices go so high, sky high. And so when you got the largest, the CEO of the largest bank being concerned, I think other people should as well.
Yeah. So before y'all make comments, the other part is, but Biden approved another $1 billion package to Ukraine. It's funny how whenever it's something for the people, they don't have the money. You know what I'm saying? For the American people, but when it's something for somebody else or some other country, they got plenty of money.
Oh yeah, it's endless, and that's the problem. And for the average American not to see that is, that's a you're the problem. You're part of the problem. I bring up the reparations talk all the time, but I mean, if we just look at just like schools, like protecting our kids in our schools has to be talked about. Like different, kids. Like, I mean, you willing to sell guns to kids that you won't even sell a beer to. Like, and it's a fight. So I mean, it's certain things that I just don't understand about this country because, you know, to some extent I feel like they're purposely trying to destroy it from the inside out. You know, anything they can do while they're still in power, they're gonna do. And if you know you're not seeing that, then you're just like, okay, well it just is what it is. I mean, you're a sucker and you're part of the problem.
Yep. I'm trying to look for. I can't remember how to do it, so fuck it. Yep. Part of the freaking problem. Keeping your head down. Silent occlusion.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, what the fuck?
That's my husband, and he just proposed to his boyfriend. So now I got a husband and a fiance.
Girl, what the fuck?
That's
The fuck?
Yeah. I don't know if that was real.
Man, look, I'm just not.
That's the internet
Bro,
for you right there.
hey, bro, seeing that little clip, you know what that takes me back to? That fucking commercial. You should take Eliquis. If you think that your partner you think that your partner may be HIV positive, you should ask your doctor about Eliquis. What the fuck? Like, what the shit just some crazy shit, bro. And then to put your face and post this shit on Instagram, know somebody gonna catch it and that shit gonna be flooded. Ain't no way. Fuck, I embarrass myself. Oh, look, guys, my name is Daryl Willis, and this is my wife, and she's marrying this woman. So, like, what the fuck?
So, bro, this is kind of like the whole, like the Candace, what's her name?
Candace Owens?
Candace Owens kind of thing. Like, you know, some black women will get, like, as long as they're getting paid, they'll say almost anything. You know what I'm saying? You know, I like some of the stuff that Candace Owens says, but this is not about that. This is more so about the fact that these people, like, whatever the paying party wants, they'll go along with it because they're weak and they feel that, you know, if they go on their own, you know, stand on their own, that they have nothing. But like going like I don't know not one like personally, I don't know not one black woman that's gonna be like her husband is, you know, just proposed to their boyfriend and now I got a husband and a fiance. Like, how fucking bro, that's sick, bro. I mean, it's just
Look at this when it says, what I think of when women say their mama and daddy on Father's Day.
Oh, God.
It's so sad how, like, it's a lot of moms, like, and it's crazy because, and it happens a lot, like, men don't overshadow Mother's Day. The single fathers don't be all like, hey, I'm a single father. The mom's not around. It's Mother's Day for me too. You know what I mean? Like,
no, never. Like, no dude is ever gonna say, you know, not. And look, I gotta say that I have been like, you know, my mom was like my mom, you know, was like, you know, my dad too or whatever. But you know, of course, when I, you know, realized like she doesn't need to be both. She was good enough as a mom to where I turned out good. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like I don't need to rob my dad or anybody else of that day because, you know, like it just I don't know, like it gets crazy, but
yeah, it's frustrating to me when they do that, you know. So and then, you know, let Mother's Day be for mothers and let Father's Day be for fathers and just leave it at that.
Exactly.
Just keep it simple.
Yeah, because if you're good enough,
fucking holiday anyway, bro. Like I just feel like we want to talk about division. That creates a big fucking division and creates drama too. Because what if the child be like, oh, it's Father's Day, but I don't have my daddy, and then here go to mama, I am your fucking daddy.
Yeah.
Where he at? You know, it's
Yeah,
like
shit.
let's not even make this shit a day. Like celebrate your mother year throughout the year, every day. You know, if your mother raised you and she was a great mother and she did her best, just celebrate her. Call her, let her know, Mama, I
Well,
love you. Weekends,
well,
you available? Go see her. Go take her out for the Mama. You want to go
well.
have
That's the
lunch?
whole the
Do you
whole
run any
reason.
errand? Like,
But no, I mean when you really look at it, the whole reason that they actually nationalize holidays is for money grabs. Like I mean, but do you? I mean, I've been in the grocery store quite a few times. I haven't seen any like aisle for dads, like the way that you see it for any other, like mom, Easter.
well, that's
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they put women on the forefront of everything, bro. That's just like I've been a big dude my whole life. And when I got older and started shopping for myself, I used to go to this store, Casual Male XL. Now it's called DXL around Houston. And you go in the store like that, that's for men. And come around Valentine's Day and shit, they got shit in there for women, bro. And like I literally, like the chick was, I never forget this shit. I think it was year before last. I was buying a shirt and she was like, "Oh, we got this sale on women's." I say, "Look, I didn't come in here to buy shit for my wife. Like, I don't want to see anything that fucking represents a woman in here, but you helping me, you know, pick out this fucking shirt. Like, other than that, I didn't come in here to buy shit for a woman or my wife. Like, I don't care about the perfume y'all got in here." And she was like, "Oh my God, Mr. Willis, why you going off on me?" I'm just told her, I'm like, because like, take this shit out of here. This store is meant for it says DXL casual male, not fucking casual woman. Like, take this shit out of here. I don't want to see this shit in here. Shit.
So, but let's switch it a bit. So that I touched on it the other day about the image of black fathers, the narrative, and then it's like, like I say that I see a whole bunch of examples that push against the narrative, and I don't see very many that support it. The narrative that black fathers are not there and they're not part of their children's life, and
that deal that Pat was telling us about, that fucking statistic report where they said the black father is the best father you can have. Shit, if he's not the father of his own, goddamn it, he's somewhere being a father.
yeah,
But
most of the
that's a
time.
joke.
And that's the
But
other
I'm
statistic is
just
that we're
saying,
the
like,
most
bro,
likely
like,
to have stepkids, other children, taking care of children that's not ours.
yeah, but I don't know, bro. I guess I don't. Not to sound cliche, but yeah, I guess for so long it made me so mad, like how they tried to paint the picture of black fathers, to the point where it's like I just stopped even looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know quite a bit of good black fathers around me. You know what I'm saying? Like you will find that there's probably more piece of shit white fathers than there is black fathers. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have no like. I can't say that any other fathers, based on race, are worse. Based on because I mean, I had, me personally, I haven't seen all of the statistics. It was a article that I read that said all of that, but I believe it's true because I mean, all the people that I know are great fathers, like even better than the mothers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and a lot of times, great fathers make better mothers because there can be, because I think, a lot of women do compete against us. And, like, they like even from like the baby who's the baby calls out first, you
Yeah.
know, mama, dad. When it's a baby, like they get proud of, they said mama first, like
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? So it's always somewhat of a competition, healthy or
I don't know
unhealthy.
why you saying dad. He ain't never here. He don't do shit for you.
Oh, I think it irritated my wife a little bit. She kind of dealt with it, but I think, because she spent so much time. But I was like, look, I'm hardly ever there. Maybe he's like wanting like you're here, like he's calling for me because he wants me to be there. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to look at it from that point of view. You know what I'm saying? But she hears her, but she, maybe if I was there and I could say, hey, go say mom, go get this for mama, whatever, blah blah blah, because she hears him, he heard her saying, let's call daddy. That's what he heard. So that's what he said first. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he cared for, me more and this or that or the other. No, that's what he heard more because he was with her.
Yeah. So what about the gifts? Earlier we were saying maybe she's not my mom. Why should I give her a gift? What about moms giving the fathers gifts on Father's Day?
What about mothers giving father?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've experienced it a few times, but and I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I don't. I really don't. And it doesn't matter. Like I said, I mean, every day, like I feel that I'm appreciated week to week.
Yeah, and the kids don't be having money to buy gifts, So it's like if they make something for you or whatever, just thinking about you, I think that's cool.
Yeah. I don't really look for anything, bro. I just, hey, if I get something, I get something. Not gonna sit here like it does feel nice, especially like if you come in off the road or come in from a long day of work, on Father's Day, or you wake up, and your wife is like, Happy Father's Day, and she got a card and a shirt or something, like.
Well, let me ask both of y'all. What would be your perfect Father's Day? You know what I'm saying? How to spend it, the perfect way to spend Father's Day for you.
Shoot, for me, I think because I think I'm probably gonna experience it tomorrow is being able to hang out, my son and I'm meeting with my son and my ex tomorrow. But my mom's gonna ride with me to pick him up, so we're gonna go have lunch or early dinner, whatever you want to call it. Hang out, laugh, whatever, hang out, and go on about our day. I mean, I don't really.
Just the time. It doesn't matter what y'all do.
It's
just chopping it up and hanging out. What about you, Deuce? What's your perfect Father's Day?
Shit, perfect Father's Day for me would be just be with my family, bro. Be with my wife and my kids. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to go out to eat. None of that like that. But being able to like cook, have like a good home cooked meal, but like that I mean, to me, I'm fine with that. But I would like to someday be able to go somewhere outside of our norm for like Mother's Day or Father's Day, somewhere where it's blue waters, nice and sunny, and we just have a fucking blast, bro.
A
Like
day at the
just
beach would be
amongst each
nice.
other.
Yeah, a day at the beach would be nice. I mean,
Just have a blast, bro. Like, don't have to worry about cooking anything. Food is there, like an all-inclusive getaway, and just sit there, bro, and just watch the kids laugh and play, have fun, sit there and annoy, get on each other's nerves, just have a good day, bro. Like,
yeah.
even my wife, bro, like, my wife will tell you, like, all three of us irritate the fuck out of her, but we make her laugh. She be trying to have that poker face like she don't want to be bothered, but we'll go in there and fucking tag team our ass, and she be in there laughing and screaming, stop, like, it just being embraced with love, bro. Not being judged, just, hey, it's my day. I can't dance, I don't have no rhythm, but just to be able to get up there and try to do TikTok challenge dances with my daughter, bro. And my son would be fucking funny as fuck, like,
What
like
about
that's
the
the type of shit
idea
I do.
of the barbecue? Father's Day, the barbecue, the father cook.
Oh yeah,
Nah.
that'll be cool too, bro. Cause I love barbecuing. You know what I'm saying? Especially, man, look, barbecue, music, alcohol, wife and kids, pool water right there too. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that's the day right there. I ain't gotta go nowhere. But I'm just saying, like, I want to be able to like one day like celebrate just outside of our norm, bro. Like us, me, her, and the kids just get the fuck away. Like get away, kind of be rude and not answer my phone for people that's like Happy Father's Day, like whatever. You know, I'm out the country right now. I get with y'all later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that would definitely be cool. I could see that as well. Like that would be cool, but you know, like I said, I don't really have much expectation on it. You know.
Damn, I
then
didn't know
after the
there's some
kids
comments
go to
here.
bed, and after the
Let me
kids
read
go
these
to
comments
bed,
because I didn't know
goddamn
they
it, you know,
were.
mama gonna take care of me for Father's Day, goddamn.
What's up,
Time
Doc?
out.
Yeah, Doc said, even better in church, Mother's Day sermons are all about honoring and loving your mothers more. Father's Day sermons are all about how men can do be better husbands and men and fathers. I swear.
What kind of churches do you go to? Because that's one of the things that I haven't been to church in like a long time, but at the same time, it's just like it just makes me curious. 'Cause I mean, I know it's mostly women in churches, but is that really like still going on? Like that kind of stuff that is really still happening where they talking shit about men?
Well, I don't go to church, but I've heard that before.
Yeah, I don't want to get caught up on that being a narrative, like like getting caught into a narrative that this is. I mean, shoot, do most pastors, if this is the ongoing thing, like do most pastors feel like they're the only good men that's around, and they talk, they benefit from talking shit about other men? Like I don't know,
I don't know if they feel like they the only good ones, but they know that shit is gonna get that collection plate full. You spend some of his money, sister. Put it
Yeah,
in the
because that's what
plate.
they're gonna do. Yeah, preach. I wanted to talk about that a bit too, because people telling, like, we talked about Thomas Sowell. I don't know if y'all were in on that segment. I think it was me and Doc. Wait, who was here? Me, Doc, and was Deuce? Thomas Sowell. When we talked about him and like we're supposed to be mad at him, but I was thinking about that, and it's like he was just saying things that people want to hear, and that's that you can make a really good living telling people what they want to hear. Like they're gonna give you their money.
yes, and that's the thing. I can't be a pastor, or because I'm gonna tell them what they need to hear, and some of it I'm sure will be appreciated, but a lot of it will probably be like, where's the choir? Like, they want some more, because I think most of them really want the entertainment from the choir, get some motivational speech from the pastor, so you can go out and do some more wrong this week, and if you feel good about the fucked up shit you did last week, and dance, and you know what I'm saying. I don't know.
Man, bro, what people need to realize is that nothing in life is perfect, and in a marriage, it's 100. It can't be 50-50. It has to be 100. You got to put in 100%. She got to put in 100% for you guys to get 100%. Like it's not this whole, people want to, and that's just people that's praying on the women. But I think a real woman who knows herself and knows her man, and know that this man walks out this door every day, no matter what, to get out here and provide and show his love and affection towards his family. Like a real woman, she not even finna, she gonna read through that shit. She not even gonna, actually, she probably gonna get up and walk the fuck out.
Well, I'm gonna tell
know
you,
what I'm saying?
like a good woman really isn't gonna know what to do on Father's Day, because she does so much just every other day that it's like, okay, what am I
It
supposed to do
doesn't
today?
matter. She worships her man every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, if your woman
Father's
is
Day
truly
every day.
into you,
You know what I'm
and
saying?
care about you, and you main a priority of hers, exactly, bro. You ain't even gotta worry about it. you know, and it's not every time, all the time gifts, bro. It's just the fact of somebody just showing you appreciation, bro. That's all we really ask for as man. Like, dog, we don't need the material shit because half the time, if the shit that we want as men, our wives don't really make the money to go buy that shit for us. So we gonna go get our own shit.
Right. That's the
You know
thing
what I'm
about us.
saying?
We don't really
We,
need anything. Just
yeah,
don't make our life more difficult.
yeah. You know, like
That's
if I pick up the phone on the way to the house,
Spoken
on the
like a
way to
true
the
G.
yeah, if I pick up the phone when I'm leaving work and I'm on the way to the house and I call you and I say, "Hey baby, how you doing? How was your day?" "Oh, everything good," you know, and I say, "Hey, I'm on the way home. Is there anything you need me to stop and get?" How about you as my wife give me that same common courtesy? You call me, you know, "Hey, how's your day going? How are you today? How you feeling? Did you sleep okay? Was work okay?" You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that
That
type
goes a
of shit.
long way. Let me
That
read
goes a
Elliot's
long way
comment.
with a man, bro.
Yeah,
He
what up,
says,
Elliot?
people think there is something wrong when you don't celebrate American holidays. Grow up.
Yeah, I mean, and really, like, if you can celebrate it, but it doesn't have to be how everybody else does.
Doc says, I'm a minister, not a preacher. I help use spirituality to help people find their own healing path. Preachers spend their time using the Bible to tell people what they should think.
Hmm. I appreciate that definition because I never
Clarification.
really, I never knew the difference between the two. So all right, I get that. I appreciate ministers a lot more than preachers.
Yeah, so that makes a
I
lot of
think we're
sense.
all ministers in our own way.
Well, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, we really are.
Doc says, or at least what they interpret the Bible as saying what to do. So it's their interpretation that they're preaching to you. He says, seriously,
Well,
the
then that's
occasional.
wrong. That's wrong because
Or
now you're
created.
adding to and taking away from God's word, and God's word is not meant to be added nor taken away from. It's meant
Well,
to be the way that it is.
yeah. Now, one of the things I guess what seems to be somewhat of a theme of mine, at least through this show, is I'm picking out the fact that we're seeing a lot of different narratives being drawn because I think that a lot of preachers take different sermons and create a narrative that they can spin and you know turn into some dollars in the collection plate.
Yep. The Doc says, seriously, the occasional 6-pack of beer, a surprise BJ once in a while is enough to keep me happy. It's the little things in life. Men are simple. It does. We
But
don't
you
need
know
a lot.
but the little things end up being so huge. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
makes a great impact. It's like that thought of it happening, 2-3 months ago or a month ago, like lives a long time. It's like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I have gotten spoiled in that department with one of my lady friends, and sometimes I miss it, but we just wasn't good for each other. But
Yeah. Let me play this about deodorant. We touched on this a bit in one of our previous. Oh shit! Hold on.
Hey man, I'm sorry. Some people need that shit. Because if I'm standing next to you and you smell like Frenchie's mustard, nigga, something wrong. You need to get the fuck away from me.
Yeah, but the
bro.
point of it is it's not healthy for you, and historically we used oils and shit, and they work just fine.
Because
Oh
I have
shit!
some.
What happened? Can y'all? What happened? Something happened.
I
Oh, I
don't
lost.
I'm gonna tell you, since I've been dealing with my tooth, like one of the things I realized is that baking soda is better than toothpaste. And with the odor or anything, like what I'm saying, like brushing with baking soda to me is way better than using any type of toothpaste that I've ever had.
Yeah, it may be better, but boy, that's some nasty shit. I remember them days not having no toothpaste and having to use baking soda. Ooh, Lord.
Well, I mean, I can get anything I want, but I've been using the whole like I mix my baking soda with activated charcoal, and this is just something like it's actually I see a difference than when I had, even when I used like this supposed to be a healthy type of, no fluoride, no, like these no extra chemicals, like it's all natural products or whatever. I mean, I have that as well, but just, I've seen since, because like I was using the all natural stuff and still end up with a cracked tooth. You know what I'm saying? But it feels like a lot of my stuff is a lot healthier with using baking soda. And this is something that they've used for thousands of years already. You know what I'm saying? So like using toothpaste to me could be just one of those programming things that allow us to think that we're doing something better, even with the all natural stuff where the baking soda works just as well,
Yeah,
if
I
not
use
better.
baking soda. It does have a horrible taste, but I've used it. I think it works good. But I think that the foods that we eat is another part of this, even back to the deodorant. The stuff that we're consuming is what's coming out, and this stuff is causing problems too on
Well,
our skin.
Well, that's probably the biggest thing too. It's like what kind of food are you putting in your body, and when you perspire, like what's exiting your body? What type of toxins are you really smelling? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you, because I've been more on a fruit diet. You know, I've been doing mostly fruit, and I hadn't eaten pork in years, like probably over a decade and a half to a long time. I hadn't eaten pork, but not eating beef and chicken, turkey on a regular basis, like just mostly like more vegetables. Like I eat more fish and stuff like that. So maybe that has playing a part on me seeing a big difference as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so I lost that clip on the toothpaste, but we already know what they were gonna say, how toxic, and then what is it, the fluoride. Like
oh yeah, that's
why the hell would you put fluoride in the toothpaste?
might as well just go and say add some mercury to it too.
Some cyanide. Let's put some bleach in there.
Let me ask y'all this. What do you think about implants? People getting dental implants.
I don't know. That's one of the possible options I have for replacing the spot that's gonna be missing this week in my tooth. So I don't know. I mean, what do you think about it? I
I
never
think
even really.
I think it's a good thing, bro. Like there was like, cause I have family member that I came in contact with that had, I guess it's some type of genetic thing from their dad, where like their teeth basically just deteriorates. Like no matter what, like it's a genetic deal. So they ended up having like having implants put in. It was over here. It would have cost them for all of the teeth that they got done. It would have cost them like 60 something $1,000. But he actually went to he and his sister both actually went over to Venezuela and had it done, and it was only about $8,000.
I am scared of the surgeries and who's doing it. I'm scared of the dentist. And then there's a thing related to the metals that they use when they're putting them in your mouth. Some of those metals can be toxic to us over time. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to have concerns with the teeth. So I think there's a rational concern with like the surgeon, because it's a surgery, right? We were talking about surgeries earlier.
Mhm.
My daughter, they wanted me to take out her like tonsils, I think it was, since she was a baby, and I've been not wanting to do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess to some extent, doing me getting the pull, it depends on how you look at it. Getting the tooth pulled is pretty much surgery. Getting what you call
Implants.
Well, the implants, but you know, you brought up something that really I see as more of a concern because, you know, my dentist recommended it as like, you know, an option. You know, of course, there was two others that, you know, might take more work or, you know, more involvement day to day afterwards, but an implant will just be simply done and over with. But yeah, the whatever they're using in the implant could make a big difference. So that's some questions that I gotta ask. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. So Elliot says fluoride makes you docile, and he says rat poison and dental issues. I don't know what the rat poison part is, but I wouldn't fucking be surprised. Like, and you know,
he's probably saying that that's one of the things they use in
ingredients.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Damn it, I lost it. About the dentist. Oh, Cracked. The Cracked show. They did one on dentists, and I wish I could play it. I can't because Cracked will be on my ass. But they talked about how these dentists, they're not even really like medically trained. Like these are like you know, it's not
skilled,
like
they're skilled workers.
they're not doctors, okay? So like they know some stuff, but mostly, you know, it's like a lot of technical jargon to make it sound all like, you know, complex and shit.
That's why most dentists, they don't do tooth extractions. They have like an oral surgeon come in and do it.
Yeah, I think it depends on what kind of dentist you know, because maybe the average DDS is not, but I think like certain one, you know, you get to a endodontist, endodontist. I think it is.
They don't teach them they don't teach them enough about your full systems. Your teeth and your mouth is a huge part of your whole system. Like they do understand it to a certain extent, but they don't be knowing what they're doing. Like they could totally do something that would affect you in a negative way, another part of your body, another part of your system, because they are not doctors.
But see,
that's why they take the X-rays and they look to see where your nerve endings is. Like I had to have one of my molars extracted, and my dentist, she had to have had to send me to an oral surgeon because where the molar set, it was right next to my sinus nerves for the sinuses and all of that kind of stuff around the sinus controls in your eyes and all that shit. So she sent me there to have them extract the tooth. You know, so like I don't know, bro. If you go into some bullshit ass dentist, yeah, but the place where I go to, they take thorough X-rays and imaging, like thermal imaging, to see where your nerves and shit.
I like to go to the high end, what you call? Y'all said it earlier. The surgeon ones, the ones that
endodontists,
whatever the hell, the specialists. That's what I go to. Doc says 8 years, same as a doctor, but no residency after the school. Yeah, 8 years, but they're not teaching them about the full body like they do. And I want to, this is changing the subject, but it's been playing in the background in a while. This freaking quote from Mike Tyson hit me hard. Let me play it for y'all.
I saw that.
Works when you put in that spirit of fighting, the will to win. But I don't want to be great. I know a lot of great people, but they're not good people. Say it again, please. I want to be a good person.
Not just great. Great doesn't equal good.
No, what great is just doing the hard in the world with the simple of ease. And a lot of people do that.
Because it's easy for them?
No, because they've been gifted. They have the
gift.
They
have the gift, and it makes it easy for them to do that.
No, nothing's easy. They have to put in that work.
Right.
They have to dedicate themselves. If they don't, the gift won't work. The gift only works when you put in that spirit of fighting, the will to win.
Right.
The refuse to lose. The only reason I succeed in life is I want to be up more than anybody in the world wants me to be down. But I don't want to be great. I know a lot of great people, but they're not good people.
I know a lot of great people, but they're not good people. What say y'all?
I mean, that's profound, bro. Like, I know that to be true. And and I guess it's a lot of it is based on perception because I mean, I had a friend of mine that was, he was, to me, somewhat of a good dude, but I mean, a lot of people talk shit about him, but he's done a few great things if you really want to say. But I mean, I don't know. I still look at a lot of things based on perspective, but I think that based on how he's given it, yeah, like that's some strong stuff. Like you can meet some great people that just aren't, they're just not good.
Let me read some comments. These are comments underneath that video. Pete Rock posted this on Instagram. One comment says, Mike is on guru level now. Another one. and I'd agree with that, bro. Like I could listen to him talk for the longest, bro. Like this dude, and him with the pigeons and stuff, like all of that stuff touches me, man. Mike is a special person. Let me read some more. It says, that's some of the realest shit I ever heard. Not all great people are good people. Like, and that just rolled off his tongue. I bet you didn't even think about it really.
And it's such that the way he feels that is so embedded in him that when they asked him to repeat it, he just gave it to him a different way. He didn't give the exact same quote. He just started explaining to him, no, this is like, he just, what I'm saying? It's like, all right, you didn't understand that? All right, I'm going to tell you a different way. I'm not going to say those words because those words meant nothing. The whole idea of what I'm saying is where it's at.
Man. Another comment, it says, I want to be up more than anyone wants me to be down. Champion talk.
Mm-hmm.
Another one, I love Mike Tyson. I respect his journey 100%. I hate new interviewers or whatever because they don't ever let the guests talk. They always trying to guide their words and make it fit their audience. This man trying to tell Mike Tyson, it's like non-famous people think famous people are dumb or lacking knowledge. It's wild concept. Yeah. Another one says, how dare he try to correct Mike as if he didn't know what he was saying. Even with a gift or talent, you have to put in work. Let him know, Mike. It says EFN pisses me off. Sometimes you're gonna tell the guests what they mean when they say it every time. Sometimes he's the homie though.
I wouldn't say that EFN is really trying to tell him what to say or whatever. I mean, he is in entertainment. He's an interviewer, and getting people to watch is a thing. So I mean, to really, try to, he was trying to take that moment of something great he said to build on it, to, so that, that's how a lot of them trained, to learn how to build on this something that became more significant. So, I mean, just like Chaka does, like, he rumbles up his little troublesome, like, being the the devil, devil's advocate, and things like that. So sometimes, he might have looked worse. That moment just didn't work for both of them, together on that. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, and then like you said, when you're interviewing, you're just trying to create content and you're thinking about the audience. So
which is, I mean, that's what you're there for. I mean, you can do it all day long, but if you got cameras and microphones, this, that, and the other, you're not doing it for yourself. So
yeah, it's for the audience, and so the questions you ask sometimes is because you're thinking about somebody in the audience that wants some clarification.
Yes.
Let me read a comment. Doc says, of all the boxing matches and street fights he was in, he ended up being the one that screwed up his face the most. Yeah, I don't like that face tattoo. I don't like facial tattoos at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I don't know if it was significant enough for him to do, what the meaning behind it. I don't know what the meaning of it is. Maybe it means more to him than the rest of the world or whatever, but he was going through a time. So I mean, I think most people forgive him. Which most people who got face tattoos was going through some shit at the
Yeah,
time.
mental episode. Definitely. Let me read this. I mean, check this out. It says, can't use AC right now. Gas too high. The guy's holding two, looks like 10-pound bags of ice in his lap in the car.
Bro, you're not gonna use no more gas turning on the AC.
Man, I don't know about
that's How
that.
them old people, that's how them old people thought. Because back in the day, that's how the cars were designed. But new cars now, the AC system is independent. It
That's
has its own fan, electric fan, and all that other shit, bro. It's
yeah.
not the
Don't
same.
even when it's really hot and you
that you had
blast.
back in the
Well,
day.
it probably makes it more efficient to run because I mean, otherwise you just got a big hot ass car going through. Like you don't have anything that to regulate the temperature around. Like you can make the shell cooler by turning your AC on in the car, and that way, like, okay, it's still hot outside, but the entire car doesn't have to keep increasingly getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter throughout the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, turn the damn AC on, bro.
Doc
I'm
says
sorry, bro. I'm not finna sit here and drive my car without no AC.
they're
Fuck
gonna
that.
die in Houston. Maybe it's
But
some places you could do that.
But I mean, you're regulating the temperature of the car, like because I mean, if the engine is the only thing that's going, and you got the sun beaming down on you, like every part of the car is just only gonna get hotter. The only thing you got regulating is your coolant, bro. Like you and your car is about to die.
Doc says it's almost scary when you think people are considering MT a philosopher. On the other hand, when you get hit in the head that much, you do get a chance to see higher plane. I prefer THC and hers less, but I don't think so. Doc, I think he went through some things. Like he went through like a mental breakdown, and I think that when you go crazy, if you go crazy and come back, you're gonna come back with a whole bunch of knowledge.
No,
And I think that's what happened to him.
Well, let me point out because I think more so what Doc is pointing to because when I think that because like they thought it was so significant because of who he is. Like there's certain people that could have said the same thing and it would have just went straight over. Like, yeah, I expect you to say that, but like it's like he's the dumb fighter. He's whatever what I'm saying like. Oh wow, that was so profound, coming from you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah, I get it. Cause like we was talking about what's his name? Mayweather. And like he's a good example of what Tyson was talking about because you can't deny that he's great. But is he a good person? That would be something that you could question, and then also with him, Money Mayweather is like sometimes the stuff he says, they be all like, oh, wow. And I guess it's the same way because like he didn't know how to read and all of that stuff. And, and throughout school and growing up and shit. So it's like whenever he says anything, then they're like, oh, my God, it's so profound or whatever. Money Mayweather.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's somebody who didn't finish the 5th grade. But I mean, bro, I'm gonna tell you, man, and this is just how I see the world. Most people who was indoctrinated at every level is not as smart as the person who learned to think on their own from an early age.
And Doc says it was drawn by an artist. The artist sued the Hangover movie for using it without his permission, even though it should be fair use of parody. What was drawn by an artist? Oh, the tattoo.
Oh, okay. All right. I got you. All right.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, well,
I see. I didn't know about the whole thing that they sued the movie, the Hangover. Well, I mean, can they sue anybody in that has him on TV because
I'm
it
saying
exposes his art?
That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous world we live in. People can just sue for fucking frivolous. These frivolous suits is what fucks up the whole fucking system. People always talking about, I'm gonna sue you.
I don't get it. I mean, if I saw the this tattoo myself and I'm a billionaire, do I now owe him money because I saw it now?
It's ridiculous. Let me play this. Oh, it's got music. Yeah.
Well, check the next
What?
comment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't see the screen when I'm when I'm scrolling. That's why they say you're supposed to use 2 computers to do this shit I be doing. He says Victor Whitmill filed a copyright infringement lawsuit against Warner Brothers. Whitmill alleged that the facial tattoo worn by actor Ed Helms in The Hangover 2, which duplicated the tattoo Whitmill designed for boxing champ Mike Tyson, infringed on his copyright in the tattoo. Oh, so they recreated another one. Oh, okay. So that kind of makes sense, I guess, because if he wants to make it's his art. So if you want the tattoo, then you need to get it from me. So you pay me and I'll make it for you.
Yeah. I guess. So it's like in that instance, it's intellectual property that's being used without permission. If they recreated it, just filming Mike Tyson wouldn't be. I mean, and if he gets away with it, okay, cool. I mean, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like if because to me, I don't really see it, but if he made a good enough argument, hey, more power to him. What the hell? This is something. It says train derailed. Drone footage shows significant damage after a coal train derailed near Lawrence, Kansas on Friday. Officials say there were no reported injuries, but a large amount of coal did spill over. So look, this reminds me of all of those cows that was dead. Okay, so what happened with those cows? Like that seemed like a conspiracy when we was talking about like they died from heat, like the owners didn't take steps to keep from them dying from heat. And then now this is a train that's just look how much you think that cost, and who is waiting for this shipment? How is that going to affect their heating or cooling or whatever this stuff was about to be used for? We're in the middle of a pinch, a depression, as a result of COVID and all of this stuff, inflation, gas prices, everything costing more. Everybody talking about their ingredients cost more. Here goes another excuse to raise prices on something. They're going to say we're short of coal. We got a nationwide, just like that baby formula plant that shut down, and it shut down again. And they said that plant shutting down triggered a nationwide shortage of baby formula. How could one plant shut down cause a nationwide baby formula shortage? That don't make sense to me. So like this right here,
because there were only 4 plants. There's only 4 plants in America that made the baby formula, and like 2 or 3 of them got shut down because of like something they were finding in the cultures. The government shut them down for health purposes.
I'm calling bullshit. And either way, our system is fucked. If one damn plant can be shut down and now we got a nationwide shortage, that means we need to do something different. The system should not be that way. And what I'm saying is
they're trying to force us to do something different. That I don't think is necessarily to our benefit. At least not now. Like our infrastructure is not strong enough for where they're trying to take us right now.
I want to know which of our government representatives owns interest or stock in the companies that started that we bought all of the formula and stuff from when we brought it over at first, and still are. That's what I'm curious. Which of our leaders and representatives owns a big chunk of stock in companies that can fix this problem that they could have not stopped from happening, or they could have stopped from happening in the first place?
And trains derail. These types of things happen, but I just can't help but to be suspicious. Look how much of it got spilled. It seems like it they had something, some kind of safety procedures to keep from this much of their product getting destroyed.
Don't let them let you think that that's a lot. That's really not a lot of coal. Not compared to how much we use and how much is still left on that. That's about what, a dozen cars, 20 maybe.
Yeah.
That's a lot, but that's not enough.
That's the
to
same thing
harm
with the
our
cow.
national market.
Yeah, that's the same thing with the cows. I mean, yeah, the number sounds a lot. However many tons that was on the train. Yeah, okay, it sounds like a lot.
But that's not what I'm
That
saying.
might affect
What
power in the
I
local
want,
market for a day.
I
But
wanted
what
to, I wanted
what
to follow the comment that Doc made first, was the fact that the whole, like, whoever they are, because they may be, and what you also were saying too, Chaka, is like they may have been trying to destabilize, like there's somebody that in the government may be trying to keep from gaining more power, or trying to shut down from, like whoever, like I said, whoever owns the most stock, or the highest percentage of ownership in the baby formula. Like, maybe they're trying to weaken them in some ways, because they would make some plan of action to help somebody in another way, or
what I'm saying is, I don't think that this would really impact. I'm saying they're going to use this, or can use this, as an excuse for further pinch. Just like,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah, I mean, but they're gonna do that anyway, whether they show this on the news or not. I mean, because like I said, I mean, they lie all the time.
Yeah, so they're gonna
It's
say we
this.
lost a bunch of coal, so here goes another reason for us to raise your electricity cost of your electricity, or
Okay.
something.
Well, no,
Heat or something.
look, the insurance needs to pay for that coal, because whether the rails weren't operating the way they should have, or the malfunction in the train, the whatever, it's not the people's fault. So, like, y'all need to start taking responsibility for your screw ups,
Yeah,
or
but
your
that's not what's gonna happen.
that's
They're gonna pass
What's
on
going to
the
happen
costs
is
to the consumer.
oh well, because we lost that, we can't supply as much. Since the demand stays the same and supply is less, even though you paid us for that coal, the insurance for that coal, we still have to produce that electricity.
Well, but my thing is, what's going to stop them from being able to recover that very same coal that's all over the ground right there? Time.
I think
And
some
since
of it'll be
demand
contaminated.
is
It has
going
to
to be the
be.
same and supply is less, that means it's going to be more.
Well, he said you could clean it up and recover. I'm sure they could recover some of it, but it's going to be contaminated. I think, because you're looking at it, you can see it's really
Contaminated.
pure. It's really
Okay.
pure. It's not. It don't have no impurity. So whatever they're using it for, that's the consistency or whatever it needs to be. So if there's other junk in it, it's not going to work the way it's supposed to work for whatever they're using it for. So I don't think they'll be able to use all of that. I think they'll be able to recover some of it, but I don't think they could use it in the way that it was intended to be used when it was shipped.
So, I mean, dirt and grass will contaminate coal.
I think so. I mean, hey, I'm no, hey, bring somebody on here who knows, because I ain't that guy. Let me play some of this. Oh, they're not saying nothing? They're just playing music? I thought maybe they were saying something, not saying anything. It's just pictures. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong about that. I could totally be wrong. They maybe could scrape all of that up and use it. But I think that they would still use this as an excuse, because they can still say, okay, the time it took us to get all this stuff together and send it on to where it goes, then now we still got to raise the prices.
Well, yeah, because it's going to be longer for them to be able to supply the energy. So there's going to be less that they can, until that's done, they can produce less energy. With demand being the same, prices have to go up, right? That's the whole thing going on. We have the same demand for supply, but we have the same demand going on right now, but there's no supply. That's why they're jacking everything up. That's economics 101. That's every college student has that. Matter of fact, I think 9th or 11th grade, every student knows that. But they don't explain how that law works in the real world, like right now.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had more hope for our systems of operation. I mean, I don't know. It's like, who has this much bad luck in one term? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how does this stuff just? Because I mean, what Chaka has mentioned is like, like if you don't have a bad, like a bad scenario, you just create one. How does that thing go, Chaka?
Damn
Well,
it, I can't think of the
well,
quote.
like I know it's kind of like in a bad situation, like you milk it, like you do the most you can for it, and then if you don't have one, you create one, like something to you can create these horrible things so that I guess the people at the top can benefit, or what I'm saying, make us feel like we gotta put way more into this government or give up rights and all these different things so that the world can be better, when we got people at the top who's really creating these scenarios. I mean, it just seems like everywhere I'm looking, like everything that we've talked about kind of leads back to our government involvement, at least potentially. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's a lot of evidence that could show, like, I mean, who benefits the most? I mean, and all of a sudden this train falls off the track with this much coal. But like I said, I don't think, like I'm with Doc, I don't think it's enough to really affect everything. They're just using it as a narrative. Like they're using it to guide another narrative to make people believe that, are okay with spending more for, electricity.
Yeah, the pinch is in. Another excuse to raise prices. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I mean, and I agree with you the whole time, but it's just like I guess I'm seeing it in a few different ways at the same time. So
yeah,
it's not that I disagree with you. It's just that I feel like there's a lot of other things that's at play.
Let's play this. This should be good.
Including me. But here's one thing I can tell you about him. Don't cross him. Don't you miss that? Don't you miss an America that people respected and were a little bit afraid of? You know what I liked about Trump? Everybody was afraid of him. Including me.
Hey, what y'all think about that? I know y'all got some comments.
I don't know. I never was afraid of Trump. But he did have, I think he did put some people in their place that normally, or, because I mean, a bunch of people in politics were, definitely afraid of him because they didn't know how much he was going to reveal, how much of, like, that's why it was like so important to get him out of office, regardless if, they stole the election or not. Like they put so much into, they had to make sure somebody that could beat him out of the race. So he, what I'm saying, because like a lot of them were afraid that he was gonna expose way more than he was able to. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it was just like the boogeyman effect. I think it was more so what, what would he say or do that would put everybody else at risk? So I don't know. But like I said, I never was afraid of him. Like I felt like,
But I ain't gonna lie, it's some merit to what Lindsey Graham was saying, because we just played a clip earlier with Biden falling off the bicycle. Remember the other one where the Russians troops and the what they thought of the American troops?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, remember that? So like I say, so you got Biden falling off a bicycle, You know, versus Trump, you know, making people, you know, a bit uncomfortable.
Which is necessary. Like honestly, I am with him on that because I think it's necessary to some extent. I mean, you know, like a lot of they don't go bragging like maybe Trump would have about what my military strength or what they'll do or this, that, and the other. But they do have some secrets, you know, like some kind of quietness or because I mean, you know how that quiet person you kind of like, I don't know about this dude. This, you know what I'm saying? Like they have somewhat of a natural fear. Like even though he doesn't say much, he hadn't threatened nobody, he hadn't done nothing, but it's just his demeanor just kind of, and some of the biggest countries have that. I mean, Putin, what was the dude over in Cuba? Like all of them have a certain demeanor that where people's like, all right, they don't, you know, they're not gonna just play with those people in certain ways, you know. So I think it's necessary, especially on that level. You running a country, you know, the people ain't gonna. You don't want nobody to just think that you know they can just run up at any time.
Yeah. So like you think the people gonna run up on Iran? Why they ain't ran up on Iran? They're not gonna run up on Iran. They're not gonna run up on Russia. Who else?
China.
They're not gonna run up on China. You know, you don't.
What's his name? In
North Korea. Yeah, you don't want these problems because everybody knows we finna give you some problems.
We might lose, but in the middle of all of this, it's gonna be some mayhem.
Yeah, we're gonna hurt you.
You're gonna wish for at least a second that you hadn't done what you did.
Yeah, because a punch in the face. What do you say? Everybody thinks they whatever until they get punched in the face. Elliot says dentists have a high suicide rate. Not sure why. I don't know about that. He says agent provocative. Then he says I respect Trump didn't go to war supposedly. Yeah. So, but the perception of Biden, man, falling off bikes and shit, falling asleep.
It makes us that type of shit makes us look weak as hell. Like, I mean, we got somebody who is like should be in hospice running the White House. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
And yeah, I mean, you know, somebody who is, you know, supposed to be strong-willed and, you know, and attention to a world government gathering, falling asleep, just shows just how feeble this dude is.
Yeah. Let me play this.
About the solution, not the problem. Many people focus on the problem and not solutions. You cannot be great if you cannot operate in chaos. Because if you can operate in chaos, the world becomes Disneyland. Problems become scratches. I can lose my car. Somebody can blow it up. I'm gonna go have some sushi with my wife and think about the solution, not the problem. Many people focus on the problem.
Don't have some sushi and you're gonna have some worms in your stomach too.
You know what I'm saying? I definitely wouldn't say sushi, but okay.
I love sushi, so I got a disclaimer that I love it.
Shit, kiss my ass.
I try to limit my consumption of it, but
I've tried some cooked sushi and wasn't crazy about it, so I definitely wasn't gonna try no raw sushi.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So let me ask y'all this. So how do you have your steak, Pat?
Medium to medium well. They're more like medium well.
Yeah, I figured that when you said what you said about sushi. Deuce, are you there? How do you have your steak? Doc, how do you have your steak? Elliot, how you have your steak?
I usually have them make mine medium.
Yeah, I do medium rare, bro.
I don't do no
Mm.
medium rare. Fuck that. I don't
I,
want no blood. I don't mind a little pink because that, but I don't want no blood.
that's the best way to consume it. Your body can break it down and everything. It's juicy. You can cut it, chew
Nah,
it.
bro, you got candida.
I do mine medium rare, leaning toward medium.
Yeah, I like it fully medium rare, and but when I cook at home, I don't cook a medium rare. It's just tough for me to get it to come out right, so I don't even care. And I like, that's just when I cook at home, I don't cook. But if I go order a steak, it's gonna be medium rare. It's just
Okay, I mean, just keep building up all those worms in your body.
I really think it's healthier to consume it that way. The
It's not.
the steak when it's so cooked, it's hard for your body to even process it.
That's not true.
And
Because I mean,
the
the
nutrients.
more it cooks, the more it has a chance to be tender. The more tender it can be,
Nah,
and
it's
you
it's
can
less
chew it.
tender because it ain't got more juices. All the freaking and all the vitamins is gone too. You might as well eat some cardboard. Elliot says medium. Yeah, so that's just what I think about that. So that's one of those cultural things I think, and also has to do with experience too in the world. Let me ask you about wine. So do you like red wines like Cabernets, Chiantis, Pinot Noirs?
Um, I like more red. I would say I try to go. I like more. I guess the ones that's considered more bitter. I don't, try
Dry.
not
He likes dry.
the dry. Yeah, I don't really do like the sweet ones like that.
Yeah, I don't like sweet wines. So all the ones I just mentioned were all dry wines and big body, bold, full body wines. So, but
Those are the
yes,
more healthier ones for you, the dry ones.
yeah, I think that wine is one of those examples because like if you start drinking wine, you start off with the blushes and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Then you maybe you move on to Chardonnays and stuff. But after you've been drinking for a while, you're gonna land on those big bold reds because they're the best ones, period. So, but they are bitter though. So like when you have to approach them, it takes you time to build a palate for it, you know?
No, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, look, the first time I had a beer, I loved it, and I might have been 8. I don't know. Like, I loved it. So I mean, it just really depends. Because for some people, like you, I don't think you have to go through all of those steps. Because I mean, especially the way that you receive it, because the people who you encounter it with first may bring you around to a more evolved way from the beginning than you beginning, where everybody else does just because, just because.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I just think it's a cultural thing, and it has to do with like, and black people is like, okay, you're a demon if you eating your steaks rare or whatever. You're like you're evil, like you like you might as well eat an animal.
well, I mean, I don't necessarily because I mean I don't know. My dad ate his rare, not even medium rare. Like he ate his rare.
Hispanic people are like, I would like it like shoe leather, please.
Yeah, blacks and Hispanics go together with that. They are the same with that, I would say, and it still comes from the same point of
Now,
the parents telling them, "Oh,
I've
you're evil if you eat it rare."
well, see, I found black people will go between medium to medium well is okay. They don't mind a little bit of pink, but Hispanics, it's like if you can't stay.
I think it also has to do with your economic background because if you coming from a poor family, I think you're more likely to want your steak medium well done. A person that comes from a family that has money, they're more likely to get their steak medium to medium rare.
Well, what happened to me?
You privileged as hell. Both parents. You grew up cush as hell.
Well, no, I mean, well, I grew up with both parents, but not in the same household. But at the same time, like, yeah, my dad, he ate his rare, but I think he's disgusting for doing that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, honestly, I mean, you're eating blood that, I mean, you wouldn't just do. I mean, like, if that's do it with chicken too. Do it with
Well,
pork.
chicken
Do it.
packs those parasites and shit, the salmonella and shit.
So does beef.
But chicken is more dangerous when it comes to that. So
I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but I mean,
there's blood in lots of the foods that we eat. If you eating any meat, you're probably eating some blood.
Well, no, I mean, not if you're cooking it out. You know, like, yeah, there's like when you start cooking it, yeah, there is a little bit still in there. But at the same time, as it's cooking, you're cooking it out of there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You're consuming flesh.
you might as well just take the blood and put it over some rice and just eat the damn meat. How, you know, like, you want it warm, just throw it in the microwave and just heat it up a little bit because you still eat it's raw.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, and I think that some things are better consumed raw, like our plants. The plants,
that would
right?
need some pasta.
He said not
Do
meats and pasta. Pasta definitely needs to be fucking cooked. I would say that. I like it al dente, but it needs to be cooked.
Yeah, nah. I mean, look, bro. I'm gonna tell you, like, honestly, like, I think I did the medium to medium well, so I wouldn't get talked about. I really prefer, like, I want it mostly, like, pretty much well. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be like dry just because it's well. You know what I'm saying? Like,
if you baked it or cooked
He
it in a
must
slow
love you at a
roast.
Southern barbecue.
Yeah, man. I don't. But what about oysters? Let me ask you this, Pat. You ever had raw oysters?
Nope.
Never tried them?
Nope.
You've had them smoked or barbecued or something.
I used to cook. No, I've had them fried. I don't even like it like that. I don't like oysters.
Well, if you just don't like oysters, you just don't like oysters. Like that could be that. So, but like there's other like fish. I think there's some foods, some meats that are perfectly fine to be consumed nearly raw. And perfectly fine, because I always go back to the bush. I'm an anthropologist, so you think about us in the bush. That we're in the bush, and somebody, whatever is the situation, you got an opportunity to eat some meat. You think everybody was like, I need my piece needs to be well done.
I think that was probably common practice back then because of how many people probably got sick and died from eating it uncooked.
Well, cooked to a certain extent, but what I'm saying is that I want it well done. That you think they had that option on the menu? Medium well. I want mine medium. I want mine medium rare.
Well, but that's a great point, but I don't think that. I think the common practice was to cook it until it was not alive, and like like it was.
It just has to get to a certain temperature to kill those parasites or whatever. That's it. It's a wrap.
Yeah, but they didn't have meat thermometers back then.
That's true, but that doesn't mean they didn't know. These people are smart. We say this all the time.
Why do you think that the prohibition on animals is those of cloven hoof and those that chew the cud upon the ground? Because those are all the ones that have the most likelihoods of having parasites. That's why they said it in the Bible.
Yeah.
That's how you survive in the desert.
Yeah.
I'm going to take spirituality out of it's an unclean meat because it says it. That's why they said it. All these laws, all these biblical laws and stuff, if you really think about it, it's about how a small tribe doesn't kill each other in the desert wandering for 40 years.
Or kill themselves by eating unclean meat.
Yes, healthy. Keep the tribe happy. Keep them healthy. Stop the infighting. Make sure that the elders are honored. That way they're taken care of until we got to leave them by the wayside because we can't care for them anymore. Things like that.
I can't disagree with none of that you said, Doc. So that's all perfect, and I think so. So that's where we get caught up on the dogma with the pork. Is the point is that can't nobody argue with that. You know what I'm saying?
When it comes to when people were, because I mean I don't want to say that they were never at a point of where they were looking at a delicacy or something that like for some people like bloody meat is sexy. But for myself, like I mean I don't to me that's more cannibalistic when you're eating bloody meat.
I don't think that's the case, but
Of course not.
I don't agree with that. But
I mean somebody who eats like that is not going to see it that way. But
yeah, no, I don't agree with that. And all of us that work at steakhouses. But anyways, Doc's comment, I lost it.
I've worked at steakhouses before, and I've had I mean, it's not like I haven't tried it. I mean, I had to learn how to cook it in every way that's possible. Like some people, like if you leave it on too long, like if it's too past smooth, they're rejecting it.
Yeah, but that's what I think that this is a brainwashing, this is a conditioning, this is a and it has to do with cultures too, So that's what it is. That's the reason why so many blacks and Hispanics think that way. And then you got people like, okay, so the people are animalistic because they eating bloody meat, and then they're like looking at white people and saying, "Oh, white people are animalistic because they're eating bloody meat."
But when you're having a taste for blood, is kind of animalistic. Yes, we're all animals.
Flesh, you eating blood. There ain't no way around it. Gravy is blood.
Come on now.
It is.
So all right. So the science of it, you're not cooking the blood out of it. It's just there.
It's there. It's still blood. You have cooked it.
Okay. All right. That's fine. I tell you what.
A juicy steak. That's that blood.
So you're not getting more blood than me. You're gonna argue that we're getting the same blood.
I don't
because you're sopping you're sopping it up. You're getting the fresh blood. I mean, at least if I'm getting the dried up blood, you're getting the fresh blood that's still, and you're sopping up with a biscuit and
it has all those nutrients in there.
All right,
and vitamins and minerals and shit that's good for your body.
Okay. Well, look, I tell you what. At the end of the race, we'll talk about it.
but I love the comments that Doc made about the people saying that the religious side of it being unclean. Sometimes you got to tell people stuff like that so they could be like, okay, well maybe I shouldn't eat this. You know what I mean? Or
okay,
otherwise,
but why not just why even cook it at all?
You still on that? Okay. Yeah, well, you
what I'm saying, because we're talking about we was talking about
you gotta kill the parasites. You get to a certain temperature and that's it. That's the reason why what Doc was saying about the temps, use the thermocouple and you check the temps. That's what kills the parasites. Once the meat has reached a certain temperature, then that's when it most of the parasites and stuff that's gonna hurt you it's been neutralized.
So I mean, I know the likelihood. I know the likelihood of pigs are probably picking up parasites that, because I know no matter how much you cook pork, you're not going to kill the parasites that's in it. So is it possible that you can get some of the same parasites that pigs get that's in the cow?
Yeah, definitely.
So with that idea, if a pig can get parasites in it that won't die, no matter how long you cook it well or even burn it.
But that's what we were just talking about. The Bible saying that the pig is unclean.
Yes.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that you probably shouldn't eat that at all. Period.
Okay. But
cooking it or not cooking it.
I know, but I have a separate question from just. I get that. I heard it. I heard what he said. I'm asking a question of if is it possible that a cow can get the same kind of parasites that a pig has?
Well,
Is it?
All different species have different, bacterias and parasites that like them. You know what I'm saying? So then they're more likely to attach to them because of whatever the conditions are within their body. It attracts these certain
Yeah.
parasites.
Yeah,
So
and I get it. I mean, a pig doesn't have any kind of sweat glands to let the toxins out. It doesn't have, like, I mean, it only, like, right above its hoof is where the pus releases that I guess you would would be like a sweat gland where it lets out some toxins, I guess. But it's just a poisonous,
animal,
animal.
period.
Period.
Because
Um,
snakes. I want to say snakes
Can't
pigs,
kill it.
yeah, like pigs don't even bother them, and in the mouth, their mouth is so nasty that if they bit you, it'd be like you got bit by a snake. You probably would die from it. You could possibly die from it. It would be
Yeah.
just as dangerous
Yeah, I would agree.
because their mouth is so nasty. They're just a nasty animal. So not saying that cows are that much cleaner, and that I always say that cows is European anyways, bro. Like
Well, it's a hybrid. That's the main reason why we shouldn't eat cows in the first place is because it's not natural to the
They're-
planet.
they're just a bit cleaner than pigs, if you want to say, just like
Well-
the chickens. Like, are chickens cleaner than pigs? Now that's a question.
No. I mean, you're not gonna find a farm where there's cows eating or killing each other by picking its asshole.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, cows are gonna eat grass. They're not attracted to eating, meat or anything like that where you can get those type of those transmissions.
Yeah, so
You know,
chickens are nasty. So chickens could probably fall on that same list with the
it does. It does.
So yeah, so I mean,
I mean,
yeah,
I don't think it was one of. I mean, because I mean, maybe it was listed as one of the fowl. I don't know if it would have fallen to the
but
some of the fowl that you shouldn't eat.
but you could put it's easy category of people don't eat pork not fully cooked. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, people gonna eat pork well done. Same thing with chicken. They're gonna eat chicken well done. You know what I'm saying? That shows the example of them being not as clean. It's the same with the fish that you can eat the sushi grade fish. You can eat that raw because it's a cleaner meat.
Hey, I think some people's stomach just gets to a point to where it can when you eat a certain way, your stomach allows you to build immunity to that type of lifestyle, and something that you might have a stronger system than I do because I could not enjoy it, and I was like, you know what, mine needs to be cooked more. Hey, let's throw it back on the grill for a few minutes. You know what I'm saying? So I think it could very well be more along those lines than because I mean I know a lot of people that they want it, they eat it the way you eat it, but I don't look down on somebody who prefers theirs fully cooked and maybe with a little black on it. A little, like a little.
Well, what about hot sauce? Well, let me read this comment, then I'm gonna ask you about hot sauce. Doc says 165 for 3 minutes reduces all known bacteria and parasites by 99.9%. So that's what it's about. Those numbers are so important too. That 165. I had to be a manager. I was a manager, and you have to take that serve safe test or whatever. It's not an easy test. Diseases and everything.
I've been there too, bro. I haven't been a truck driver all my life. I haven't been a business owner all my life.
Yeah,
You know
so
what
but
I'm
that
saying?
number 165 is that one of the main numbers to remember. If you remember that number, you can pass half the questions on the test because they keep on asking you that because it's so critical. But what was I gonna say? Hot sauce. How do you feel about hot sauce, Pat? You put hot sauce on everything?
No, not everything. There's certain things that I like hot sauce on. I like spicy foods, so some of it has to be, already spicy when I get it. Some things I like to add jalapenos to. Some things I like my hot sauce. So it's just
and I don't like hot sauce. I don't use it. I don't really buy it. I don't like barbecue sauce, and I don't like ketchup. I don't use none of those things.
Interesting.
And I think a lot of those are a part of the brainwashing of our, especially the Black community. I got hot sauce in my bag, swag. You know what I'm saying? It's like an identification. You know what I'm saying? I like to put hot sauce on everything, but this goes back to okay, so the thing with barbecue
But it's an
sauce.
identification
I've got hot
for who?
sauce in my backpack.
You know what I'm saying? It's an identification for
I've got
who?
hot
Because
sauce in my backpack.
yeah,
What
most
the
people.
hell, man?
Yeah,
You also grew up with Black people, Doc.
But not just Black people like hot sauce though, bro.
So,
I don't like your traditional hot sauce that they sell on the counter, on the shelves. But I like the Mexican style hot sauce with the tomatillas and the
so you mean
jalapeno. I like
to
that
tell me
kind,
you don't like a Louisiana hot sauce?
I don't.
Me personally, no, I don't. And here's the reason why. I'm not real big on vinegary tastes, and I don't like the amount of vinegar taste that comes from normal hot sauce. Now I will buy the Cholula hot sauce or sriracha. I'll eat sriracha or the Cholula. I'll eat that one because it's not as I just don't like sour stuff that tastes sour. I'm not big on that.
But see,
sour
look,
And see,
y'all.
and I think I am. I do kind of like that bitterness. Like I think that's one of the things that we lose from our culture is the fact that the bitterness is one of the ways you're gonna have a healthier lifestyle. The more bitter you get into your the lemons, you know what I'm saying?
You're right about the bitter, but what I'm talking about is I want to taste the food, okay? And the flavors of the food and it being good quality food. Good quality food doesn't need additives, okay? Like barbecue sauce, okay? The idea of barbecue sauce is really the chicken is a little bit burnt. Let me help it a bit with this barbecue sauce. You get what I'm saying? That's the real concept. The same thing with the hot sauce.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with people liking what they liking or wanting what they want. So I mean, it's almost like you're putting people in a box that if you eat barbecue sauce or you eat hot sauce, you a nigga.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm giving the cultural drivers for these behaviors, and I'm saying that
I get talked about because when I eat my French fries, I don't know about anybody else, but when I eat French fries, I like to take mayonnaise and mustard and mix together and dip my French fries in. Or if I don't do that, I like barbecue sauce.
Okay, but I mean, that's the same thing. I mean, just because you're not eating ketchup like the average person, or maybe barbecue sauce, like a lot of people I know, or the cane sauce that comes about with the at Cane's, which I love. When I'm eating those French fries, those crinkle cuts and whatever, but because you have a sauce that's to a side, like you know what I'm saying, like. That's just saying that you've been a little creative with your food.
No, that Cane's is bland and the only thing people go to Cane's for is the sauce because the damn chicken don't taste like shit. That's why you got to dip it in the sauce. Them damn beautifully cut French fries are terrible without that sauce.
No, that's not necessarily true. I mean, I think that the sauce is a great add to it. Maybe it's Cane's is not. I know Cane's is not Popeyes or your most flavorful chickens. Fried chicken or whatever. But However, I don't think it takes away from a human experience. If hey, if you want your food, without sauce and this, that, look, more power to you, But if and I'm gonna tell you, I enjoy, steaks and things, for different foods without sauces, but I like the opportunity to be able to have them when I choose.
It's just what I'm saying is it's the culture. I'm not judging anybody for anything, and it's some every now and then I might want some barbecue sauce.
No, that's some sucker shit, man. What you talking about?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's cultural drivers for this. There's brainwashing.
No, it's really not, bro.
Ketchup, mayo. How do you feel about ranch dressing? See,
love
this is the
ranch
reason why I don't watch commercials, bro. Commercials are the reason why people like ranch dressing, ketchup,
Nah, fuck
barbecue
that, dog.
sauce.
Nah,
See,
hell
do
nah,
you
hell
hear
nah.
that? I don't think you hear what
Hell
you're really
nah, bro.
saying.
Hell no, because everybody likes ketchup. I ain't gonna say everybody.
Because
majority of us like ketchup, like mustard, like
Bro.
ranch. Bro, ranch is good on some damn wings. But oh man, you tripping.
But
bro.
no, Shaka, listen, bro. Look, I'm gonna tell you, because I think that you're picking on a group of people where, like, white people, Mexican people, Asian people, like, do the exact thing that you're saying that is mostly. So I mean, really, everybody else is following black people. Is that what you're trying to get to, as far as, like, because everybody's doing it? I mean, I get some fried rice. I want some soy. I want a little bit of soy. That kind of adds to the experience.
I get some fried rice. I want that duck sauce, that little packet of that duck. Man, dredge that shit in there.
Oh,
sweet and
really
sour.
good. I go to
Sweet
this
and
Thai
sour
food
sauce.
place. Their fried rice is so perfect. There is nothing you need to add to that. It's perfect.
But that's for your palate, though, Chaka. That's just like
Yeah,
that's
no,
just like your
he's
mom.
looking down. He is
That's
looking
just
down
like
on
your mom
everybody
used to
because of.
add A1, and when we were kids, she would add A1 steak sauce to every fucking thing she ate, and Louisiana hot. That's what she liked. Just like she
But
would
it's-
sprinkle a
but
ton of
he-
fucking
but he-
salt over
but
food that was well seasoned.
As far as
People's
chocolate,
palates
see,
are different. Like
it-
I
as-
don't
as-
think it's a cultural thing. I think it's what your palate
no,
likes.
no, that's
I
what
don't
he
think
no.
y'all hearing me, because look, like you said about the A1 sauce, like a well done steak needs some damn A1 sauce because it's all dried the fuck out.
But she didn't cook her steaks well done back in the day. I remember, like she didn't eat that shit well done, but she liked the taste of that shit, because she would sit there with her fucking fingers and swipe across the plate to get the rest of the sauce off, bro.
But no, it doesn't have anything to do with the way the steak is cooked.
People
If
just
it's
like
if it's
the way
flavorful,
it tastes on that particular cut of meat or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think it goes to.
because I'm gonna tell you, there's
Quality
people
cut of meat is not gonna need no sauce. That's another thing. People use the low quality cuts, and they want sauce.
I don't know, bro.
that I don't think it has anything to do with it, bro. Like my dad will put a little A1 on his too. So I mean, and he may not do it all the time, but sometimes it's just like, yeah, the hell with it. I'll take some A1. Oh no, you know what? Give me some 57. Or like whatever it is that they want. Like that's you. I think with your analysis, you kind of trying to you're creating a theory of something that's just not fact. I mean, I don't think it's based on your culture, because I mean everybody I know is eating some kind of sauce, and whether it's the mayo mustard mixture, the ketchup, the barbecue sauce, whatever it is something that somebody's like, you know what, this is something that I like this way. Bro, I know. So I mean, unless the white people I know are just so black, if or like, or is it
Go
because
to a
of the
really nice
Louisiana?
restaurant. You go to a really nice restaurant, they're not gonna have those kind of sauces. You ask for ketchup or cocktail sauce or something, they're gonna look at you like you crazy.
So look, this is my experience, not yours. Then you're not gonna eat it. So shut the hell up and bring me what I asked for.
I mean,
They-
I
They're
put
not
it
gonna
to you
have
like
it.
this here, bro. When I go
No, they
to a
will
when I
have
go
it.
to a steak restaurant, I'm not looking at like I
I
don't
worked
like
at
that kind of.
every level of type of restaurant. They will have it.
I don't really like I don't like the A1 steak sauce or Heinz 57 sauce, any of that type of stuff. Me, when I go to a steak restaurant, all I want to taste is I want to taste whatever kind of dry rub that they may sprinkle up on the steak as it's on the grill. And if I get it and it doesn't taste good, taste to season to my palate like I like it, then I'll ask them if they have like any type of butter garlic like mixture or something like that. Butter and rosemary mixture that they can melt over the top of
But
my
that's the
steak.
perfect. But that's the flavors you like. That's what you want with your, because in most cases, a lot of steaks, that's what they're being, you know, marinated with, some kind of, okay, the dry rub, and so if it's over a hot fire, maybe not with the garlic butter, but if it's like a flat top or like in a pan, it's probably got the butter garlic mixture going. But
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting tired. I'm gonna wrap it soon. I just think that it goes with a lot of stuff that, like what about the light? Let's talk about the light in the car. Your parents ever told you, you can't have that light going in your car? The cop's gonna pull you over or whatever. Like the overhead light.
no, well, what I heard was, hurry up and turn the light off because I can't see that well. There's a lot of times I think it gives a certain type of reflection on the windshield that but when I'm driving in my truck, I turn the light on because if it's too dark, I might start feeling too tired. I turn the light on, I feel more energized. I can still see the road perfectly fine, so I don't necessarily live with that. And
So the light is a distraction. I ain't gonna lie. The reflection you're talking about.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, parents tell the kids that, and they believe it, and they grow up and they still believe it.
I think back in the day, cops would pull you over if you had your lights and shit like that on because of maybe suspicion or whatever. But I don't.
I
I
don't,
mean,
I don't
I
know if
don't
that's
give a
ever been
fuck,
true.
bro.
Yeah, I've never experienced that. I don't know anybody who's really just got pulled over because they had their light on. Because I mean, shoot, most cops probably appreciate the fact that they could see exactly what was going on inside your car.
Looking all in your face.
you
So
know,
it's not true. And the thing is, I had an argument with multiple people about this because they're like, turn the light off. The cops are gonna know this is not true, bro. Yeah, it is true. Wait till you find out. Whatever. You can't tell them nothing. That's the problem. That's the problem. They mom or their grandma, somebody that they respect, told them this, and they gonna hold on to it,
yeah.
regardless of what the real truth of it is.
That's kind of like the whole idea, like what we talked about. Ooh, shit, it's kind of on the skinny side, but all right. But however, when we have these people, these women that go with the whole purple idea, like every man's out to beat you and treat you like what Mr. treated Celie and all that kind of stuff. It's like, they have these narratives that's been built to, keep you kind of coddled. Like it keeps you off balance because you're not really seeing life as a reality. You're living based on something that's not real.
Yeah.
Doc says Cali West Coast. They thought the passenger is trying to roll a joint.
What you talking about? The women? Oh yeah.
I don't know. What he's
Maybe,
talking about.
maybe. That's, I'm sure that's happened as well. But yeah, those people are trying to hurt him turn the light off because I mean, shit. When you get high, everything kind of, you get paranoid and suspicious of everybody looking at just you.
Yeah. I mean, like for me, I hate it that these new Freightliners don't come with it. But like
Those red lights.
Yeah. These new trucks don't come with it because they have the LED interior lighting, and they don't have it in there. They just got double LED light, reading light. But I used to love like when I had my own truck at, especially driving at night because the lights from the other cars, I would cut that red light on, the red reading light, and it would help with my vision. My eyes wasn't as sensitive to the other,
Mm-hmm.
lights, at night. So I kind of hate that they don't have that. I mean, and I don't know if I can replace it. And I don't. This not my truck. It's a company truck. So
Speaking of narratives, let me play this.
Why my mama always beats my ass.
Hold on.
Was a hot day in August, I came up out the womb. Took a look around, no daddy in the room. When I was older and ready, my mama let me know that I ain't have a dad. He ran off with some hoe, be thinking he will come around. Went looking in the lost and found. Asked, can I call my dad on the phone? She said, boy, what you smoking on? You is a fool. I don't got a dad. I be all alone. Play catch and he don't throw back. I don't got a dad, but we look the same. That's why my mama always beats my ass. I don't got a dad and it sucks cause somehow when Father's Day come, my mama hand is out. Don't got a dad, so they all making fun cause I sit when I pee. Don't blame me, I don't got a dad.
It's hard for me to laugh at that because there's so many stereotypes and narratives in there.
Man, they playing on people's strings, and bro,
playing on your feelings, bro. Fuck that shit. Bro.
you got a dad, bro. Like everybody got it. Everybody out there that your dad, he might not be there, but look, you here, so you got one. You know what I'm saying? That's easy science. You got a dad. But I don't know, bro. This shit is like, I like the parody, and I'm gonna make it for what it is because the shit's
You
funny.
know what I wish, bro? And I hate to sound insensitive when I say this shit, but I wish that people that had hardships or tough things happen in their lives when they grew up, that doesn't make you special. Doesn't give you a reason to be a dick or an asshole in life and treat people like shit. Like, bro, I've
You
probably
still
been
need,
through more shit than most adults
yeah.
as a child, but yet and still, I'm a civilized human being. I treat people with humanity. I treat everyone that I come across with love and care. I don't mind having a conversation with anybody. I'm just that type of person, bro. I don't like to see somebody
Uh,
hurting, but this type of shit
uh,
right here, it just makes people that grew up that have that mind state like, see, I'm fucking right. I'm right. I should feel
Yeah,
this
well,
way.
well,
No,
it
you
that's
does.
my
shouldn't.
point. That's my
Well,
point.
see, and I appreciate the way you see that, Deuce, because I know we've talked. I know you've had some trying, a lot of crazy days. I'm gonna say that, but bro, I mean, every human has the same responsibilities. It's whether you're gonna man up and take on and handle that, or you just gonna cry about it all your life. You know what I'm saying? Like you can blame mama, you can blame daddy, you can blame grandma, or you can blame the world. But guess what? What you gonna do? You just gonna cry about it, or you gonna do something? Don't be a bitch. That's all I'm saying. Like it's Father's Day. Shoot, if you your own daddy, give yourself some props. Like if you the one taught yourself how to get through these different problems and you're figuring stuff out, give yourself some props. It's Father's Day. You know what I'm saying? Like you taught you how to be a man. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a daddy. Whether you, like I said, you taught yourself, your mama taught you some stuff, and you kind of equalize it and whatever. You ain't got to say Happy Father's Day to mama, but man, like I don't believe in that. Just blaming everybody for stuff. Like you look, we all got to fit in this world and try to prosper, grow. make something of your time here. So the
Yeah.
best way is to like the old boys say, finding solutions instead of just talking about the problem.
Yeah. You know, and it goes back to what Chaka was just ranting about people, you know, because your mama or your daddy told you cut that light out. Hey man, it come a point in time in your life where you have to say, I'm an adult. You know, you gotta learn for yourself and look this shit up yourself, you know what I'm saying, so that you can have an understanding of it. Because you know, that's just like if you go do something fucked up because you was taught this way your whole life, and you go in court, the first thing that judge gonna look at you and say, sir, your ignorance to the law is not our problem. That's not an
They don't
excuse.
give a that. They do not care. Look, this is the law. This is look. You broke it. Look, come on, pay your fine. Oh, you don't have it. Oh, you're not gonna have it. All right, well, we'll lock you up for a little while. We'll get this out you. You know, if you're not willing to, stand up on your own too, learn to stand on your square, be a man, then they'll treat you like a kid for as long as you want to be treated like a kid. Get in line. Go to bed. Get your ass up. Go, come on, eat. You know what I'm saying?
And some slavery with that too. Go do
Well,
some work for free.
That's all a part of that.
Let me play this clip here.
It's kind of what it's like right now, ain't it? Just gotta watch it, you know? So soon? It's real. Who else checking their stocks right now, like watching a dead body decompose? It's kind of what it's like right now, ain't it? Just gotta watch it, you know? So soon? It's real.
You know, and a lot of economics are talking about, because I saw a post where they said Bitcoin is dropping, and this guy is watching it really close. He says he's looking for a bottom at about 17. And you know, it's gonna be, there's opportunities. It's always opportunities out of disaster. So we're going into a depression. Very real soon will be a good time to invest. And some of these companies will be easy to pick out because the ones are going to recover and catch that price while it's low and wait for it to come back.
I mean, especially when they're telling you what direction they're trying to send things to, like you can kind of, and I mean, when you see who's making bids on them, like who's betting on them as well, like you can really get, you know what I'm saying? Let's just say there's another like 10 Fortune 500 companies that's betting on this little small company. It's probably for a reason.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So, and I think it's going to be a lot of economic opportunities for regular folks like us, because even like when earlier we mentioned the real estate thing, like I don't know, did I play it? But in Dallas, is it in Dallas? Somewhere in Dallas, I want to say, they skyrocketed the property values. One house was valued at like 110,000 in 2021, and in 2022 is valued at 350,000. And these people have to pay the property taxes on that change.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these people can't. And that's what it was. It was, I did talk about it yesterday, and y'all wasn't here. So, but
I thought you was going back to the whole Detroit.
No, this one is different. But it's the same scenario. Like, these people ain't going to be able to pay their this is happening right now. That Detroit one was back in 2001. So these people aren't going to be, they're going to lose their houses. So, but what I was saying was, in that, you can look at that as opportunity, because if your value of your house it was 110, it just went to 365. I'm sell, right? Sell, right? Isn't that your best option?
Well, it depends, because I mean,
you can sell, but shit, where the fuck you gonna move? Because you got people paying $50,000 to $70,000 over asking price.
It might be time to do some, bro. It might be time to do some renting and just stack up your paper or something, or maybe even move out of state.
No, I mean that's to me kind of a part of that whole fear. Because like, all right, now if you own a home and you want the value to go up, and you want all these different things to happen. Now you can. That's probably a few different options you can take, but I think giving up a place you live and go to the whole renting things that you say they're forcing you to anyway, or that we've discussed that that's what it looks like. Not just that you're saying it, but it looks like. So why give up your ownership if you don't have to? Because
Well,
now if you not, I guess in this case that you can't afford to
those
live there
increased in
anymore.
property taxes,
But
and that's gonna make you lose your house anyways. They're gonna just
well,
take it.
Well, what about if you got your
well,
shit
who's
escrowed in? What is
well
it
who's
gonna do?
who's
Just
gonna?
raise your mortgage?
Yeah.
Your escrow
They'll
is
just.
gonna yeah, it's gonna be adjusted, bro. Trust that. Trust and believe. Your escrow is gonna be adjusted if all that shit, because it's it has to be paid. Somebody has to pay. You think somebody's gonna cover that for you? Somebody other than you? They're gonna rearrange that escrow and it's gonna add it right in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit, I'm getting tired. I think I pretty
That's
much
fine.
covered.
I gotta take a trip in the morning, so I'm going in. I guess I got enough time to rest. I've been resting a good bit of the day, so I ain't really tripping. But you know, I ain't mad at you if you about to roll.
Yeah, I'm probably stay on for a little while longer, but soon. I think we
Yeah.
had a good show today. I covered all the stuff I wanted to cover, I think. And I want whoever's listening or people that got on the show before and felt uncomfortable and don't want to come back, I want people to understand that conflict is needed. You know what I'm saying? If there's no conflict on this show, we're not accomplishing nothing. You get what I'm saying? Like sometimes, like me and Pat arguing or whatever, this is where growth happens. It's good for the audience. It's good for me. It's good for Pat. My perspectives have changed since I started this show. You know what I'm saying? I look at things different now because of talking to Deuce, Pat, and Doc all day on the show. I used to think differently about some things. You know what I'm saying? Talking to y'all all this time has, moved me a bit on some topics.
Well, and I think also, I mean, I think learning to tolerate people more. Like you don't have to be the same. Like that's like I think one of the being politically correct has ruined a society of thinking that because me and you have this simple dispute, a disagreement about something, that now you know we can't be still friends, or or even just find ways to communicate, which is like a lot of people are timid. They'll back away from people because I mean that's the way we've been trained as a society, is to run away from the problem, and I guess pin some kind of idea on the person you're arguing with. Oh, they're crazy, or this or that or whatever. It's like, no, it's just different. You know what I'm saying? We're allowed those differences.
And we
Like, I mean,
need that. That's what makes a functioning society. That's what makes us, strong, right? It's the differences. If we all thought the same and looked at things the same way, we all had the same perspective, then how bland how innovative would we be,
I mean,
The-
we end up with a culture of people who are very weak to the point to where like they're so intimidated by different groups to where they want to kill them. They're not strong enough to outwit or to think past the situation. Like they think that the only way to win is, oh, now like we've been winning so much, they're gaining, and you know what, we gotta kill them because guess what, they're gonna be like us.
and it's so stupid and it's so bland. So even the idea of white supremacy, right? So imagine like they got, let's say, the super ultra white supremacists. Let's say they got what they wanted, and like the whole world was just white and just conservative and you know what I'm saying, Western. The whole world was Western and white. You know what I'm saying? What kind of world would that be? Wouldn't that not be bland? Like,
bro. I mean, like to me, it's just too. It's just too simple. Like people allow people to like these ideas don't originate in one person. Like there's a group of people that come together that will be like, all right, if we feed this narrative here and we do this here, and all right, we like they've subjugated most of these these people that we call white supremacists. I call them the white inferiors, because nobody who's superior wastes their time worrying about what somebody else is doing. They just don't. But these people, have been infected with an idea that somebody else is their problem. And it's usually coming from that narrative came from the people who are their actual problem. But instead of dealing with them, because they've been distracted by the problem, and with another, creating a problem that just isn't true. I mean, what has black people done to harm any white people? Yeah, we might kick somebody ass that's dealing with me dealing with us directly, but just as a whole, like what black people going around fucking up shit for white people? Nobody. No, none.
I really like that phrase that you used, infected with an idea, because I think that's a very good description of it. Einstein said, what did he say? He said it's a white man's disease or some shit like that. He said racism is a white man's disease, mental illness.
Yeah, it really is. But I mean, it's some people we won't be able to, change their mind about that, because they believe, like they don't want to, like they're afraid to really fix the real problem, because then fixing themselves and being accountable as just good humans is going to be the next order of the day.
And it's like that's the hell for them, right? Self accountability. You know what I'm saying? That's the hell for them. They don't want to see that shit.
I mean, because I know for a long time we've been just look, we too busy trying to do our own thing for us to even be worrying about trying to hurt somebody else. Like, what I'm saying? And if you go by what the news say, like, shit, we only hurting our own people anyway. You know what I'm saying? But
so why y'all mad? Let us just kill each other off.
Yeah.
Go over there and just do what you do.
Then, when testing and trials come and the shaking comes, you'll see those that you thought were babies hold right on and stand. When the weather changes, when the storms rages, they keep on standing. And then those that were supposed to be examples, you are, what in the world?
I don't know what she was talking about.
I have no idea. I saw the title.
What makes you mature is not a title. It's not the fact that you are the associate pastor, or you are the elder, or you're the prophetess, or you're the evangelist. But you're going to find out that there's some folks that don't have no label, they don't have no title, but they're stable, they're steady, they're steadfast, they're unshakable. Oh, yeah. Oh.
I think, okay, I get it now. Yeah, she's making a good comment, because I was talking about this with somebody recently too. And it's like, people really do feel like the value of somebody is like what job they have, what their job description. Like, people really, really do look at life like this. And it really blows my mind. Like, this guy's the manager, or he's the boss, or whatever the hell, or he's the owner or whatever. But because of that, he makes him more valuable, or more like let's say something that he says or whatever he recommends, like that has more value because of his position that he's in or whatever. Like, and I'm like, especially when it's something, if it's something that doesn't have to do with work, then why does this guy's value is more than anybody else's in here? You know what I'm saying? That bothers me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a part of the system that we're in. Like, promote and demote, or, give a certain type of appearance, so that you know, and then usually you're appointed those privileges, you know, to be able to look down on somebody or to delegate over others. You know what I'm saying? Like, real power is earned, but I don't know. I've never concerned myself with a title, you know. Care less. The only title that I really care about is dad.
And then you got the way people blindly follow authority. Like I'll be saying before, like a police officer telling you what to do or whatever. But if he tells you something like, you know, get in the back seat and now I'm finna rape you or something. I mean, like, I'm just trying to, like, I don't want to say the words, but like, you know, if they're doing something illegal, they're telling you to do something illegal or whatever, then, like, you know, at that point, they you know what I'm saying? Same thing with the judge or whoever the hell, like, you know, like, you don't blindly follow these authority figures. You know what I'm saying? If what they're telling you to do goes against your moral values, the way you look at the world and what you know is right, then you don't have to follow that. It's God is the ultimate, you know, the universe is the ultimate. So not this judge, not this police officer or whatever. Like, and in our society, we blindly follow these people because, you know, I think I told a story before, but it was one time where I was moving and I had to have somebody else drive the U-Haul truck to back it up. So because we couldn't see where we was at. And then, you know, trying to direct the traffic just to get them to wait for a moment while the U-Haul backs up. People wouldn't listen because I'm not a cop. I don't have the authority. I don't have on a vest or whatever the hell. So, like, fuck this guy. I'm going to just go around him. And meanwhile, they about to hit the U-Haul. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, I didn't have no authority. So, but you didn't look at the situation and make your own judgment to realize that it, just give it a moment, let this U-Haul back out so that it can go about its day. People suck.
Yeah,
I'll be
man.
honest with you. They don't really stop for the cops either. They really don't. But I get what you're saying. That's why you got so many police officers that are killed roadside on the traffic stop because people refuse to slow down or move over. And they wind up hitting the cop, killing them.
Yeah. This shit is so dangerous. I would not want that job. They get hit all the time. That shit happens all the time.
Yeah. And not even that, man. People that's coming out there, you know, like us 18-wheeler drivers, we have a tire blowout and we got to pull over on the shoulder of the road. Tire guy's out there trying to replace the tire. He's got flashing strobe lights. He's got a sign out, triangles out from my truck. Them motherfuckers will ride right up against you, dude. People just don't have common courtesy and respect for other human life. Let's just be real.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people are really oblivious. Like, I mean, we got a bunch of people that's just walking around like they're just a herd. I mean, you know, they're not really paying attention to.
They're so self-absorbed, and I think that in a lot of those cases, it's just negligence, you know, them not paying attention. They don't have no intention on killing the cop or running over the guy who's changing the tire.
Yeah.
They're so self-absorbed. They're texting, they're talking to somebody on the phone. They're only worried about themselves and they just don't care.
Yeah. Hey, I see that's your boy Jay Lethal. I
Yeah,
caught
I'm
one of his
curious.
shows the other day.
Oh, yeah?
I caught one of the shows the other day. It was actually like you know, I enjoy. You know, I didn't get to watch all of it, but it was very, you know, entertaining.
I used to watch him all the time, and he is entertaining. You know, that's what I tell him all the time, bro. You know, but some of the stuff really kind of turns me off, and then he kind of always be on the same. It's pretty, and he preaches to the choir. He's always saying the same thing. But I want to hear this. Let me play this.
Would you date a bisexual man?
No.
Okay.
And
Not all.
bitch, no, the fuck?
Because of sexuality, but it's like
like men too. I want somebody who just solely likes women. Okay, and that's just a preference.
Would you date a faithful bisexual man if you came to you and said, "Babe, I'm bisexual, but it's me and you right now"?
No,
Right.
I can't.
I'm not interested. I'm not looking at no men. I'm not trying to be with no men. It's just me and you right now.
But
This is
shit
it.
change, right? What if you see somebody walking down Melrose?
Would I date a bisexual man? No.
Have
I
you
would
ever
not.
dated a bisexual man?
No, that would be an issue for me. I don't just
Hey, do you ever wonder like what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever like wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay, now talk to me in the chat. Now, why is it though? Because I've asked this question before. I'm going to ask it again. How is it that black men are chastised for saying that a man should not lay with another man? Why am I the bad guy? Talk to me in the chat. Why am I the motherfucking bad guy when I say that a man should not lay with another man? See, you see the hypocrisy. Are you starting now? Put a 7 in the chat if you're starting to see the hypocrisy, because this is some deep hypocritical shit right here. Hold on, let me take this off the screen. This is some hypocritical shit. How am I the bad guy when I say a man should not lie with another man? How am I toxic when I say that makes him basically lose respect? How is it? Can you guys hear me? How is it that I'm toxic and I'm a bad guy when I say men should not lay with other men? How am I the bad guy? How am I the bad guy when I
this
say
is similar
if a
to
man
what he was
lies
talking
with
about the
another
other day when I
man,
was
he
listening.
loses respect?
It's probably from that. It's a clip probably from that live stream.
Women tell black men that they're the bad guy for saying that, but when you ask that same woman, would she date or marry or have a child with a man who sucks dick and takes a dick in his ass or fucks another man in his ass, you say emphatically no. Talk to me in the chat. Emphatically no. And they can't even explain it. Here's the funny part. When you ask the women, why don't they want to date a man who sucks dick or used to suck dick 10 years ago? The man here, he said, what if he sucked dick 10 years ago and he's changed? She said, no, I want a man who's strictly into women. That's just my preference. No, it's not just your preference. You know what I know, that if a man lies with another man, that motherfucking destroys his credibility all but. You know that you don't respect a man that lies with another man. Yeah, you're going to go out and twerk with that nigga. Yeah, you're gonna twerk with that nigga. You go ahead and twerk with that nigga, but you'll never respect him. And this is what men have been saying since the beginning of time, but now you're trying to make us seem like we're toxic when we say it. But when we ask you, would you date a man? Would you submit to a man who has submitted to another man? Somebody put that in the chat. Would you women submit to a man who submitted to another man sexually? The answer is emphatically no. And you can't even get a real straightforward answer. Why won't they give you an answer? Because they know if they tell the truth, they're going to say that we don't respect a man who lies with another man. But they can't say that because they have an alliance with the LGBT community, all to destroy the heterosexual black man. Ironically, the black woman and the motherfucking LGBT community both are sexually attracted to the heterosexual black man, the same so-called man that they're trying to destroy.
This is a sick Negro.
Talk to me in the chat. I'll be your bad guy, but you got to answer my question. How is it okay for you to say you don't want to date a gay black man or a bisexual black man, but when black men say that men shouldn't sleep with men, we're the problem. We're the bad guy.
Would you?
Well, I think this was different. It's probably different from the different show because he was out and about live, like he was on the street, and he just kind of did a promptu live, and he was talking to a few different females that was on there. Just so happened that at least one of them, dated dated women. So I guess I don't know, but either way, it was still interesting because of the whole homophobia aspect. Like,
Yeah. So what do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about his comments and stuff?
no, I mean, he makes a great point. I mean,
Yeah, you can't really argue with that, bro.
yeah, I mean, for me, it's like, okay, you don't, why how are you gonna, talk shit about me having a problem with, like, okay, we say this is something you shouldn't do. Now, of course, I also, I give people their space. Look, I ain't your daddy, I ain't your nothing. Look, you can do whatever you want to do. But if I do say that that's not proper, this is not something you should do, don't talk shit about me when you feel the exact same way. Like, don't use me as the,
But that's the thing
the
with our society.
sacrifice. Don't use me as the sacrifice when you know what I'm saying, look down the cross with me too, since you believe the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's the thing with our society. It's always a double standard. Either whether it's on men's behalf or it's women, it's always that double standard. Always that line that line that's drawn in the sand. When a lot of people clearly feel that way. That's just like, you know, I've always been like the youngest guy at every job that I've had. I always been like the youngest person there, And I remember working my first truck driving job. This old head, Mr. Herman, we was out there joking. Oh man, them girls, boy, them girls messing with the man. He was like, see, y'all young man, y'all playing with fire because you'll be mad as hell if you came home and you caught your wife in the bed with another woman. You'll be pissed off. See, now y'all talking about y'all want to lay up and have a threesome, but if you gonna play with fire, you got to go all the way in it. You got to be all the way for it. But you'll be mad as hell if you come home. And he made sense when he said that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always that double standard, man. It's either you always find that you got people that's either this way or that way, or they're always like on the fence, never want to offend, and then you have that double standard, you know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's kind of, I mean, based on the conversation he's having, I think that it's messed up that, black women leave us out to dry by ourselves. Like they'll lean on they're just to stay safe or neutral for themselves because, they can play different cards. Like they don't have to, stand strong with their own men, you know what I'm saying, which every other race when we do the split, you know what I'm saying, of course you can go with the human race thing, but at the same time, white women stick with white men for the majority. Asian women stick with Asian men for the majority. You know what I'm saying? Black women, only a few of them stick with black men through it all. You know what I'm saying? The majority will kind of go back and forth, whatever is beneficial for them at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I think he's really pointing out.
Yeah. And I think you should be mindful of that shit, even as a man, if you call yourself get in a relationship with a woman that has been actively involved with other women, how can you truly fully have a full relationship?
Oh, I learned that lesson. Because I mean, sometimes, at one point, especially when it's all new, you think that, okay, well, women, it's no big deal. Women, shit, they can be with a woman. It's not that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? And because I've dated a woman that's female that was a couple females that had previously been with other women, and there's one surely that taught me like you just like that's not the route you want to go because they're not certain about themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's the major thing. They're not certain about themselves. But you know, because I mean, I think his conversation isn't really about the whole idea that, okay, men, being with other men. It's the whole idea that why is it that if I say something, you're gonna be with, you're gonna penalize me or talk down on, talk about how bad I am because I'm speaking the truth, the same thing that you agree with. Like, because, when it comes down to it, you don't want nothing to do with that male that's been with another guy. You know what I'm saying? You don't really want them. So, you just kind of faking the funk. You're not, you like this guy because he's, I don't know, like he's fun. I mean, I don't know. It's a weird dynamic. But I don't know. But I agree with him on that. It's really some bullshit.
Need the real women.
If you believe what you believe, let it be, win, lose, or draw. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't make me where I'm the bad guy and you can save face and kind of play in whatever realm you choose to this week because,
Yeah.
they're trying to be everybody's friend.
Yeah, well, that's what you call what A Boogie say? Fatima. She for the team. She for everybody.
Damn, I never
For the
heard that. No, he said Fatima.
He
She's for every team.
Yeah, he said we call her Fatima. She for everybody.
Oh
she
shit.
for the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, but man, and see, and this is the thing that I don't like when they do these type of segments and these podcasts. They always go for these. They always interview these young, entitled ass chicks that's really looking for, like what I mean, bro. Like they are they always get women like that. That's not truly because her answer, you could pick apart her answer. No, like you're saying no, but deep down, truly, bro, like you can, like it's just I don't know. I think when they do these podcasts, bro, they need to get some true, real black women that have their own shit that can stand on they know and let that shit be known and don't have to worry about backlash from whatever group or whatever this or
Well,
that. Like,
well, no, I mean
like
in most cases, but see, that's what he was doing. When I was watching, he was out and about somewhere, and he was asking just random chicks that he saw, and they asked, even the gay chick, the lesbian girl that he talked to said no, she wouldn't because she don't, she wouldn't trust him. Like I mean, in so many words. Like if y'all go and watch it, you'll kind of see because it happened right in the beginning of the show where he was, I don't know how long he's ended up staying on, but I probably watched for about 30 minutes or so. Shoot, within that little period of time, he had to talk to at least two different females, and one was I know lesbian, another one she had a wife, and the other one I think she was a single, maybe a student, but she was from Africa, you know, and I guess she was being politically correct. She was trying to be politically correct because said, "Oh no, they don't do no, they don't believe in that." And I think she was Cameroon. No, they don't believe in that. Blah blah blah. And then she's, I think she said she wouldn't. And then before you knew it, she wouldn't deal with a guy. But then she started, realizing, oh wait a minute, damn, I need to be politically correct. Just to kind of save face and protect myself. Like, what I'm saying? Like you could see all of that happening right then and there, So
Yeah.
yeah, man. I mean, that's kind of how it goes down. Like, you know,
I mean, and that's the same thing for me, bro, as me being a man. Like, I'm not finna go date some chick or be with some chick that was with, you know, she was actively in relationship with another woman. Like, nah, bro, I'm not finna do. I'm not even finna set myself up for that kind of failure. I can't trust her.
well, you know, I mean, for me, you know, I think, you know, if this was something that they did in their younger days, and you know, because I mean, I
No,
get,
I
you know,
said that's
because
why I
I,
said
if
actively. That's why I said
well,
actively.
oh, of course not. Oh, well, I mean, if they with
You
somebody,
know,
yeah, I mean,
recently, like you just meet her a few months, or a couple of months after she done, you know, then broke it off with this female, but you know, that type of shit. But even still, bro, like it's just, I don't know.
well, yeah,
It's
I
one
mean,
of
I'm
it's
not dating, I'm not dating anybody, regardless if she was dating a female or a male. That's, you know, like, I'm not seriously, because I mean, it's too soon. Like, shit, you need to be in the about the same range with me, you know, away from that person. You definitely done with them, you know, a whole year, you know, maybe even longer of not dealing with that person that you was with. They don't call you no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the range you need to be in for me to be like, you know, to even think of you seriously.
Let me ask you this. What about like a recent kid? Because I was talking about that with somebody recently, how like if somebody else has like a 1-year-old or something, and then they're like trying to get into a serious relationship with you, even 2 years old, they just had a baby with somebody, and the baby is like, you know, 2 or less. How do you feel about getting into a relationship with them?
Well, you know, honestly, I mean, that's dangerous territory. But I mean, I think her story is gonna have to really speak to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to, you know, her sincerity will have to show, and everything around what she's saying has to match. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
And I think it goes both ways. It's the same way with a guy. If a guy just had a baby and he's getting into a relationship with somebody, I think that'd be suspicious too. Both ways.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I believe there's a connection there. If y'all had a baby together, like unless it was like a one night stand or some kind of thing like that, but if y'all were in a relationship and y'all had a baby, and the baby is still little, there's still gonna be some connection there.
Yeah.
Well, really, I mean, and honestly, like, I would hope it is. I mean, those are like very early, like, I mean, most cases, whatever happened for y'all to break up is probably not that serious, and y'all both just being stupid.
And at any moment, yeah, they could end up getting back together. If you're the other person, I wouldn't even go through that. Like I said, I wouldn't go down that road with that relationship.
Yeah.
They need some more time. That baby need to get bigger.
Yeah, and they're probably not mature enough to go along with what I got going, because you know what I'm saying, like, you know, you able to, you know, dismiss a relationship with somebody that you just gave the biggest honor to, having a child, and then now y'all are, you know, just like sick of each other. This, like, you, first of all, you probably weren't mature enough to be here, you know, in this situation, and you know, it's just you definitely not strong enough to be here with me.
I'm gonna play this other dad parody video since it's
I want
Father's
to ask
Day.
y'all a question, bro, but I'll let you
What's
play
up?
that first.
All right, hold on, let me play that.
I ain't got a dad. He left and ain't come back. Child support never had. Cause of my deadbeat dad. I ain't got a dad. He smashed my mom then dash. I think his name is Chad. I gotta find my dad's on this earth, so I'll search for my dad. He ain't been spotted, he hiding. I only had my mommy, thought one day he would find me. Ain't seen him since the 90s. He my daddy, keep searching. My daddy, keep searching. My daddy, keep searching. My dad's a missing person. Nigga been gone for so long, location unknown. When I call his phone, Number always wrong, you my daddy. Keep searching, my daddy. Keep searching, my daddy. Keep searching, my dad's a missing person.
That's say, bro. It's not the best quality, but it's funny. Like he got a laugh out of me, so I guess he did his job.
Yeah. My dad, keep searching. My dad, keep searching.
Keep searching. Yeah. He smashed my mom, and dashed. So I
think his name is Chad.
Yeah.
That's crazy as fuck.
Yeah. Happy Father's Day, by the way, because it's 1:40.
Happy Father's Day, guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you said you had a question, Deuce?
Yeah. Because I was, because I heard that something similar to the video that was played upon Jay Lethal's clip. So, but I wonder, like, there ain't no turning back from that shit, right? Like, as a man, like that, at least I believe that way. If you were gay and then now 15 years down the line you change and you say you're a heterosexual man, like does that stain never goes away, right?
I don't know if it's a stain, but
who you just explained I don't want no means no more.
Yeah.
I don't
I want women's.
Yeah.
I like women's. I'm not gonna kiss no man.
Yeah.
What he said? That was so hilarious.
I know, bro. Like that's what it reminded me of.
Because I don't know about the part where you said a stain, but yeah, I think that if you ever had sexual,
you're gay.
You're gonna,
bro.
Gay, right?
You're just that
for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
man. I think that there's so many times that you could have changed your mind. Like, I mean, I even have that same argument about cheating because, I mean, it takes so many things. Like, it's so many, like, before you get to the act of actually doing it, there's so many things that went through your mind that made you still go along that route of doing it. So, I mean, I can't take back on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hold true to it. Like, I mean, I guess especially with this conversation because it's like, before, you bend over and get all prepped and prepared for that act. Like, it's like, bro, like, I mean, that was in you. That's what you want. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I agree. What you're saying about the cheater and the liar, you can relate that to that too. Because if they, they just like to cheat, they just like to lie. That's just what they like to do.
Yeah, I mean, and they had every intention on doing it before they did it because like
they thought about it, planned it out, and did it.
Yeah, it wasn't just some happenstance like this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, like this is something that you wandered around about in your head for enough time for you to agree that yes, this is it. This is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, that shit crazy, bro. That's what I'm saying. So this dude sitting on there like, oh, I hadn't had a man in 10 years, I'm changed. Like, nah, bro, you still gay. You still gay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know. This is because I mean, it's somewhat a tough conversation for me because like I try to take it easy, like I don't want to go ham on nobody because I mean I got people I love that are, but it's just to me it's just like okay, but most of them that are they full-fledged. I mean like it ain't no. I respect that part of them is that like that's who they are. They ain't trying to pretend like, no, that didn't happen or this, whatever. They hold true to that's who they are, that's what they do, and that's that. So I do have that respect for them, whatever. And it just is what it is. That's that's your life. But for somebody that had lived a life doing some shit and then all of a sudden or maybe not all of a sudden but at some point you want to be with women and you think that, you know, I think that just the same way that you were able to decide to do it the first time will lead you right back to doing it again at some point.
Yep.
Well, let me play this. It says, if black people get guns, the law's going to change. I heard that clip. Oh, damn it. I lost it. Okay, here we go. It's PragerU, by the way. But the clip about if black people get guns, that was from The View. Let me play this.
Let me say one more thing. So that's all I'm saying is that they're not these crazy people.
Okay. Here's the thing. Once black people get guns in this country, the gun laws will change. Trust me.
I swear every time I watch The View, it gets more and more ridiculous. Joy Behar can't possibly believe that there are no black people in America that own firearms. Has she ever heard of Chicago, Los Angeles, New York City, or virtually any place in the United States where black people have the legal right to own weaponry, and they do? And it's the confidence
Very
of the
much so.
crowd for me. Why are they clapping for that? The next time Joy Behar or any other leftist wants to talk about gun violence and relate it to race, maybe they should take a moment to look up gun homicides and see who's most likely to be the perpetrator and the victim. Newsflash, it's black people. But the crowd still cheers anyways. They don't care about facts.
Most AR-15 owners are former military, 35 plus Let me and say married. one more.
Well,
So
we're
that's all
gonna
I'm
hear it
saying.
again.
They're not these crazy people.
We missed the first part, but go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, we could have played it again. All right,
No,
that's
I
fine.
played.
Well,
It played just now. Yeah. It
all
played.
right, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, and I think quite like what she's saying is that, I mean, this is almost equivalent to hearing Joe Biden say, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black," because you know it's trying to say that. All right, first of all, I'm a Democrat. Are you stupid? You gotta vote for me, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy for people to think that black people haven't always had guns. Like we've always had guns, and it's not just illegal. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, we hunt. We want to protect our homes. You know, we realize people are hostile to us, and you know if it come down, we want to protect ourselves. So I mean, like it's insane for people to think that just all of a sudden, oh, these few things that's happened this year hadn't always been happening, and we were ready to go to war with them stupid motherfuckers for decades already.
Yeah.
We just silent about it. They don't, you know what I'm saying? We not out there trying to, you know, drop our nuts in front of everybody because I mean, we hope not to have to fuck people up, but you know, we will.
Yeah. She's
I
so
mean,
cute. She's the new Candace Owens though. But I agree with her point on this though. Just like you do. I agree with her point on this. I hate the way the left is with this bottle feeding bullshit. And then it has to do with the politics of separation. Like just like everybody is stupid. Like what? Like we're not dumb.
yeah,
Like
but I mean, but listen to who said, well, if black people start getting guns, oh, the laws will change. So, like, what are you saying? Black people, go get guns so we can get the right type of laws we need for, like, it's bro, it's.
and then I don't think the laws, even if the premise of that was true, I still don't think that would make the laws change.
Well, see,
Bro,
no,
I
'cause
bet you
see,
all of those chicks on The View have to have a fucking security detail 24/7 because the shit that they say.
is ridiculous. It's stupid. But you know, but when you get a little, you know, some common sense thought, you know, they got to get rid of that person. But my main thing is it's like, you know, people don't realize the angle that they're really coming at because it's not about black people actually getting guns and this, that, and the other. Like it's gotten to the point to where like they want to control most people and the laws will help them do that. Like, you know, because all right, if you can change the Constitution, like what the Constitution says, based on some kind of bill that they implement, and that will trample over your rights, as I mean, because you know the average the average human, the average law-abiding citizen is not, you know, really trying to hurt anybody. I mean, it's the ignorant fools who's always had, like who's going. All right, there's kids right now that's out shooting and this, that, and the other because of ignorance. Like maybe it's not all kids. Like they show the scenarios of Chicago, how some white cops dress up like black men and come out and start killing people on the weekend. How true is that? I don't know. I think it's a possibility, but we can't trust all this because there is a narrative to, globalize, and if you can't have global politics if everybody in the world is not on the same page. So if we are different and have special, things that everybody else don't have, we can't be a part of that global community, and that's one of the reasons why they're trying to take these rights away.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to wrap it, y'all. Let's talk about some positive things related to fathers or whatever, being a father, and like I say, man, I think that we should try to make connections with people too. Like even if we feel some kind of way about them or whatever, like some kind of Happy Father's Day.
I try to make connections with people every week I come on here. I mean, it might not sound like it all the time because of but I believe in tough love. Some people just need to be shook into reality. Like I don't know, some people are so far gone that they need to hear all of us. They need to hear the different. Hear it from different angles. But for me, Father's Day, I'm happy that I'm gonna actually be able to see my son on the day. I guess it does mean something to me that I will have that opportunity. Maybe I've played myself so many times that it doesn't really matter. We have a good relationship every. We hang. We talk on the phone practically every day. So, we have our our relationship, but we're gonna hang out, go get some dinner, maybe catch a movie, and have that as a talking point for down the road of what we did for this Father's Day.
Yeah, it's a memory.
Yeah.
And maybe for him it will be more special because it's on the day,
Yeah.
and the society we live in, and you hear everybody talking about Father's Day right now and the TV and the whatever. So yeah, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna have to wrap it. We did over 5 hours today.
What?
5.5 hours. It's gonna be tough for me to download this. Do some deleting on my computer so I can have space.
Well, the second half you might want to just cut it straight in half, and the first half is based on the title, and you create a new title for the second half.
Yeah, that's what I do. But I have to download the whole thing. I can't download it in pieces. But
Okay.
and then I'll chop it up and make videos.
Gotcha.
So y'all check out the clips and some of the videos, especially the ones where y'all wasn't here. Maybe it's some stuff that you missed that you might be interested in. Likes, thumbs up, and oh yeah, let me put up my Cash App because enjoy the show. You want to support, you can at Cash App, King Shock ENT.
Most def.
All right, y'all. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace
man.
and
I hope
love.
y'all
Thank y'all for joining.
Hope y'all kings enjoy y'all day today, man.
You too, man.
And if y'all want to give me a Father's Day gift, y'all can donate to the King Shock ENT page. And I'll buy me a tie or something.
I feel that. Yeah, man.
You ain't my
I'm
pappy. You ain't the pappy.
I's the pappy.
Yeah,
All right,
man,
y'all.
I'm gonna try to.
All right,
Yep.
man.
Y'all have a good night, bro.
All right,
sure.
man. Peace.